And we are back. Oh, you guys can hear me. Man, the last image that shows up there is a big one. I mean, that flag burning in front of the DOC or the DOC building with the flag in front of it. That was a big deal. A very big deal. That entire week was massive. Welcome back. We're gonna jump into the court proceedings right away. Actually, no, we're not. They're still talking about the jury selection for Ahmaud Arbery. But yeah, so let's do we'll do a quick recap of yesterday. So a couple things happened. We ended the day with Corey Washington of Kenosha, who is he's a local individual, good dude, real good dude. He's been streaming out there for a while, so this wasn't like his first day out on the street when the protest started. So he got about halfway through his testimony. Well, his testimony through the examination. It was prosecution that started things off. Defense hasn't had a chance to go ahead and question Corey just yet, but we're getting there. We did talk to the gentleman, Dominic Black, who actually bought Kyle Rittenhouse his gun. Man, what's crazy about that too is that so make sure I got it right. It's Dominic Black, correct? I want to make sure I get the right names. There's a couple different names that popped up, but so with um it, they the prosecution, the district attorney's office is prosecuting Dominic Black for 2 felony counts for providing a weapon that was used to harm. You know what? Let me pull that up real fast. So Dominic Black right now is facing the charges that he's got up against him. And this is he was dating Kyle Rittenhouse's sister apparently at the time, right? Um, and he's 2 counts of intentionally giving a dangerous weapon to a minor is what he's looking at. So yeah, so you know what? I'm gonna pop this up real fast as we do this. So I know this one's kind of a we're just waiting for the court to actually they're talking about Ahmaud Arbery right now. So let me pull this one up real fast. We're gonna go ahead. So this guy, because this is really interesting to me, this Dominic Black, because the way that it worked out was interesting because they had him testifying, um, but he was testifying for the I got your audio here. There we go. So let's do this here. We gotta add this here. So this guy right here. So Dominic Black. So the criminal case against a man who allegedly purchased a gun for Kyle Rittenhouse's used in fatal shooting is delayed until after the Rittenhouse trial, which is, I mean, you would imagine it would be because the let me move this out of the way and that out of the way. So this guy's 19, right? Just 2 years older than Kyle was when he purchased the gun for him. Remember, they went through all the strap conversation. They were asking tons of questions about the strap that went on the AR-15 that they were both carrying. He also lives in Racine, which is just outside of Kenosha. It's not far away, it's like a handful of minutes. But he's charged with 2 counts of intentionally giving a dangerous weapon to a person under 18, causing death. All right. Now, I haven't seen what the actual, the sentencing is on something like this yet, but they made it very clear. The prosecution kept saying, he said it, in pretty extensive term, that uh, so that he wasn't looking for any special treatment, for any favors of any kind by working with prosecution against Kyle Rittenhouse, basically, is what he's doing. He said that he just came out and wanted to be as honest as possible, and that he was promised nothing, uh, which for me is, I mean, sorry, let me get back over. We are back in here, so blows my mind because you don't work with a with an attorney, especially who made it very clear that he himself is prosecute. He drew up the affidavit to prosecute Dominic Black for those 2 counts. personally. And then he has him on the stand, and he was like, "But he make it clear you're here on your own, under your own free will to do the right thing with no promises of anything from me." But then he followed back up and came back in. You guys remember this? He was like, "Well, yeah, I'm hoping for some kind of leniency." He's going to get 16 years. Is that what you're saying? King 988 on YouTube. Are you saying that's what he's looking at for Dominic Black? Yeah. So yeah, it was really, really weird. And then and the way they were talking in circles was driving me nuts, man. It was driving me crazy how they were talking around it all. You know what I mean? What's up, Shelly? Welcome from Bakersfield. So yeah, hey, this roll call real fast. Where's everyone calling in from or viewing from right now? Let's go ahead and I'm gonna take a look at where we're at with Court TV right now. And we're still working on opening statements. I think he's trying to get everyone into the courtroom. But it's a perfect time for everyone to kind of share their thoughts and opinions on things. Mind you, we're keeping it very respectful. Everyone did an amazing job yesterday of keeping the chat very healthy. And I really do appreciate that, guys. It makes this all possible. It makes it worthwhile too for us to be in here and actually doing this together. Now, one of the things, a lot of folks in Wisconsin right now, big shout out to everyone out in Keno in that area. April's out in South Dakota, man. Thanks for live events. Yeah. Where we at over here? Boom, boom, boom. It has brought the truth, and hopefully it just wait. Coming to Mickey McGuire. Thanks for saying that, because that's really what we're doing here, right? Is we're watching this court case take place, but we all saw it differently. Anyone who watched these lives, which is why this is such a frustrating case for me already, because the questions that are being asked, and then when they did opening statements, they missed so many points. Right, there were so many things that got looked right past and weren't talked about, which really for me was surprising at first. Then I had to think about it, and I was like, no, you know, I get it. You have to pander your case towards what you're trying to accomplish. So, and but we all saw it. You know what I mean? For any of us that watched it live, and I'm sure I haven't up until yesterday haven't seen a lot of the footage of the day of the shooting or kind of the events surrounding it. So it was a tough one to watch. So yeah, it looks like there's a lot of folks that are right out there in the Midwest. On YouTube, we got Sammy J. Watch it live. Remembers. Yep. Yeah. King 9888 is on the other side of that building. Yeah. Yeah. So Jessica Yarbrough. Yeah, they said you lived it and had to explain it to your children. See, these are all T-Town. Oh, okay, there we go. King, what up? Yeah. Is the newly released FBI video going to be used in the trial? Mike Thompson, if this is the one you're asking about, if you guys remember yesterday, they had the thermal imaging camera from a helicopter or from wherever, from an FBI watchtower in space or wherever they're at, that caught the first shooting on thermal imaging of the car source where Rosenbaum was shot, which was really interesting. I hadn't seen that one yet. So let's add this to stream. Different strike qualified. Okay, they're still talking about Ahmaud Arbery right there, which is another big case coming up. We got a lot to look at there. Let me see if I've got yeah. So anyway, let's take a look at some footage here real fast while we're waiting. I've got man, I've got the Jones to look at some of these things because I haven't, like I said, in a long time. This is all kind of first time rollback for a lot of the things that we're seeing here. And what's sad is that I've been waiting to get my original content. And unfortunately, we've got it backed up all over across the nation. So hopefully, some people that were entrusted with the opportunity to downloaded it, and they're in the process of sending it to me right now. That'd be great. But let's do this real fast. I got And so this was interesting actually. I think this one honestly was, so I apologize right off the bat for the grainy quality here, but I'm gonna pause it. So it starts off at one of the car source locations, which was around the corner. So there's, we'll kind of, I'll pull up a map here as well, so you guys can look at that with me at the same time. Um, bum, bum, bum. And here we go. Pull that out as well. So we've got um yeah, here, we'll take a look at this real fast together. We'll look at aerial map, of course. So we've got this one here, and we're gonna try to give that the so the issue that I'm having here is trying to figure out the layout, which was the north-south situation they had yesterday, right? So there's the Discovery Dinosaur Museum. How are we gonna do this? So Civic Park. And we'll do it like this. Boom. All right, so we've got. All right, here we go. All right, we're gonna do this. I got you. I got you guys. Thanks for bearing with me. Boom, and what up, Steph? How are you? Welcome to the party. And I'm calling this day two, just so you guys know. Day two of the actual trial. We had day three, really, is what it's looking at, because we had day one of jury selection. Let me see. Stop screen. Boom. We're gonna share. So, and that's gonna be, where are we at over here? Yep. Boom, boom. All right. Here we go. So, let me make sure we're looking at the same thing here. And boom. All right, cool. So, this is the overview of Kenosha. All right. So, we got to get this comment off here. Boom. Oh, it's on now. Okay. So where we're at right now, I'm going to run you through this real fast. So this right here is this is the Civic Center right here. This, so the courthouse is right here, and the fence was built here. So this is where the dinosaur museum was. Everything was here. This is the big flashpoint, right? And then everything got pushed up the street here, and it made its way. Let me see if I can actually drag this other guy out here. Boom. Yeah. We'll do this again. This is where it all was taking place. The whole initial standoff. The courthouse is right up here. Made its way into the park. There's windows being smashed out over here. This was all boarded up. The post office. We moved our way up here, and we got up to this area was where there's a big standoff. And this is where things really sparked off. This building got burnt down. This restaurant here. There was a woman standing in front of this Taekwondo studio. And it was, I mean, it was so reminiscent of the Watts riots, of the women, people that were standing in front of their businesses, like barring the windows, just making a human shield out of it. And people were there. They were like, "Hey, this is a community place. Move along, move along, move along." And fast forward to right here, we've got the Bradford Unitarian back in the back over here, which became a big point for me and Andrew in our experience in Kenosha. This lot across the street was kind of had a lot of debris in it. If you guys remember that. And this is the car lot right here. had that BLM sign that was in front of it, and it started with a Suburban right here on fire, and then it just spread. And every one of these cars, guys, I think they said 100 and was it 153 cars total, $2.5 million in damage. This entire lot, I mean, you can see that from space. Basically, it was just cars exploding. And then it made its way up here. So that was one car source location, and I believe this is car source location number 2, if I'm not, yeah, I believe it's this one here. Um, and this is where the entire protest, all of it got pushed right down the street here, and made its way all the way up this direction. And this is where you had people, um, that were actually, this is the auto shop, right? I think the car sources up here. There's 3 of them. That's right. There's 3 of them. So we got to go further. Let's move up here. This is where everyone congregated at this station here, where things were popping off. Everyone was kind of where things started heating up, and this is where I first heard the gunshots. Actually, it was across the street in this park here, or the Methodist Church parking lot. And then we all made our way down the street here, and this is where it all happened. You guys remember right on the street here. Man. And then we made our way up here. Then I'm going to jump into the court case here, and we have the other lot here, right? So this is where Rosenbaum was shot, right up on the other side of this car, and they have that thermal imaging of that, where things really got crazy is as we made our way down down the street here, we get to the other. Man, we got to go pretty far. I think it's up on the other side of this bridge here. No, I went too far. Sorry, my streets are off, guys. I apologize. But and we'll jump into it later. Here, we got to get back into the court. Here we go. Boom, my bad. We got to jump in here. I'm gonna pause this and get back going over here. Sorry, guys. We got screen. Where are we at here? Tab, Port TV. Share, and there we go. Boom. Boom. And over here. Oh, sorry, I got to turn on the volume. I had it muted.
You good out here?
So Corey Elijah's on the stand right now.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I got some stuff in the bag.
I'm going to pause for a second there. And Mr. Washington, we just saw an individual walk through the video carrying a skateboard. Did you see that person?
Could you replay it for me?
Yeah, could we rewind about 10 seconds, please? He'll be coming in from the left.
Yeah. Yo, what's going on, bro? Yeah. Yeah, bro. Out here. Yeah, I know, man. How you been, bro? You good out here? That's what's up, man. Yeah, no, I'm good. I got some stuff in the back.
There's an individual in the middle of the screen carrying a skateboard with blue jeans and a hoodie and a backpack. Do you see that individual?
Yes.
Do you have any idea who that is?
No.
Okay. I don't think there's going to be an objection. I'm going to represent that that's Anthony Huber.
No objection.
Okay. So just for the jury's edification, that is Anthony Huber. And while we're paused here for a second, Mr. Huber has a skateboard. On that particular night, did you have a skateboard?
Yes.
Do you routinely ride around on a skateboard?
Yes.
So on that night, were you using that as kind of your way to get around the downtown areas you're filming?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're filming this video, were you holding the skateboard, or was it just on the ground?
At this point, I was more than likely holding it.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, this is sorry. Whatever.
I'm going to have you pause again because there's an individual, if we could back up about 10 seconds. There's an individual who comes walking into the screen again from the left. He's got shorts on, a t-shirt, a hat, and a backpack. Orange backpack.
Yeah, this is sorry.
There's an individual there on the left-hand side of the screen with a dark shirt, lighter shorts, and an orange backpack and a hat on. Do you see that individual?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
No.
Okay. I'll represent with no dispute that is Gage Grosskreutz. Thank you.
Whatever it is, calibrate the systems wrong.
Very. It's all good, bro. I needed a meme for my video. I appreciate it. Corey. Corey? Nice to meet you, Robbie.
Thanks for updating us.
So I see some comments about BLM and Corey. Corey live streams. He's been out there. He was out there as Corey Elijah, not as a representative of any group, just out there as Corey Elijah.
Heard a couple of loud sounds of some sort, and then you clearly reacted to it. Can you tell the jury what that was, if you know?
I think it was a rock or something. Someone threw something.
Okay. It appears you're standing under kind of an awning over the gas pumps. Is that right?
Yes.
Were people throwing things that sometimes would land on the roof, make sort of a loud bang noise, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. We also saw some individuals out in the road with a blue umbrella that they were kind of pushing towards the police. Did you see that?
Yes.
Did you at any point observe any reaction from the police to that?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
So in the map that we were looking at, this is what looked like it was a shell station in the map. I'm not sure how far back that goes. Yeah, Jessica Strelecki. It'd have been interesting if they'd have called me. A lot of guns at that gas station. To be clear,
to make sure
there was a lot of guns there by a lot of different people, not just militia.
That's right there. Thank you.
But a lot of people were carrying guns and weapons. I think that's Merck right in front of him with his patent leather gloves. Look for the signature knee brace. Man, there are plenty of chats from the last year and a half that like I hear in my sleep. If one of the mods could go ahead and post up the our donation links, that'd be great. I think that people are asking. I think they mute it for the for language. I think they've probably got it dubbed, and there's some language that they're not gonna. They just cut out. And again, this just helps us get to where we're going. So you guys, I appreciate it because travel funds all come out of these donations. So thank you very much for contributing. And there's for those that are asking.
Yes, they are. Up there.
But take that down. Not really thinking too much about it right now. You can also donate directly on Facebook or YouTube via super chats, things like that. But yeah, we're good there. Yeah, so you can just click the money sign in the lower right hand screen, pick a super chat donation. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate that. We're not fishing here. Just answering questions. But this gas, so you can see all these folks, like the guy in the black here, person in black, behind him to the right, leaning up against that truck, and on the other side of the truck, and by the gas pumps, everyone there was armed. All those people were armed. That's a big freaking gun. Look how big that damn gun is, man. Anybody know what kind of gun that is? Looks like something out of John Wick, man. The guy with the bandolero of shotgun shells. I think it's an assault shotgun of some type, right?
Got some fire extinguishers. Yo, I heard Pizza Hut is on fire on Roosevelt. Yeah, that's people have said it a few times in the chat. Yeah, Pizza Hut. People are saying Pizza Hut. Yeah, you too, man. On Roosevelt. So kind of a little ways away. Not a far car drive, but
The gas station was just lit. To answer that question, Jennifer Shevsik, so why did everyone stop at the gas station? Did it have some significance to all this? The police had just stopped right there. You can see them across the street from the gas station, and the gas station was pretty well lit, so people were able to congregate and kind of see each other. And again, you had people that were armed that were standing in front of the gas station, I think protecting or guarding the gas station. Quietly, but they were there. They were there in front of the gas station.
There's motorcycles and backpacks starting fires, people are saying. It's true.
A Henry rifle, huh? Okay. Jim Tapp says that big gun might be a Henry rifle. That NFC shot their own buddy with. Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that. That's right.
Would probably be, I guess, 63rd.
$2.09, y'all. Jeez. Let that blow your mind.
Yo,
Isn't that crazy?
Billy? What's happening, bro?
A Beretta 1301. Okay. That's a big ass gun though. That shotgun looked massive, but
I don't know what the Savage Diary is. They're stealing my stream. Tell them that I said it's not okay. I don't know.
Savage Diary sounds like an adult site.
Services.
I'm just gonna say that right now.
And like, I don't know, someone send me a link of their stuff too, so I can verify this. All my content is copyrighted though, so I mean,
it's crazy how that all changes.
I have to sue somebody for stealing content of an event that they could have just asked me for, and I would have liked.
I'm going to represent to the jury that right in the middle of the screen there is Gage Grosskreutz. No dispute about that. That is Gage Grosskreutz there in the middle of the screen. All right, please continue.
Other than the user, so
I don't get why they're doing some of this footage though. Like some of the stuff they're showing right now. I mean, yeah. So this is Corey's feed right now that we're watching. Corey was out there. You know, we talked to each other several times, passed each other repeatedly, going opposite directions.
Just made a reference to
bopping about, but
looks like a fire might have been put out. Can you tell us what you were talking about?
Yeah, so earlier in the evening, after everyone was stationed at the Ultimate gas station there at the corner of Sheridan and 60th, randomly there appeared to be a fire just a few, like down the block, headed westward. So I skated down there with a buddy of mine, and there was a few other people that came, I believe, with fire extinguishers. We went to just check it out to see if maybe people were, sneaking off to go burn buildings and were getting away from, the big crowd or whatnot. When we get there, it appeared that, as soon as we got there, maybe moments after we arrived, the police arrived on the scene. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I believe there was like a tire fire set by like the owner of the shop or something there or something like that. I'm not too sure if that's exactly what it was. That's just what I heard happen. That's what it appeared to be. So,
Your Honor, may I approach and set up the easel? Thank you.
Did Corey just say that the tire fire was started by the owner of the shop? Make sure to jot some things down, guys. I know I am. I guess things come up. We have
Mr.
questions
Washington,
about.
I have the map up again.
We'll be able to
You've
talk
got
to some of these
the
people
laser
afterwards.
pointer in front of you.
So,
Could you, if you can point it out or not, I don't know, but you were describing some sort of fire at some location. Is that location shown on that map?
that is what he said. Okay.
Okay, so you're pointing at a lot that is on 60th Street on the north side, which is at the far left side of that map. And if my street identification is correct, I think that's 11th Avenue.
Yeah, Amber, that is
60th.
odd.
Is that right?
Amber Robertson over on
You are
YouTube.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be on the northwest corner of 11th Avenue and 60th. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay, and is that a some sort of used car lot or something along those lines? Do you know?
Yeah, something of that nature.
Okay. And you said that at one point you observed a fire at that location,
Yes, it was a fairly large fire.
but it appeared to be tires that were on fire.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. And then the police, when you were there on scene, somebody came and was responding to it?
Yeah, there was a fairly large response, I would say. I believe they were in the MRAP or the Bearcat, one of the two, and there was maybe a dozen officers with riot gear and stuff. They kind of pushed us back and told us to go, so we just turned around and went back by the Ultimate gas station.
And when you talk about an MRAP or a Bearcat, you're talking about one of those large armored vehicles that some law
Yeah,
enforcement.
you know what he's
agencies
talking
use.
about, man.
Okay, thank you. Can we please continue? Oh, wait, hold on. One more question. You mentioned that you were seeing some things in the comments about things going on in Kenosha. Can you help us explain what you're talking about there?
Yeah, like I mentioned yesterday, I always kind of look to the chat to see if there's other things going on, to see if there's, if there's not a lot going on in an area and there's a bunch of other streamers and I get a tip or something, typically I'd go to another location to see what's going on over there, to see if there's, anything that needs to be covered or whatnot.
So there was some reference you made to a Pizza Hut on Roosevelt that was on fire.
Correct.
Do you know anything more about that?
I believe that was just a false rumor.
Is it fair to say that on this particular night and
Yeah, the Pizza Hut
time
wasn't on
period,
fire.
that there were a lot of rumors going around, some true, some not, about what was going on in Kenosha?
Yes, yeah, there's plenty of disinformation going around, especially, on the internet. So,
It'd be the first time that's ever happened, right?
right.
All right. Please continue. Thank you.
I'd be interested to find out about the fire starting and how Corey had mentioned that it was started by the lot owner, because if it was a tactic used, start a small fire in front of the building. So remember the tire fire as a way to get, and it was stacked up neatly, which was interesting. The tires were stacked up in front of the building, and we have footage of that too. I wonder if that was done as a way to get the police or the fire department to that location without it actually being the rest of the building that was on fire, so he could get, kind of like back burning the fire in some way. That could be it. I don't know.
There is a individual.
It could have been a misstep on his wording
that,
too. Who knows?
Is holding a long rifle. He's got a baseball cap on. Do you see that individual?
Yes.
Do you have any idea who that is?
No.
Okay. I'm going to represent. I don't
Yes,
think there'll
later we
any
will be.
dispute about this. That is an individual by the name of Ryan Balch. Please continue.
I'm not sure how to get stars. I don't know if I have that set up. I hope I do. Hopefully our mods can help me with that one.
It's fireworks and down there.
I don't know.
Could you
Right off the
rewind
bat,
that
they
10
went through
seconds,
all
please?
that footage initially. I opened
Gonna
that
be
up for
someone
them.
who's going to be running through the screen.
And then I gave a lot of testimonies as well.
Play that
So
again.
to both prosecution and defense and everybody.
I don't know.
Yeah, the Pizza Hut wasn't. There was a garbage can by the
Can
Pizza
we
Hut, I believe, that was on
replay
fire,
that
but
one
the
more
building
time and
itself
try and
wasn't on
pause
fire.
when the defendant's on the screen, if possible?
Here. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
It's hard to catch at the very second, but
See Kyle run
at
by.
any rate, Mr. Washington, we now know. Oh, perfect, excellent. We now know that that is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, running through the screen carrying a fire extinguisher. You would agree with me on that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue the video for a few seconds, and then I'm going to have you pause again, please.
It's fine too, but let's check it out, right?
I believe I just heard you say in the video, Mr. Washington, something to the effect of, I don't know where he's going to, let's check it out, right? Does
Yes.
that sound roughly what you said?
Yes.
Were you referring to the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, at that time?
Yes.
Now, at the moment this video is taken, on the night of Tuesday, August 25th, did you have any idea who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
No.
Had you even taken note of him at all that night, up until this point?
Briefly, kind of. I took a mental note. Just so when I arrived on the scene, I kind of looked at the people that were there and kind of, I don't know, just took a note of the people that were around me, especially, people that are armed, to kind of gauge the crowd and, the environment that I was in. I don't know, he just kind of looked young to me, and he had his gloves on and he was smoking cigarettes and stuff. So I don't know, I kind of was like, he kind of seemed like an interesting figure. So I just took a mental note of that.
It was
It
odd.
wasn't anything.
He had
I wouldn't
his
say
rubber gloves
malicious. I
on,
just,
smoking a cigarette, leaning against a gas
young
pump.
person in a situation. Honestly, I would say it was mainly the gloves. I didn't know why he had the gloves on. It kind of stood out. So I was like, all right, let me just kind of remember that, I suppose. So when he ran by, I kind of looked to the side to kind of see if there's, I don't know, someone chasing him or what the situation may be. That's why I said, all right, let's see what's happening.
So what was it that drew
I mean,
you
anybody with a
to
gun, you're going to
the
notice, right?
video?
There wasn't much happening at the time. It was fairly calm. You see most of the people are kind of just standing around and stuff like that by this point. So to see someone running, I suppose it could have been anyone that ran by me. I would have been intrigued by it, but remembering kind of, in my head. And he had a fire extinguisher as well. So maybe there's a fire or something happening. Maybe he's going to extinguish a fire or something like that. So again, I wasn't too aware of how close all of these people were I don't know if they were working together. I don't know if everybody, like, it was a group of people that were friends, or if it was just miscellaneous people that were working together. So I figured maybe he had some sort of intel or communication with someone or something, and he was going to extinguish a fire or whatever it may be. So that's why I headed down that way.
Is it fair to say that when we continue the video here, it will show you going in the same direction as the defendant?
Yes.
At any point when you were observing the defendant, when he ran past you and whatnot, did you see anyone else with him?
No.
He was alone?
Not that I recall. Okay. And so in heading in the direction, it wasn't really to follow the defendant. It was to see what was happening in that direction.
Okay. And just for the... so we can orient everything.
Big shout out to Lakota, man. He was my guide that night.
And point out the ultimate
most of the
gas
nights.
station, please.
He rolled with me and was a Lakota Lexua. I'm saying his name wrong.
60th and Sheridan.
But
And
that
that's
dude was
where
dialed
you
in.
were during the portions of the video we've been watching this morning.
Yes, yeah, probably about.
And then
right
when you
here,
followed the defendant, what direction did you go from there?
Headed southbound.
So you went directly south on Sheridan.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
I accidentally pulled up a comment that I didn't mean to when I said something about a nonsensical. That one was not meant to be pulled up. It was the one by it. Corey, I have the utmost respect for. Corey Elijah here, Corey Washington, incredible guy, local. You can hear him skateboarding. He's a skateboard kid there in Keno. But he incredibly stand up. I know he's got a lot to say, but you guys remember he experienced it. He was there every day, and he's from Kenosha, and anyone in Kenosha knows who he is. He's an installation there. So
There
I got
is
nothing but love for
figure
Corey,
on
man.
the
I think
other
he's a hell of
side
a person.
Sheridan Road there, which I believe would be the east side of yes,
This is
the
just
west side of the
his
road,
accounting
correct?
as he
Yes,
recalls.
west side of the
So
road.
and
That
again,
individual,
it's
you would
personal,
agree with
you know.
me, is the defendant, correct?
I honestly can't really see from
Lakota Abdul Wabud.
There's going to be no
Oh,
dispute
sorry,
for the
Mom.
jury's purposes that individual there, shown in the
It's
center of the screen
Lakota.
on the far side of the road.
We can
is
get one of the
defendant,
mods can
Kyle
post that up.
Rittenhouse.
All right, I see now. It's kind of mixed in with the trees there.
Yeah.
Yeah, good idea. I'm going to just use my pointer to try and illuminate that on the screen so that everybody can see it clearly.
Can we get one of the mods to post up Lakota's name? I'd
Can you
appreciate
see it?
that.
Sure, why not?
I suppose I could try here.
I've always wanted to. Your Honor, may I approach that TV to do that?
Well, I can't see it then.
Okay, I'll do it here.
I'm copying it. Here we go. Actually, let me. I think I got it right here. Boom.
Everybody, you can see that?
Boom.
Could you rewind 10 seconds, please?
Where we at? There we go. So, you guys, this is where you can find Lakota. He doesn't do a lot right now. I know he kind of slowed down, but Lakota Lichtwalt Media over on Facebook.
I'm going to represent to the jury. There's no dispute among the parties. There's an individual on the screen there that appears to be dressed in all black, but the back of his shirt has some white lettering on it. He's wearing a helmet, and that is Richie McGinnis. No dispute.
No dispute.
I'll just use my sister. What's your name?
Sister Marcian.
Sister Marcian's pointer to point that out for everyone. This individual here is Richie McGinnis. And again, just so everybody's clear, we are seeing the defendant here. I'm going to point him out again. This individual here is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Charlotte.
Continue for like one more second, please. Keep going. I'm sorry. Keep going a little bit. I'll keep going. I'll tell you.
Yeah, they definitely need it.
No dispute. I'm going to represent to the jury, and there's no dispute from the defense that there's an individual in the center of the screen. He is not wearing his shirt. He's carrying a bag. He appears to have sort of long blue shorts on. That is Joseph Rosenbaum, and I'll use the pointer to point him out. That is Joseph Rosenbaum.
The trash can to put their garbage out. They're blocking the road. So, further. So a large crowd over there smashing the SUVs.
I want to make sure the jury is able to know where we're at on the map here. So, Mr. Washington, you have traveled down on this video. We see you skateboarding down Sheridan Road south from the Ultimate gas station at 60th and Sheridan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where we're at in the video now, which is at timestamp 56:36. We're seeing some bright lights there on the screen. Do you see those?
Yes.
What is that location?
That's the car source.
And where is that located specifically? Do you know?
On Sheridan and what is that, 63rd?
Okay. Could you please use your laser pointer to point out on the map where that car source is located? So what we've just seen in that portion of the video, you have skateboarded from the Ultimate Gas at 60th and Sheridan, south down Sheridan Road, and now are approaching the car source at 63rd and Sheridan on the northwest corner of that intersection. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're all understanding the geography. Please continue. I want to try and point out Mr. Rosenbaum again for the jury. Could you back up a couple seconds, please?
Smashing the SUVs.
I'm just gonna say, man, this prosecution is driving me nuts with the way he's going about his questioning.
I'm going to point out for the jury, no dispute on this, great guys. Joseph Rosenbaum is in this picture now in the video. This is him right here. Please continue.
I would not want to be on the jury. You are.
Could we rewind 10 seconds, please? Go ahead. I would like to, just so the jury knows where to be watching here, I'm going to ask the jurors to pay attention to the area in front of car source here, sort of, you'll see some figures running from right to left here on the screen. I just want to direct your attention to it so you know exactly where to look. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't get what the DA and the ADA is doing right now. I mean, it's hard to watch for a lot of people, but this is making it like hard to watch because it's just hard to watch.
I don't think there's any dispute about this. We have just heard the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, and we'll go back and go over that in just a second. But
I think you might be wrong about that too.
First shot
There you go.
was not Mr. Rittenhouse.
It was.
Shot.
There you go.
Yeah.
See, these are the things that we need to be here to. I'm glad he caught that.
Mr.
Because he just made his false statement.
You heard the gunshots. What did you do personally?
Glad the defense caught that.
I skated away to find safety.
Okay. And then eventually returned to kind of check things out afterwards. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of found like a position behind a retaining wall. Tried to kind of film from behind the retaining wall.
Okay, fair enough. Can we rewind about 10 seconds, please?
Because you guys remember, I heard the
Let's go
gunshot,
back 10 more just to make
and
sure.
I was like, it sounds like a gunshot, and then you hear more gunshots from a different gun, and I was like, oh, they're shooting at each other. And that's when I started running up the street when I saw Kyle coming back around the corner there, running down the street
There's no
towards
dispute.
me.
We're all on the same page here. I'm going to let the jury know that the gunshot you just heard was fired by a man by the name of Joshua Zeminski, and I'm sure you'll hear a lot more about him later.
He just said that was the shot that killed Rosenbaum, and then was corrected by the defense attorney that wasn't the shot that killed him. That was the first shot, and now he's saying that shot was shot by someone else.
4 shots that the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, fired at Joseph Rosenbaum. There were several other shots that were just heard then, at least 3, maybe more.
A lot more.
Those were not fired by the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse.
There was multiple like post Rittenhouse shots fired, and
We got shots fired, guys. We got shots fired.
dude, this DA he's. I'm sorry, man, but he's getting this all backwards.
I'm going to stop the video there. Mr. Washington, you've already explained what you did afterwards. I just have one final question for you. When you arrived at the 63rd Street car source, and we've seen the video that you recorded, this was a video that you recorded with your phone, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, in addition to that, you're using your own eyes to look at what's going on.
Yes.
What I want to ask you is, did you see any fires at the 63rd Street car source when you were there personally?
Fires?
Yes.
No.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Directly after that, though, there were some cars lit on
I guess for
fire.
the record,
Right
just
there
to
next to
wrap this
where
all up,
Rosenbaum went down,
I
those cars
believe
were lit on
that
fire.
was- That was exhibit number 11, the video of the Corey Elijah live stream. I would move that into evidence.
Which one? I'm sorry.
It's number 11.
Thank you.
I really am curious if they're going to use any of my footage, Andrew's footage, and these other footages, like people, Brendan's, some of these other cats that were there. That, I mean,
Yeah, sorry.
I'd be curious to find out. Someone says if there was, where is it?
So can I ask you, Mr. Washington, on the night
If
of
there is
the
more than
25th,
Kyle's bullets and Rosenbaum.
when this all happened, the video that you just showed us, did you receive a curfew ticket?
Maybe that'll come out.
No.
No? Okay. Were you aware there was a curfew in place?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree you were out past curfew, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had described yourself as a social media influencer, is that right?
And that's the fairest way to describe what I do, I suppose. Yes.
Do you
Yeah,
travel around
I was
to video
questioned
things like
extensively.
you videoed in Kenosha? Like, have you been to Portland and other places like that?
No, I've been to places in Wisconsin like Oshkosh and things like this, but I don't necessarily only film like political situations and stuff. I mean, I kind of document all different types of things. Like I was just at a Comic-Con and stuff like that. So
And so I just want to make sure I have this right. So on the 23rd,
It's
I
so
think
hard
you said
to
you
not
were taking a day
now
off.
know that I'm
yeah, it's Sunday.
not
you
going to
know,
be
I was
subpoenaed
just
for what I saw.
trying to relax.
That's crazy.
And you get a call or a notification that
Mhm.
things are going on downtown.
Not downtown. That the shooting of Jacob Blake took place.
Okay. And at some point then on the evening of the 23rd, you come down like to the courthouse area?
Yes, after, like I described, following the protesters down to the downtown location, yes, area of the courthouse and the public safety building.
And you had, I'm going to show you a couple photographs. You can tell me if you recognize what was going on.
Okay.
I'll just give you.
Again, Corey is a hell of a guy, a real good person, and like I said, he's sharing his experience through the questions that he's being asked. So I just want to make sure we're on point with that one. That he is a very stand-up guy. He's not going to make things up, but again, he's going to recount things the way that they happened to him, around him, in front of him. So keeping that on a level. This guy Corey Washington is a hell of a guy and a friend of mine, and I definitely would,
We got to start with paper.
All right.
He said, "Oh, it's paper."
Can you just take a look at those and tell me if you recognize?
Yeah, this is a burning garbage truck. These are the old garbage trucks. There's those that live in Kenosha. I'm sure most people are from Kenosha that are here. We got new garbage trucks and things of that nature. We got new receptacles and pretty fancy or whatever. So they use the old trucks to kind of make blockades around the courthouse.
And you guys remember we
So
watched those
that's
things
what
burning in the
E32
video we watched yesterday.
E31 here is a photo of, it looks, yeah, like a waste truck or something on fire.
You guys remember I was
And
watching,
you
I was
had
filmed
mentioned, I
the
think,
when
on
they
your
first lit
direct
those
that
on
you had,
fire.
observed vehicles like that burning on, was it the 23rd?
Yes.
Okay.
Hand turkeys.
Would you like your?
Judge, I don't have
So Jack,
our
pictures back here.
electronics isn't working properly, so I would move these two exhibits, and then if I could just, I'm gonna have to show them to the jury with the court's permission.
Right. Well,
What night were these?
Kelsey Neff.
23rd.
Sunday night?
Yes.
Okay.
Where's the burning garbage trucks relevant? That was not even in that area.
One at a time, so that you get it, you don't have.
We were down there the whole time. I didn't see Rittenhouse or anyone else militia related really around the garbage trucks at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was wild. Someone said, yeah, we
I
had
think that, tell me if this is
over
right, you had mentioned
85,000
there had
people
been,
live on the show.
a large
That for one of those nights, it
congregation
was,
of
it
people
was
out
crazy.
front of the courthouse and by the dinosaur museum.
Yes.
And there was people talking about damaging.
It's a lot of people to watch things as they unfold. There's a lot of eyes, really. There's a lot of witnesses to all of this. If we're just going to watch footage from different
People were
things,
talking about damaging the
I mean,
dinosaur
one night
museum,
we had
that-
over 85,000 people watching
kind of
that.
was
So
a place that was close to your heart.
Yeah, I mean, a place that I would say it's more of a staple in the community more than a place in my heart. It's not like I frequently visit the dinosaur museum. I just recognize the importance of it.
Okay.
they did wreck that dinosaur, though, man.
And those are the pictures that I had, 31 and 32 that I had showed you. Is that right?
Yes.
You guys remember the video I have of them lighting this dump truck on the right
Now,
on fire?
tell me if this
and
is
then
right. You
the
had said
second
that
one.
on the night of the
We'll
23rd.
rewatch that a little later.
There started to be people that you saw downtown that you didn't really recognize.
Yes.
So you had, it sounds like you have some influence in the community and you're known in the community. So there were people that you were starting to think were from out of town.
Yes, or at least people that were very suspicious looking.
We had a whole
You
bus
told
of
me why
folks
they
show
were
up from
suspicious.
Seattle.
Attire mainly, kind of with their attire and actions, I suppose. Like I mentioned, I believe yesterday, seeing someone that was in the back of I believe it may have even been the truck that you showed, in the back of the truck, finding debris that, I believe in the video, I may even have video, maybe you have the video of me asking the person what they're doing, why they're in the back of the truck. They said they're trying to find stuff to break stuff or whatever. So that was kind of one of the first moments, I suppose, were like a major red flag besides, all the fires that went off.
Would it be fair to say that what we're seeing on the screen there, that's a red flag to you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's a burning garbage truck.
Okay, fair enough. So that's the 23rd. On the 24th, I think you said the 24th is worse than the 23rd. Is that right? In terms of damage to buildings and property?
I believe so. Again, I'm trying to be as transparent and fair to myself, I suppose. There was a lot that went on within like that week or two. I didn't get much sleep, and I'm trying to remember the best of my knowledge, but I haven't reviewed the video to study the video. So the best of my knowledge, yes.
Were there people, if you remember, on the 23rd, were there
It escalated
people
and
out
kept
protecting
getting-
the businesses, or was it kind of a free-for-all?
So there weren't people that you could, I suppose, identify that were protecting businesses. Possibly, I imagine there were once people noticed what was going on, but not that I could say that I've verified that.
All right, so I'll ask it to you this way. Did you see a lot of people on the 23rd out protecting businesses?
No.
Were there, so then the 24th comes, and you had described the 24th at night becoming opportunistic. Is that fair?
That's what it seemed like.
Okay.
So that's
And
very true.
so one of the things that you had mentioned that had happened was you witnessed the Department of Corrections Probation and Parole Office being burned. If I can show you, is that?
Yeah, I wish they could kill that white noise. Whatever that. Oh, it's the AC unit in there. I think is what's going on. Which is wild. So all that white noise you're hearing, that's
Right,
that's in there, and
I'm not trying to trick you,
I
sir.
think it's their AC
Okay.
unit.
Okay. And
You guys remember that flag that I pulled off the street that came down was in front of the DOC building. That's where
And-
that was.
did you see the car source? I think you mentioned that car source business, you noticed it that night as well burning.
Yes, I believe I think there's two locations, right? So there's a location closer to the Civic Center Park, and then there's one that's further south. I believe both of them are called the Car Source.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 34 for a minute.
Okay.
Do you recognize that picture, sir?
Yes.
Where's the easel? We need to see it
That's
too.
a picture of fires at the car source. Would that be fair to you?
Yes.
Okay, so Judge, I would move 34.
The objection.
When was this
That's
event?
the 24th, correct?
Is there objection?
I just want to clarify what the timing of the event was.
The car source burned on the 24th. The majority of the fires on the car source were the 24th, yes?
If this was on the 24th, then yes. If that's when the
I don't know how I was
time
remembering the
video
dates,
is from,
man.
I won't dispute that.
Did you
Yeah, I
see any
couldn't-
fires at the car source on the 25th? Which was
The Tuesday?
yeah, the day Mr. Binger asked you if you saw any fires down there. That was his last question, and you said no, right?
You're talking about on Tuesday, the night of the shooting. Did I see any fires?
At car source.
No.
Okay. So if I told you that was the car source on the 24th, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. So I would move to 34, Judge.
The objection.
No.
Proceed.
No, I don't think you guys.
Is that the car source that we're talking about?
So that is the Stella.
Yeah, that's the car
so,
source.
Yeah, that's the one.
The
across
Stella's on the
from
left there.
So my
Behind
question
is
to
the
you
Bradford
this.
Unitarian.
On the 24th,
There's that trailer they were talking
did
about.
you notice more or less people protecting their businesses than the 23rd? Or the same?
I would more possibly, just because people had a general idea of what was going on.
Okay. Were there more businesses boarded up?
On the
24th?
I mean, there were no businesses boarded up on the 23rd. So if there were any businesses boarded up on the 24th, then yes, even if it was one, I imagine.
So 24th, you believe there were more people that were out protecting their property that you noticed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Were there more people out on the 25th, the night of the shooting, than the 24th?
Protecting their businesses or
More-
just in general?
More people out protecting businesses on the 25th.
Yes. There was visibly more people.
All right. And tell me if this is right. On the 25th, more people out protecting businesses, less fires. Agreed? On the 25th.
Yes, if that's the only comparison that we're going to make, yes.
Well, on the 24th, there were more fires
Yeah, right.
and some people out, right?
Right.
And then on the next day, the 25th, you said visibly more people out protecting property and far less fires
Yes, there was also less people as well, though.
on the 25th.
Yes.
And so you mentioned Monday, the 24th, starts out peacefully in the day, and then it becomes opportunistic in all the property damage on the 24th, the night of the 24th.
Right. There was organized protests and things during the day. Anything that happened after nightfall was not an organized situation.
Did it appear to you that people were out there having opportunities to just damage property if they could on the 24th?
Yeah, after nightfall, yes.
And so can I ask you on the 25th, you're back out and you're videotaping or running your live stream once again. And can you bring up the video that Mr. Binger showed at 1822? So down around Car Source, would you say there were visibly more people there to protect that business than the previous 2 days?
Down at the Car Source?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And
it may have been the owners or something. I'm not sure.
just there were more people protecting their businesses, and I understand you're saying less people were out, but substantially less property damage as it relates to fires that night.
Yes.
It's a fair question. It's
So if I
a
could
fair
just have you
question.
Watch this for a second. This is the video. This is your live stream that Attorney Binger had you comment on. Okay.
Okay.
And you guys, if people are trolling, don't feed into it. You know what I mean? We're not going to kick people out just for having,
If I can ask
goofy or silly or whatever opinions or views or comments. But as long as it's not hateful or promoting violence, or just a super troll situation, we're gonna let it ride.
I see that.
You don't have to feed into it, guys. So,
And can you just run it?
but I think everything right now is pretty solid on the up and up. So we're doing good. I also encourage you guys to go into each other's DMs if you guys want to have like a chat battle, that you feel isn't appropriate, or if I don't feel it's appropriate because I might have to kick you out. But feel free.
Maybe the fire that's going to be started in the dumpster.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth, I would say.
So we can be
Where
sarcastic.
there was like things
Jim,
would happen, and they would get quashed, and then things would happen, and then people would come, and then they would resolve the issue. Yeah.
Were there more on the 25th? Were there more people actively, in your opinion, actively trying to put out or quell the fires once they started?
Quell.
Yes. Yeah. That's why there's people with fire extinguishers and stuff.
Okay. Did you see people with fire extinguishers on the 24th? Do you remember?
Possibly, but
Certainly
probably not.
Okay, so probably not on the 24th, but certainly multiple people had fire extinguishers on the 25th.
Yes.
So we could just.
It'd be great if the fire extinguishers I pulled out of that gas station actually worked when I was trying to put out the fire behind it, up against the other church. Remember, I went in there and drug through the broken glass in the front of the gas station or the maintenance shop. I pulled out 2 fire extinguishers, and both of them are empty. And I was like, oh, that's not up to code.
What it appears to be.
Were people getting
angry when the fires were being put out? Were they voicing
Yeah, they were.
objections?
So, there was, I would say yes, but there was pretty much objections to everything that everyone disagreed on. That's why I believe at one point in the video you hear me say people just need to agree to disagree on all of this stuff because it's just going to continue to be back and forth.
Okay, but to be fair, if we can be, one of the things that made people angry that night were when fires were put out or quelled, right?
It did. It made him mad.
Possibly, yes, maybe. It's hard. It's hard for me. You want me to explain for other people in a way, and I can't necessarily do that. But I imagine that's would make people upset.
Just in terms of what you saw and heard, though, some of the reactions were there were things like people said, "Why'd you do that? Why'd you put that
What is that
out?"
attorney holding?
Right? You heard
Anybody?
that.
I mean, if it's played in the video, then I can hear it. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, like that guy said, "Why'd you do that?" Right there. Yeah. But the context of it, again, to be fair to everyone, I don't know the context in
To be
which he
fair.
said that, but he did say that. Yeah. Whoever it was.
Yeah, it does look like a wand. Just saying. But yeah, people were angry when the fires got put out. Like, people ran up on them and they shoved the dumpster away from the gas station. And then you see people were throwing rocks and bricks and, you know, water bottles and stuff at the folks that put out the fire.
So that gentleman right there, we agree, is Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Did you see him becoming angry at that point, moving toward the other people at the Ultimate gas station?
So
Even if
to
you're
be
wearing body
fair,
armor
at that point,
during
I
the commission of
wasn't
a crime,
focused on him. To be honest,
that is an enhancement.
but to be transparent, everything that I've ever seen of him that was kind of circulated on the internet, he seemed upset. So I'm not going to dispute that, but that's again outside influence of my knowledge of him. But it seems like it.
Can I ask you this? Did you, at this gas station, did you hear him scream, "Shoot me, shoot me"? And
I've seen a video of him saying, "Shoot me," saying.
That was one that I recorded.
Yeah.
Were you there at the time that he said that?
Maybe, probably. I'm not sure. Do you have?
I didn't see
video
Corey
of me
at that
being there because I
at that
don't
point.
recall, but I definitely saw a video of it.
He
I'm not
said,
sure
"No
if it's
face, no
mine or
case."
someone else's, but I've seen that.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that you didn't believe that the dumpsters were being pushed toward the gas station. Is that right?
Yeah. And I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but to me, I felt like they were trying to push them towards the police. That's what I kind of felt, and that's what it appeared to be to me. What that would do, you know.
Fair to say, though, that there are dumpsters being pushed. At least one of them is pushed to kind of like where the driveway of the gas station is, right?
Yeah, they got them from like the gas station parking lot.
And it's reasonable. Well, let me ask you this: do you think it's reasonable that people put out fires that are near gas stations?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Okay. And
I mean,
you had mentioned, or I'll ask you.
Have you finished your answer?
yeah, it's reasonable.
Okay.
That's fine.
Now, Mr. Binger had asked you at this location, did you see anybody fire a gun? Did you hear anybody fire a gun at anybody? Do you remember that yesterday?
Right, during this scenario, like by the Ultimate gas station, no, I don't recall hearing.
Did you see anyone, to be fair, at that gas station chase anybody?
To be
else
fair,
trying to attack them? Did you see that?
No, not that I recall.
Did you see anybody on the ground and another person trying to kick him in the face? Did you see that?
Did I see another person try to kick someone in the face?
Yeah.
No. By the Ultimate gas station, no.
Right. Did you see anybody hit somebody in the face or the neck area with a skateboard at that location?
At the location by the Ultimate gas station, no.
See anybody chasing anybody, pointing a gun at them? See any of that? At the Ultimate gas station?
At the Ultimate gas station, no.
And you had mentioned that people were throwing rocks, right?
Yeah, you can hear throughout the video. Throughout the entire, I'd say, several days of things that were going on, there was like the sound of rocks and things being thrown. Kind of was like quiet noise or whatever.
Do you know, now rocks can have different sizes and connotations and things like that.
Yes.
Did you see, and have you seen, they were actually taking chunks of concrete and breaking them on the ground and picking up chunks of concrete and throwing them?
Yes, I've seen that, yes.
Okay, so it was, and I'm not saying that you misrepresented anything. There's a difference between maybe a small rock and a chunk of concrete. Is that fair?
Yeah, you can hear throughout the video that there's a difference. You can tell by the velocity of the sound of the banging that it's a different size material that's being thrown.
Can you go to 24 minutes? So if I could just have you watch this, we're going to go to 24 minutes on the tape.
Well, pitter patter, huh?
You recognize that?
All those people over there have guns.
That's the defendant, correct?
There's a dude on the other side of this group, on the other side of Rittenhouse, that has two looks like compact machine guns hanging out of his front pockets of his jean shorts. It's crazy.
Does he appear to be agitated or irritated in any way to you?
Right there, it looks like he's just kind of standing, looking around.
Okay. If he would have been agitated or irritated or threatening in any way, would you have kind of followed him around probably or no? With the camera to see what he was doing?
Like if he was threatening.
Yeah, if he was acting, I'll ask it to you this way. If he was acting inappropriate, would you have videotaped him?
If he was engaging with someone in an inappropriate way and it was in my radius and I caught it, then I would move to that direction, yeah.
So is it fair to say there's nothing about his behavior at the Ultimate gas station that made you focus on him at all?
At this point, I'm just kind of standing around seeing what's going on because there's not much happening. So yeah, there's no.
So just play it, please. So he's just kind of walking around like everybody else.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is all a big push to get up to his first engagement with Rosenbaum, is what I'm feeling right now. To see if they can't draw the line as to how those two.
How you got around that night, and you had mentioned that you had gotten around that night on a skateboard.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the trucks of a skateboard are?
Yes.
What are they?
They're
The
what
judge
you
didn't.
attach the wheels of your skateboard to that attaches them to the board itself.
Okay.
The axle.
So can I ask you this? If you were going to swing that skateboard
Mm-hmm.
in an effort to create some velocity and hurt someone, how would you swing it?
If I was going to swing my skateboard to hurt someone,
Don't answer that.
I mean, I suppose it depends on the situation. It's a plank of wood pretty much. So however you favor holding a plank of wood.
Could you grab it? Could you grab it by the trucks and swing it?
You could you could hold it and you could grab it by anything, really. Anything that's on it, you could hold it by. So yes.
But the trucks would let you swing it one-handed, right?
I mean, yes, I suppose. But again, you could hold just the board itself with one hand, depending on the size of your hands. Again, I have fairly large hands. I hold my board with one hand, all different types of ways. But if you have smaller hands, that would probably be the way that you would want to hold it if you were trying to strike someone, I suppose. I'm not an expert at striking people with my skateboard. I kind of just ride it like what it's meant for. So
I'm just asking your opinion on it, that's all.
okay.
Now,
He's not appreciating the defense's questions. You can tell.
And can you go to 5547? Mr. Binger showed you I don't know. That's fine. Just leave it there.
It was crazy how many people were there from out of town. Like
Stop it.
people that I knew from the Northwest, like from Seattle, Portland areas.
Play it, please. So that's Mr. Rittenhouse walking right there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's
So he's not, in your opinion on this, he's not chasing anyone, is he?
no. It looks like he's headed in a direction.
Okay, and is it fair to say that when you observed him, he's walking like you or I would just be walking if we were going somewhere?
That's what it appears to be.
Okay, so he, in your opinion, again, he doesn't appear to be hurried or he doesn't appear to be going after someone, correct?
At this moment, it doesn't appear to be that he's rushing any longer. No.
Okay. Can you play it, please? And he's got the fire extinguisher in his hand. Did you see that?
It looked like he was still holding whatever he was holding when he was holding a fire extinguisher before. So I imagine he did not swap it out for something else.
Okay. You just keep playing it. Now, were those people right there started? Was there a fire going right there?
I'm not sure. Can you replay it?
He's asking a lot about what he did, but I mean, really, it comes down to like the intent. Yeah, they were pulling. They're
Yeah, it
starting a
looks
fire.
like there's a
They're-
little
that's-
garbage fire there. Yes.
If you've been around, you'd have seen it. You know, around the country. That's what you've been watching people light garbage fires for. The last 2 years. Also, little barricades. You throw that in the road to slow the police down when they were pushing through.
So now, Mr. Rosenbaum.
It's like some of those black bloc direct action tactics.
So now, Mr. Rosenbaum, here, can you see? I don't know if you saw, if you remember when I asked you about at the Ultimate gas station. He no longer has his shirt on, correct?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. Does it appear to you, and it wasn't asked by Mr. Binger, but that his shirt's wrapped around his face now, or around his head? Does that appear to be?
It could be around his head or around his neck area or something like that.
Okay, you can't see that person's face. Is
Hold
that
the old
fair?
man noise right there.
Not really. No. Yeah, that's fair.
Manny, that's a good question. I'm not sure if they're going to bring Gage in to testify. They have it open for the courtroom for his family and for him to be there, but they said that he's not there. So I'm not sure if
So the last part of this I want to show you,
if
Mr.
they actually plan on showing up or if they're just not going to be there until they actually. I know when I was in court when I got assaulted, when I got stabbed,
Okay.
like they had staggered the court date out so that you wouldn't be tainted by
I
other
want you to
people's
listen.
testimonies and whatnot.
Did you hear? You heard a shot, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And then do you hear?
All right, yeah. Hopefully that's not too loud for you guys over
That, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
there.
Then, and do you know who said that?
Gage is on the witness list. Okay.
No.
Okay.
It sounds like a male.
Okay, a male voice yells that.
Yeah.
You hear that.
Mm.
Corey does look sharp,
We've
man.
established
Good
that
looking
Mr.
suit.
Zeminski was the one who, you know who that is? Who fired the first shot?
I heard about that. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be able to point him out, but I heard about that happening. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't want to see anybody hung anywhere. Dean. Matter of fact, I don't even want to see that comment.
So can I just ask you this? And I don't know, you said that you kind of at least took mental note of
yes.
Mr. Rittenhouse, maybe because of his age, because of the gloves, things like that, right?
Yeah. I mean, I took a mental note of some of people that kind of stood out to me, in my opinion. There's a lot of chatter on the internet and stuff like that. People are saying that people are going to like randomly kill people. Mainly, they said they were going to be targeting black people or something like that, which is, you can all see I'm a black man. So I took a note of that. So I was like, wanted to know who was around. I didn't necessarily feel like that was true, but you never know what may happen in situations that, clearly, who thought buildings would be set on fire and all of that. So you never know what really might happen. So I took a mental note of people that kind of stood out, like, again, like people that were acting erratic, like I suppose Mr. Rosenbaum, or people, the little things that stood out, like chain smoking with gloves on and stuff,
Okay. So can I ask you this? You described, if I have it right, you described Rosenbaum as acting erratic, right?
From all of the moments that I was around that you could notice, yes.
Okay. Other than smoking with gloves on, anything that Kyle Rittenhouse did that
Rosenbaum was acting
noticed
crazy. Just be real about it,
that
man.
was in any
He was
way
amped the whole time.
erratic, threatening, use any term you want.
I didn't hear the last thing you
Use
said.
any term that you want to describe anything that was out of the ordinary about his behavior.
I would. The only thing I could say that was I don't. And maybe it's to be fair. Like, this is just, I suppose,
To be
my
fair.
opinion. He just seemed like he was young and like he didn't know exactly like what was going on. And because he was smoking so much, and he, again, if he didn't have the gloves on, maybe I wouldn't have noticed as much. But I just don't know why. Like in the situation, why you would have gloves on. Maybe there's some technical reason or something that you may know, but to me, that's just what stood out to me.
Okay.
Not saying that I felt like, oh, this is a guy that's going to go around and mow a bunch of people down or anything like that. I just was like, oh, that's interesting. Let me take a note of that. And when he ran by, I was like, oh, I went in my Rolodex in my head, like, oh, I remember this guy from before. Is there anyone chasing him or anything? No. Maybe there's something happening down that way. So I just headed in that direction, not necessarily focusing on him per se, but focusing on possibly there's a situation in that direction.
So I don't know if you've answered the question, but the question was about his behavior in terms of what he did. He didn't act erratic to you.
I mean,
Can I just
chain
ask-
smoking cigarettes is kind of a behavioral thing.
Okay.
So it's not like you don't necessarily have to engage with people to have mannerisms and things like that.
So the thing that stuck out to you, you
All you
described
smokers just got smoke
Rosenbaum
shamed.
as erratic, and if this is fair, and Rittenhouse as chain smoking. Yes?
I suppose you could say nervous, I guess, would be a fairer way to say it. He seemed nervous in the situation. But I mean, I suppose a lot of people were nervous. Again, it's not a slight at him. It was just a mental note that I took.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Sorry, let's,
I have one more question, Judge. Sorry.
okay, go ahead.
And Corey is just done with it. You can tell he's done with it. What's that? Okay. Which I get, you know what I mean? Having sat on the stand before, it does get pretty infuriating, especially when they're asking questions about things that are kind of like when they don't have when prosecution, defense, either side kind of don't have things dialed in 100%. It gets pretty
Okay.
frustrating.
You had said, Mr. Binger had asked you if you noticed any fires at the car source at 63rd and Sheridan that evening.
Yes, and I believe I said no, or I don't recall.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm going to show you this, and you can tell me if you recall this.
No, I do notice there was damage happening,
I didn't
like
ask you a
people
question.
smashing cars.
Hold on a second, okay?
Hey, I know that guy.
Do you remember, now that's car source, right? You're aware of that?
Yes, that's Carson.
Anonymously provided. What are you talking about?
Inside that truck?
Yeah, that's what that looks like. Yep.
So there were fires at car source that night, right?
If this is that night and that's what's happening, then yes, that's what just happened. Yes.
All right, very good.
Is this? I don't get to pose a question, but I was just wondering if this is like right before the shooting happened. Because if it
I
will,
don't think it has to be, I don't think.
We'll, like he's right. He asks questions and you can answer them. And so, but would that change your answer?
the only reason I ask is because if this is right before the shooting, after I ran as soon as the shooting took place, so I wasn't like zeroed in on what was happening there because there was just a shooting that happened and I was running for my safety. So
All right,
Well, it froze up. That's on their end. It froze up. If it freezes up like this, guys, just check the lower corner.
we're going to take a
left-hand
break
corner
at
of
this
the screen.
time. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Again, it's standard rules about not going on the internet, read, watch, or listen to anything, or transmit any message regarding your service on the jury. And I'm going to say about 15 minutes.
Carryover witness from yesterday, Corey Washington, who documented what happened the night of the shooting here in Kenosha, on the stand for an extended period of time. Carolyn Abernathy is with us from Atlanta, Georgia. And Kara, this witness was used by both sides. On the prosecution side, they really wanted the jury to be there, feel like they were there. So they played several minutes of this video over 2 days. Let's start with that, then we'll talk about the defense. How effective was this witness from the state's point of view?
I mean, I think it was great. You have the whole video of at least this portion of, the events that happened that night. You can get there, you can get a feel of what's going on.
It seemed as though this witness, Corey Washington, who also goes by Corey Elijah online as someone who...
We got to stay away from crowds. Susan, they're throwing.
Do you want to come in front of me by a foot while you're doing that? So thanks, Christine.
Andrew, please. You want to hold that? Keep it on there. Keep on fire. All right, let me see that. Are we good now? Yeah, we're back up.
I'm muted. Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. I was muted. So this is the first car lot. This is car source. Bradford Unitarian is in the background over here.
We gotta walk too. It's gonna start.
And like I was saying, this is how it all started.
Yeah.
It just with this first Suburban
cord that'll work for your phone right here. Do you have an iPhone charger?
And
how's your battery?
We were trying to yeah.
How's your battery though?
But it just kept going from there. Like
shit. Oh, hold on. I need that battery. I need that cord.
Give me the cord.
Give me the cord. Give me the cord. How does that attach to anything?
Technologies, man.
I can't do anything with this, Katie.
Yeah. Shout out, Katie. being
Sorry,
out
guys.
there
I'm just dealing
from the
with
jump.
technical
Was out there with
difficulties
us when
all
we
these
got there.
fires.
Um,
All right, people.
that's
okay,
Andrew right
whatever, dude.
there.
Hello.
I'm not sure what the phone call is that came in. I know people were kind of giving me heads up. They're like, "Hey, man, you got to be careful." We were getting targeted in the crowd as well because we had cameras and people were like, "Oh man, we don't want people filming this," and no one was really paying attention to that. So if you got stuck out, like, and I'll get Andrew and I will talk a little bit about this when we do a stream together. But yeah, it was nerve wracking. Like I had a brick at one point standing right here on this corner, across the street from the car source, go flying past my face and it shattered on the ground in front of me. I looked over and there's a group of like 5 or 6 people. They were kind of like, shit, like we thought it was going to hit you. And thank God it didn't. But yeah, for whatever reason, this video it's going to take a while for the buffer, I guess. So, that being the image though, that really for me, that's when things started getting, well, actually further down the street, we have the garbage truck fires that were started. And we'll pull these up here because these are things that, like, right off the bat, people were looking right past. They had forgotten that before the shooting, things were chaotic, man. Things were wild. And so let's do this real fast. We've got let's go this route right here. So this is kind of what we started off showing here before the court case started today. And so we're gonna pause this. Mind you, it's a little bit grainy, so I apologize for that. But what blows my mind is, yeah, I remember we had like 20,000 people. So when people want to talk about this not being personal to them, I think that for those that watched this live while we were there, remember, man, like just even in this clip right here, as we start off, this starts at like 20,000 people that were watching this live. Majority of those, I would say 90% of those, are from the Kenosha area, from like right out there in the Wisconsin area, Illinois, right around there. So this is not it's not a foreign broadcast. This is like a backyard situation for people right now. So I'm gonna try to get this to play for us, if it would. So you can see the windows are all smashed up on the so these are those militia guys being accosted right now by the crowd, by one guy in the crowd.
To the police station. I had that motherfucker to come back. Yeah, blow this motherfucker up. What was y'all right there? Don't ask me, man, motherfucker. When did it happen?
To be clear, this gentleman,
How the hell is that? Get the fuck back out of your house.
this is meant for people 18 and over, to be clear. And he just said something. He said, "I'm sorry you had to see that." And he was talking about, I think it was a shooting at Jacob Blake. Like I said, this is very personal to people. You got Drew in the background there on the right. See the knee brace, signature knee brace. But what you have, that's how it all started. It was very personal. It was family, friends, it was people in the neighborhood, the community, people that were personally attached to Jacob Blake, that know the Blake family really well. And then those are the people that were like, they're really passionate about it. But then you had a lot of outside folks that came in, right? And they took outside influence, outside issues, and they made them Kenosha's issues at the same time. So there was definitely people that were personally ingrained and personally invested in what happened there. And then you had a lot of folks from the outside that came in and made it, about something else. And so, like, there's so many different ideologies that were merging in the streets in Kenosha those nights. Yeah, we have the church footage here. I think Andrew and I will probably watch that one together because that's definitely something that had both our footage, and it was a very personal experience here. So he's getting heated, right? He's mad because he's saying, "Where were you when this all started?"
Shot that motherfucking boy. Yes, he did. You shut the fuck up because you said you weren't here. Close your motherfucking mouth, goofball. Shut the fuck up.
You weren't even here. Let's move past this a little bit. We'll buffer for a second, but yeah, like I said, we're on a break from the court case right now. Court TV right now is they're just chit chatting about whatever. This guy on the side of his helmet right here, it says "Justice for Jacob." I believe, or no, is that the one that says on the back of his helmet? One of these dudes here has "Justice for Jacob" patch. So what I'm leaning on there for people to understand is that like these people were making it clear, these militia guys were arguing the fact that they were there to help protect the people of the town. They were there to protect the businesses of the town. They didn't want to see people come in and destroy the city. I'm not vouching for anyone in particular person's actions, Kyle's or anyone else's. What I am saying is what I personally saw, what I heard personally as I'm recording this right now, and I talked to these people, and I got a chance to interact with them, and I walked with them for a little bit, and I got a chance to really find out like, what are you doing here? To be clear, and Andrew even has this on his feed at one point. The people in Kenosha didn't want the violence. They didn't want the destruction. They were kicking people out at one point. They were telling people to go home. They were like, the local folks were like, get the hell out of here. Like, if you're not from here, you don't live here, you don't need to be here. You need to go where you came from. Get the hell out of our city. So there's a bunch of different views here. There's a bunch of, and there was other people that are like, hey, whoever you are, wherever you're from, if you're here to help protect our people, thanks for being here. So it's I'm gonna try to skip forward a little bit because we move from here. It goes from this to structure fires pretty quick, pretty quick, which was and I don't know why I wasn't called as a witness. I think they have all my footage. They have my testimonies. So it's yeah. So it's maybe they have enough. I don't know. Maybe they have enough for me. Maybe they don't want it. So.
Oh my God, that is so hot. Meanwhile, this guy's yelling at people that are breaking into cars that they're smashing up windows. But then you got another structure fire going on down here.
So
now
the furniture
building
store
butts up against a residential neighborhood. Make that very clear. So I really do pray the fire department again. Y'all want to go ahead and get the fire department out here? Let them know that people that have moved out of the area, no one's down there by that fire. They need to get the fire department down here and get this building put out because right back over here, these are houses on the other side. That's a house directly on the other side of this building.
And one thing I want to point out with this, because a lot of people were angry at the fire department for not getting to certain places sooner. The fire department wasn't allowed to go into certain areas without protection. That's a lot of what the National Guard was doing there. The National Guard was brought in to protect the municipality. So if I'm saying that right, but to protect the fire department. So you'd see and they kind of re-provisioned some of the law enforcement, and they came in and they would like cordon off the block, and they would kind of surround the fire hydrants so the fire department could get in there to put out the fires. The issue was that they weren't going to put them out in front of gunfire or whatever other dangers lied in the riots to put out the fire. So it was they had a real situation they had to deal with on their own. They were fighting, trying to get up. Not that the fire department didn't want to get. I talked to the fire marshals and I talked to many of the firefighters, and they were busting their ass that night. They had a lot going on between the car fires, structure fires, dumpster fires. There was fires everywhere, and we have aerial shots, and I'll show these to you guys later from on top of some of these hotels of everything. Everything. Just it looked like a war zone is what it felt like. It looked like, from it looked like a bombing had gone through and just like dropped bombs in the city. So what you're looking at is the furniture store there on the left. Behind me is another car lot, and cars are getting broken, smashed up, and started getting lit on fire.
That spreads to the back of the lot right there. Immediately, that's going to hit the residents.
But we got put. This is a residential neighborhood. This is all residential up here. Now to the right over here is the DOC building. That's the Department of Corrections, the parole building, whatever they call it. And there's the flag that we were talking of is on the other side over here.
This is
It's
insane.
one.
They're just burning buildings down left and right.
And in the comments, if you guys let me know, I don't think they're going to jump back into the case just yet, but yeah, I think it wasn't until like late day 3, I think they started like enforcing.
It says Rustin Chesky, you caused this.
That's what it said on the side of the building. It says that right here. So who was that just skated in front of me? Was that Huber? Okay, because they brought up that other footage. Corey, yeah, I believe Corey is done. Let's take a look. So this guy's skating by right here. No, I don't think so. There's multiple people on skateboards there. So it keeps going though. You can hear the people that are protesting. Thing is, I didn't see anybody start take that back. I did see one or two people in Uptown.
Neighborhood,
I think
right?
it was.
You live out in this area? Yo, I stay right on 56. Oh man, what do you think about all this right now? You mind about having to talk to the people here?
Shit, go ahead.
You're loud. It's all over the world right now.
Shit, this shit crazy. They tearing this bitch apart. They tired of police not doing what they supposed to.
Yeah.
Not acting right, so niggas gonna act a fool till they do what they supposed to. I'm finna move around. Look, that shit look like it's gonna blow up.
It's gonna go bad because there's a resident, so I'm on the other side of that. So.
But shit, everybody watching this, y'all be safe.
Yeah.
All right, bro, be safe.
All right, thank you. You do the same. Actually, man, hold up. I gotta get over here real quick. Now that I think about it.
And to be clear, man, those buildings, you could hear explosions inside of the buildings too. So, and if you saw what happened in Uptown, at the someone in the comments helped me out. I'm drawing a blank on the name of the building, the brick building, the Brotherhood of. Someone will help me out in the comments. But that building exploded. Like it hit the boiler, whatever it was, and it blew up. Bricks went flying everywhere. It was like someone dropped a bomb in the building. You see how fast, even from when I was just there, a minute or two before. Oh man, that's crazy, man. Was it Danish? The Danish Brotherhood. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Was the other building in Uptown that exploded, and there was multiple fires there. We watched houses burn down. Animals were unfortunately not able to make it out of some of the houses that were burnt.
Hey, do you guys all live right here? Oh, that building's going up bad, like real bad. If you haven't looked around the whole front, I mean, it's working its way down the back of the building. So you guys don't want to make plans for getting out of here. Oh man, from where you guys are, you need to call the fire department from your house. Keep calling them and let them know because it took a while last night to get them out. I know they got shit going on, but they got a structure fire across the street, but it's across the street. It's not up against your houses, so you need to make sure to let them know, okay? And is it multi-unit? Could you make sure to let everybody know? It's just you? Okay, just make sure to bang on the doors and maybe let your neighbors know down the way as well.
I don't think anybody was charged for any of the arson. I didn't see anybody I haven't heard of anybody.
Hey, for real, just make sure you guys have a plan to get out of the house, okay? Because it'll move quick. All right. Well, hey, you can see the smoke's coming. You can see the flames inside the back of the house.
Scary,
right here. That's
man.
right against your fence. Oh shit! There's another structure fire across the street from that.
What's up, Jennifer Stitch? How are you? Everyone tune in. Do you guys remember this? People that are watching right now, out of the near 1,000 people I think we got across the channels. How many people watch this live, man?
Machine guns up. Oh, fuck, that's so hot. I gotta get away from this fire. Sorry.
Like, do you guys remember watching this happen? I haven't watched this footage since. And
This whole block right here is going up in flames.
okay, so now I believe the fire department. So you've got the Bearcats coming in. I don't know if they were going down to the DOC. I think they went to the DOC building. They tried to put that fire out first. I can't remember exactly. But even down in front of me here, this whole building, this whole lot went up. You can see the fire starting right there. This dealership or this building here is the one that I went into trying to find extinguishers, and I found two. I drug them out of the broken door, and when I got to the front of the building, when I came out here, they were both empty.
Just how the
Unfortunately,
fire started at the auto dealership across the street down the way.
But yeah, so this is just like I said. This is just how the other fire started at the car source down the street by the church. Yeah, so we had a lot of people that are in here that watched it. This truck was on fire. This is how it started. Eventually, all these cars in here were on fire. But the smoke, you guys, the smoke was so bad you couldn't breathe, and it was like 90 degrees. It felt like already, and then you had the heat from these fires, and the smoke in the air was just. I mean, look at that. It's crazy.
The building's half of a city block right there.
And it was just almost impossible to breathe. You know what I mean?
I can't even get that close to it, y'all. I'm gonna have to go through these cars.
And again, we're watching footage from last August. This, man, you guys remember that moment right there? I have footage of people walking with their hands up right across here, just marching across the street. They had the MRAP or the Bearcat that was up the block a little bit, and people were just didn't know what to do, you know? So as I'm standing here looking at this, directly behind me, you could hear that truck starting to go up. And I believe there's a fire in the parking lot. I think they were asking Corey about this one because, yeah, I think this is night 2. Yeah, this is Kenosha night 2. This is not night 3. So this is how crazy things got up to the night of the shooting, which this is where the city was crazy. And then everything got wild with the crowd night 3, you know, earlier, closer to Civic Park. But yeah, that entirely gutted that the furniture store. And then to the right, of course, over here is yeah. So we're not talking about arson, like you said. We're talking about this is a murder trial that we're watching. That's what this is. What Kyle Rittenhouse is on trial for us, and multiple other charges. But this is all the stuff. Like the videos that they're watching, are, you know, based upon they're showing all of this, you know, the damage, the destruction, the chaos, and all the things that are leading up to the shootings. But man, I remember there's this guy back behind here with a garden hose, you know, just hoping that he could wet the concrete enough to keep the fire from spreading to his house. And there was animals in the house, and it was, man. So it was skip forward a little bit here, let that buffer. Yeah, so with all of this, man, it was just it is insane. And I know that, I mean, for the folks that were out there in Keno, man, like this was terrifying. And I had people
yeah, right. Okay, cut between these two cars right here, and then just head
that were reaching out and that were involved, that were trying to figure out
courthouse, cut a right and just head downtown, like towards the pier. You don't want to get towards the courthouse either.
Yeah, the courthouse couldn't get down there because they had you know, so much law enforcement down there. So just scary. People are being pushed this direction. You know what I mean?
That's a church. You can see a cross in the background of that fire right there. Again.
Yeah. Well, you'll see it like you just saw it, right? That there was another church. It was another city church that was I don't know what. There's a lot of churches in Kenosha. If you're not from that area, if you're not from, you know, that whole part of, you know, Chicago, Milwaukee, Kenosha, all of that area there. I mean, it was a lot of churches. So yeah, I mean, another scary moment there, guys. Like we had the trucks and all these cars started. Car fires, which I learned later, it spread so incredibly fast. I had no idea. I knew it would, but I didn't know until I saw it going up the way it did. I mean, it would jump from car to car
Cross in the background of that
so
fire right
fast. And
there. This is insanity.
when this is
just even standing back here is so incredibly hot.
helplessness. That's what it was. It was helplessness. When I think about what I feel when I'm watching this, is just helpless. Like there's nothing you can do. The chaos was going to wrap you up in its arms and drag you into some dark places. Like that, and as dramatic as it may sound, guys, like that's the best way to describe it, is hopelessness or helplessness. And it as terrifying as it is to watch, and we'll keep it going over here. You've got people like this is your city. This is Kenosha. These are the residents that are watching this happen. And like, this is what I'm talking about. Like this scene right here, which made it all around the world too. This footage, I saw on channels in New Zealand, and but I mean, that moment right there, man, that speaks volumes to me. And I don't know if it does to you, but it does to me. I mean, you almost just throw your hands up, Who knows what their intention was? Who knows why they're there? Who knows what these folks are up to? If anything, maybe just citizens walking by. Who knows what they're there doing? But their hands are up almost in like silent acceptance that there's nothing you can do. You know what I mean? There's just nothing you can do. Even the fire department at this point, all you can do is stop the fire from spreading. You just have to let it burn. But watching this it's interesting is if you look at this gentleman right here, shirtless, shorts, and the shirt wrapped around his head. Looks a lot like Rosenbaum, right?
Take a screenshot of this, please.
Now, I remind you, okay, there's an officer right there. See? That looked like a right there with that reflective shoulder piece right there. Also got a phone out recording. Could just be security guard. I don't know. But remember,
nothing to put a fire out over here at all. There's no, I looked over here. There's no hoses around that truck.
Bouncing back and forth and just really testing to make sure that when I talk to you about what to use for Facebook Live, that I have all the information on both these great products. But on this particular broadcast, I'm going to talk about why.
Again, the issue is I'm having to pull a rebroadcast of my broadcast because my footage is tied up right now on hard drives. So for best interest of what we're doing right now, I had to just pull up what I had. So this was somebody actually rebroadcasting my footage. So there's some audio overlay stuff that whatever, I can't help that. But so you're not gonna be able to hear what they're saying here for a minute. But there's the DOC building in the background there. Right there burning. So you've got the Department of Corrections building, which is an entire city block on fire. You've got that furniture store, which is like another half of the city block basically on fire. You've got cars burning to the right over here. All these cars are smashed and destroyed. And yeah, affordable auto sales. So, and I believe I'm not sure where the other car source is, but I think it's across the street behind me to the left. There was another car source. So if you look at the furniture store to the left of that, as you're looking at it, with the structure fire behind me, and then you have this really famous picture that made its way around as well, which I have at the beginning of my feed and at the end of the flag with the fire burning behind it. But that's the flag in question that came down that I was able to preserve. You know what's interesting, man, is that these moments come up and you don't realize what things mean to you until they're placed in front of you. You know what I mean? You don't understand, I think, a lot of times what the significance a moment might have, or a person, or a place, whatever it might be. I know this, however, was a defining moment for me. Watching that right there was for me. It was sad. It was really sad because it really did kind of represent what I'd been watching for months and months and months leading up to this, and which was how incredibly like destructive things had gotten for us as a people. And I say that because I look at the flag and that's what I feel it represents to us as a people, and that's for me personally. Now, I think a lot of folks that I don't think they're back. They're getting ready to go back into court here, so we can come back to this footage later. Anyone can remember we're at like minute 16 of this particular footage, so we are going to go ahead and jump back in to court TV, and that way we can. Where we at? Oh, there it is. And share that. Okay.
One dumpster at one point that was set on fire on the road.
We'll circle
Where
back
did
to that.
dumpster come from?
I believe the parking lot of the Ultimate gas station. So there's like a commercial building right next to it, and there's like dumpsters that are typically stationed right there.
Can I approach you on it?
Did you ask me a question?
I was just asking if I could set this up again. Is that okay? Thank you.
Yeah, so it looks like they're buffering on their end. That's
Station at
there we go.
southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan. You indicated that you had a skateboard that night, correct?
Yes, correct.
Did you ever use it as a weapon?
Never.
In your video, it appears there are several other people that had skateboards as well. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Did you see a lot of people using skateboards that night to
Yes.
get around?
Yes.
Did you see anyone else using it as a weapon?
No.
Is it fair to say that the folks there that night were primarily using their skateboards like 8-year-old kids do to skate around on?
Yep. Yes.
You were also asked about
8-year-old
Mr.
kids don't
Rosenbaum
use
several
skateboards
times.
to get around.
And I want to clarify something because I think there was a little bit of confusion about your perception of Joseph Rosenbaum that night. So let me just ask you, okay? I think you've testified that since that night, you have seen other videos showing Mr. Rosenbaum at various times that night. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that in your video, he is seen at various times, including at Ultimate Gas.
Yes.
I know it's hard, but I want you to put yourself back in the mindset of that night when you're taking that video.
Sure.
At that time, did you take any notice of Joseph Rosenbaum?
No. From the video that we have, the moments that I saw him, he appeared to be operating like everyone else, maybe.
Could we go to that timestamp that I indicated? I think it was 56, something like that. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me turn on all the monitors again. I think
And if you guys would share the stream, I want to go ahead and make sure, like I said, there's a lot of things that we all witnessed, and I want to make sure we're all seeing this together and we can have our input, we can have our conversations. But if you would please, yeah, go ahead and share the stream. And I apologize for the white noise. Just want to make sure it's not my own tech, but it's there. It's happening in the courtroom. But share the stream.
What I'd like
Pick a
to do
personal
is
group,
play
friends group, whatever it
portion
might
of the
be.
video
family.
that shows you
Send it out.
leaving Ultimate Gas heading south on Sheridan Road. So I think that's about where we're at in this video. When we start it, if there's changes that need to be made, I'll let you know. So. Keep going 1 more second, please. Keep going, sorry. I'm sorry, keep going 1 more second. It's hard to predict. We've already established that the individual that is shown up here is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. And just off the screen to the right, we saw an individual who's been identified as Richie McGinnis. So I'm just reestablishing that for everybody. Can we continue forward now, please?
Further.
Did you say these stupid white people?
Yeah, they definitely need that.
So is
We've
this
already established also that this individual that I'm going to point to
Rosenbaum? Is that what they're pointing out?
is Joseph Rosenbaum.
Yeah, okay. I wish they'd show that again because that looked a lot like the guy that walked across my
Would you-
screen.
we'll
in
stop
the video
there.
we were just watching.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Washington, that as you pass by the defendant and Joseph Rosenbaum
That wood
heading
pointer though,
south
man.
on Sheridan Road, that the sequence of individuals is Mr. Rosenbaum is further south ahead of the defendant, Mr. Rittenhouse?
Correct. Yes.
In this photograph, we see a house in the background. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, if you could take a look at the map that is on the easel there. Would you agree with me that in this video, we are the point of view is you are looking west across Sheridan Road?
Yes.
The gun was
With
legal.
the laser pointer,
Kyle
can
owning
you
it was
show
not.
us the block on the west side of Sheridan Road that has houses in it? That is the block between 61st and 62nd Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
So at this point in the video, would you agree with me that you are on the east side of Sheridan Road, heading south, somewhere in that block between 61st and 62nd Street?
Yes.
Final question I have for you is you were asked about what Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing on his face. And I think you indicated that his face was obscured by the shirt. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you wearing a mask that night?
Yes. Yeah. You could tell by my voice. I was muffled the entire night. Yeah.
And this was in August of 2020 when there was a lot of COVID going around, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Is it fair to say that a lot of people that night had face coverings?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Yeah, the prosecutor and his big wooden pointer are killing me. Or anybody with a big wooden pointer is. So.
Any question?
Just a couple of things.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Washington, in that picture that you see there, you're not asserting that Mr. Rosenbaum is using that as a COVID mask, are you? That he's wearing a shirt over his face as a COVID mask?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think that calls for speculation as what Mr. Rosenbaum's intent was.
You don't know why he's put that he's wrapped his shirt around his face, do you?
No.
Okay. And you were asked by Attorney Binger in terms of the direction that people are heading, that Mr. Rosenbaum is further south than Mr. Rittenhouse in that picture, right?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree on that video, it doesn't appear that Mr. Rittenhouse is chasing Mr. Rosenbaum, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It appears they, like multiple other people, are simply walking south. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
That's not the picture.
This attorney does have a real Stanley Tucci vibe to him, doesn't he? And again, they're examining or questioning Corey Elijah,
I'm approaching the witness with the
who lives in
person.
Kenosha, is from Kenosha.
I'm going to ask if you can just identify that picture. That's D36, is that right?
Yes, D36.
Okay. And can you just tell the jury what that appears to be a picture of?
This appears to be a picture of, what is this, a toppled vehicle? No, that's not. That's a fire by some wood, and there's a dumpster here and people around it.
Okay. And if I could just direct your attention to, there's a person there wearing a blue, would you say that's a bandana? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's right. Blue bandana, sure.
No objection to the idea. So if I told you that we agree that that's Joseph Rosenbaum in that picture, okay? So Joseph Rosenbaum at that point is wearing you agree, a blue bandana over his face.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yep. Yep.
Judge, I would move 36.
Any objection?
No. So, Mr. Washington, so this is, that's Mr. Rosenbaum right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So some people were covering their faces for protection from COVID using those type of bandanas that night, right?
Yes.
Did you see anybody using their shirt to do the same thing?
Possibly, I'm not sure.
How is he supposed to know why people put a shirt over their face?
I mean, there's other than Joseph Rosenbaum. I assume you're implying, right?
Yeah.
No, maybe yes. Now that I recall.
No, maybe yes. My guy, Corey,
Mr.
is
Washington, thank you for your time, sir.
keeping it really aloof.
Any question, Mr.? No. You may step down, sir.
The state calls Detective Martin Howard.
Martin Howard is who they're calling now.
Stand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Martin Howard, Howard,
How are you currently employed?
the City of Kenosha Police Department,
How long have you been so employed?
a little over 10 years.
What is your current assignment?
Second shift detective,
How long have you been a detective with the Kenosha Police Department?
almost 3 years.
And prior to that, were you a patrol officer?
Yes,
On the night of August 25th, 2020, were you working as a detective for the Kenosha Police Department?
yes.
On that particular night, the night of this incident, what was your initial assignment on duty?
We had various duties. We conducted surveillance in unmarked squad cars, watching crowds and making reports on them in the radio. We also did things like go to gas stations and make sure all the pumps were shut off,
Why did you do that?
because we were receiving reports that there were people filling up gas containers at local gas stations, and to prevent further arson, we made sure that gas stations were not distributing gas.
Was there a certain time of day when you began that process?
Approximately 6 p.m. I know the curfew was at 8 p.m., so we were trying to make sure it was done before that.
When you were doing the activities you just described, were you operating in an unmarked squad car?
Yes,
Was anyone with you?
yes.
Who was that?
Detective Antaramian?
And that's Detective Ben Antaramian, who's here at council table as well?
Yes.
And other than what you've just previously described, what other duties did you have that night initially?
Another thing we did was take a post out on the interstate, and we had different detectives watching different exits just to provide a little bit of forward information on influxes of crowds coming in and reporting that to command so they could make better decisions.
Was that one of the things you personally did?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately where it was that you went out there to check on the interstate?
I spent time at different exits on I-94.
Did you see anything unusual?
There were some cars coming.
And were they ones that you felt necessary to report on?
Yeah, there were several different times while this was going on that we would make a report of a larger group of cars coming in seemingly together.
Why did that concern you?
Well, if you saw an influx of cars with license plates removed, that was a telltale sign for us that they may not be coming to Kenosha to conduct regular business.
Was there a time?
Keep in mind,
that
they had
particular
all of the
night
off
in
ramps
which any of
blocked. All the major off ramps
off-ramps
from the freeway.
interstate into Kenosha were closed.
Yes.
Do you know
There we go.
approximately when that was?
I believe that started on Monday, the 24th,
And do you remember what time of day?
later on in the afternoon.
And was that something that was also in effect on Tuesday night?
Yes.
We had to like drive
And you
around.
indicated the curfew
like,
was at 8 p.m. that night?
the
Yes.
Prairie place.
What part
to get
of
back in.
Kenosha did that affect?
The city of Kenosha.
What did that curfew technically mean for citizens of Kenosha?
It meant for everybody to stay home.
Not be out on the streets, driving
Yes.
around, going to the store, walking around,
Yes.
things like that?
Mhm.
What about if you wanted to stay on your own personal property? Was that allowed?
Yes.
What about if you wanted to be on your business property? Would that be allowed?
Yes.
So in addition to what you've already described, patrolling the exits, gas stations, doing a little bit of surveillance and things, were there any other responsibilities that you had that night before the events that we're going to talk about here started?
Yeah, there were several others. Another thing we would do is we were receiving a lot of reports, 911 calls of different things going on. A lot of these calls were unfounded, but we still, every 911 call we get, we still have to check it out and make sure that things are safe there. So we would respond to locations where incidents were reported to see if something was going on. And if something was going on, we would verify that and do what we could.
Is it fair to say that on this particular Tuesday night, you and most of the rest of the Kenosha Police Department was out there in full response to issues going on in our community?
It depended on the issue.
But it wouldn't be normal for you as a detective to go to gas stations or the interstate exits or things like that.
No, a typical day for me is I'm in the detective bureau conducting follow-up investigations, occasionally going out and talking to witnesses, gathering surveillance footage, that sort of thing. But mainly on a normal day, I'm in the detective bureau.
Now, did there come a time in that evening when your assignment changed?
Yes,
When approximately was that?
just before midnight.
And can you tell us more about that?
There was a report of a shooting in the area of 60th and 63rd in Sheridan. And at that time, we initially got a report that there were 4 homicide victims.
And that was a report you personally received?
Yes.
And as a result of that, did your assignment that evening change?
Yes, at approximately 12:30, Detective Vance Raymond and I were assigned to investigate this case.
And since that time, 12:30 a.m. on August 26th, the
Yep.
following morning, have you and Detective Antaramian been the primary lead detectives on this case?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what you have done personally in the course of that investigation?
One of the main things I did was go over the internet and try to find as many videos as I could of this incident. There were a lot of videos on social media. So I do Twitter searches for Kenosha and find videos that contain the incident and save those.
Twitter.
There were also Facebook live streams like Mr. Washington's that we just saw. I was able to locate that and save that from Facebook. And there were
And then shut down my
several other
Facebook page.
locations that videos were found. Some private citizens came forward with video. We gathered those.
Now, you said that about 12:30 in the morning on the night of August 25th, early morning. Oh, sir.
Apparently the lunch has been delivered early and some of it's warm, I think, so that I don't know if the jurors want to have warm, soggy, or cool, soggy sandwiches. So let's break a little early for lunch. And please don't talk about the case during the break. Let me ask that you return at
So,
my,
sorry. Doesn't what were you backgammon?
well,
You
I'll have
gotta-
to work. I'll have to change my plans.
You got a bridge tournament you got to get to? What? Just what?
So
do you,
please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And okay.
there's a Matlock marathon starting at noon. Like, what is it that this judge has going on that he's like, well, my schedule. I don't
All
know.
right, you heard his honor. The Honorable Bruce Schrader is the trial judge presiding over this case in Kenosha County, Wisconsin. Again,
Kenosha County, Wisconsin. Like I said, maybe I don't know. Murder She Wrote's on. I don't know, but this judge is comical, man. You know, while they're jumping into, I want to go ahead and revisit some of the footage we were just watching, but I also would like to encourage people to take a breather, get some food, refill their coffee. Jeopardy is on there, Krista. Okay. All right, cool. Well, congrats to you and Beers. Kimberly, so to be clear, real fast. Sorry, I'm trying to pick on these. I did talk to the defense. I talked to the prosecution. I talked to the ADA. I talked to private investigators. You know, maybe that's why I'm not being called to testify, because they had all of my testimony already. I don't know. I don't know why I wasn't subpoenaed. Yeah, I don't know. But hopefully they have enough of what I gave, what I offered them to, you know, effectively, you know, try the case as they need it. I'm sure they have plenty of other resources that aren't me. But there's a lot of people that were there, so we're gonna go ahead and pause that one. But I am going to do this for you guys real quick. We were watching this footage here, and I might even let it run. We'll do this. Have 1 second. Here we go.
But just to kind of show you what to do really quick. And
So, like I said, I had to pull a restream of my stream. So what we're watching right now is my footage from night 2 in Kenosha, the night of the riots, and can I play the dumpster fires? I'm not sure. I mean, there's a lot of fires. I don't know. That's a good question. You know, someone's asking. Chad Alvarez. Oh no, sorry, not Chad. John Volt over on YouTube says no arson convictions, no assault convictions. Just wondering, did any of the people that attacked Kyle get charged? There's a lot of things that happened. I'm curious about what other charges are coming up. I know there was, you know, some what do they call them, curfew violation, things like that. But I mean, there was a lot of arrests. I would love for someone to pull up in the stats over here what the arrest, what the number was on the arrests. Also, I'd love to know if people could tell me and there's the flag going down right there, which was a big moment, actually. Yeah, the flag just dropped, man. That was.
There goes the American flag. I got it, man. I'm good. Okay, it's good. You want to grab that flag?
We'll grab it. I'll grab it.
I care about my life more right now. I feel safely with.
It's wild. We had 26,000 people watching this live with us. There's a kind of a mob of people that were around me. And they just moved everybody within this area too, pushed them down the street. And again, anyone that's watching this for the first time, this is the Department of Correction building right here that's on fire. And
Oh, hey, don't run up on him.
yeah, I was just telling the people that are behind me, they were running up on the police, and I was like, dude, don't do that. You don't need that to happen. He kind of set the flag on the ground, and I picked it back up. I was asking somebody to.
Yeah, he does.
I think one of the officers actually came through. And,
I got it.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm gonna take this, make sure it doesn't end anything wet.
But you can see the building in the background. There's the furniture store on the right. To the left, there's fires burning back behind those buildings. Then you have this building fully engulfed.
Thank you very much. Good man. Appreciate you. No.
I don't know the comment that led up to that, but yeah, that's a solid solid question to ask. You know, there's, like I said, everyone's got a personal attachment to what happened, that was there.
Yeah, thank you guys for being with us out here, man.
So yeah, there's going to be a little bit of buffering. But man, that flag coming down, man, it really was symbolic, I think, for me personally. And I don't know what it meant to everyone else. But it always broke my heart to see people burning the flag. But again, it's up to them to personalize it however they feel. People, we can make the same argument. Why do they put American flags on flip-flops and on paper plates, when you're going to burn that in a fire at a barbecue somewhere on the 4th of July, or walk on the flag.
I'm pretty sure there was nobody in that at all.
It's a personal attachment. And like I said, I didn't know how I would feel about it until I saw it happen. And then I really felt like I felt a personal attachment to the flag at that point. I think it represented a lot to me. More of a people like falling down, not so much just a flag. And I feel like it was important for us to preserve that. So that flag actually made its way back to the city. We gave it to the VFW, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and it made its way around, but it made it back to the city of Kenosha. Where it is exactly right now, I don't know, but we made it. It made it back to Kenosha where it belongs, and I would love to see it on display. I don't know if they're allowed to because it's tattered. I don't know the flag flying rules 100%. But I know that's part of it. You can hear the hiss. You guys are listening to that. I hope you can hear it on your end. What's interesting is people ask me a lot, are you a patriot? Are you a patriot? And through the course of all the things that have happened in the country, giving yourself a title like look at that, that's wild. Like you got the furniture store over here burning, you got a tow truck burning, and this church right here to the right, that's right up against it all, and all these cars, like this one right here to the left, all of these ended up on fire. They all went up in flames, but I won't allow myself to get given a title, like a patriot or an anti-fascist, Antifa type thing. Though I do not adhere to fascism, I'm against fascism. I'm 100% patriotic.
This is hard to watch on my end, guys, too. I hope you know that. This is, what you're seeing, of course, is a car in a building. That building's been here for 30 years, apparently. Buddy, the owner, is a local resident, long-standing part of this community.
Chris, I don't think that's a fair question to
Plus,
ask.
as best I know, from
I don't
what I
think
was told.
the two are related.
There's a church right here, Holy Spirit Community Church, right next door to this.
Did
fire.
you watching the flag hit the ground affect
There
you
it
any
is.
more than watching O.J. Simpson drive his Jeep or watching, the Bears win the Super Bowl? Like they're not related. Every incident that you go through is your incident. So if you think it's all or nothing, I think you're confused. I think that's the problem that you might have. A lot of people have. Someone in the comments just said, did that flag hitting the ground affect you more than seeing a man lying dead in the street because of Kyle? And when you say seeing a man lying dead in the street because of Kyle, you mean watching someone get shot and die, and then watching another man get shot,
is on fire right now.
and all the things that I've seen. Everything's affected me, and everything's affected me in a different way. That did hit different, and it's. If you think that I'm supposed to ignore that, like forget everything else, this is the only thing that's important. I think you're missing the point of everything. It's not all or nothing. It's not with us or against us. It's that's not what it is. It's that kind of bullheaded mentality, I think, that's causing so much of a rift in our nation to say, like, hey, you either recite my words, you walk how I walk, act how I act, think how I think, or you're the enemy. I think that's where people have got it twisted completely. Your life. No, it's not very much the same, Chris. You're way off. You're way off. But I think everyone in here would disagree with you. I'm attached to everything that I'm saying here, and if you're not hearing that, you're not watching it.
I already went to the residents across the street over here. Let them know the fire was spreading aggressively, and there's nobody.
So you're to draw to point, and then I'm going to leave it alone because it's kind of you're kind of just aggravating me now at this point, Chris. But to see all of this, the destruction, the violence, the damage, people's homes being destroyed, people being put out, people like watching people write on their buildings, children live upstairs, please don't burn my home down. Like, if you don't think that that is going to have an emotional attachment to people, if you don't think that that's not going to get you, if that doesn't touch you in your heart or your soul somewhere, there's something wrong with you. And if you think that, well, none of that shit should matter because someone got killed, someone died, so nothing else matters, you're wrong. You're very wrong. I guarantee the persons whose houses burned down, the businesses that were lost, all of that affects them too. I stood on the street with people that were crying, that are watching their houses burn. I stood on the street with people that are watching their businesses burn. I stood on the people that were just terrified, not knowing what was going to happen in their city. And that all affected them, I guarantee you, just as much as anybody else, because it's their personal experience. So I would go ahead and say, Chris, there's no perspective for you to put it in. You weren't there. So just accept that and keep pushing on your comments. All right. And I'm going to stop addressing it right now. But these people are, you're about to get blocked, dude. You're saying some real ignorant stuff, and honestly, I just don't like it. So, but for everyone else that's on page here that appreciates where we're at, I hope you can understand that what we're seeing here is
church right here. This is
the
community
city
church,
unfolding
it's
into
empty right
chaos,
now.
which led up to multiple shootings.
Oh, fuck, hold on.
But they talk about those
Can't breathe that
maps.
smoke.
It's almost impossible to breathe. With all the, I mean, you have diesel fuel burning, you got gasoline, just like all of the stuff that was in the air was just terrible.
We have a furniture store on fire. We've got both of these cars burning right here in front of this community church.
I'm not gonna block anybody just yet. Like I said, he's just annoying me. So
You got the Department of Corrections building burning and blocked down the street.
people's
that way.
businesses burning to the ground is apparently what brought out Kyle Rittenhouse and the militia folks to protect businesses and people. So yeah, it did lead to the shooting. So yeah, it all is very much tied together. So the perspective that you're trying to draw is to say that none of this matters. It all very much matters. All this court case wouldn't be happening. They wouldn't be asking these questions and watching footage of people pushing a garbage can around on fire if it didn't matter. Obviously, it all very much matters. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And the perimeter they're setting up is around a fire hydrant, which is, I think you might see it over here to the right. But they finally set up a perimeter on that block right there, and then they down the street over here to the right. They set up another perimeter down by the other side of the church where the tow truck was burning. So right down that block right there. They blocked it off. They weren't able to get in there with the fire trucks though. So that one just, I think, kind of just burnt out. I think the fire department finally got in there. I wasn't on that block when it happened. I made it to Uptown. But I mean, guys, look, man, that's just madness. And if I had more of an aerial view, you'd be able to see to the right over here is where the car lot, where all those cars are on fire. And then you got the DOC building, furniture store. behind me, directly behind me, was destroyed. The car lot there was destroyed, and there were small fires that were up and down the street. And to the right of me, they tried to light that one on fire, which you might even see in this video, which is that building right there in front of me. This one on the right, like someone threw a Molotov. They attempted to light something in the back of the store on fire. And I believe that that's on footage. I think we have footage of that as well.
You can see the electrical wiring over there. Oh, sorry.
That was the other thing.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think I walked.
Yeah.
I walked into a cop on that one. I ran into him. I was looking in one direction, filming, and smacked into him. There's Lakota right there. And then you can see the fires burning back there, and there's that.
If you guys are watching this right now, share this stream. Put that out there.
I echo what that guy just said. Share the stream.
You see, you got these melted wires in the road.
Yeah, these power lines are coming down
from the fire. I'm gonna stay on this block for a while, guys, before I go anywhere, just to make sure we can see everything happening right now. Here comes the fire department.
I don't know if you can hear people. I was walking by people that were just standing on the street. They were crying. They didn't know what to do, man. And that broke me down, man. At one point, I just had my feet down on one of those cars, and I kind of broke down myself. Because I think it all just clicked at one point. And I was like, damn. You just, like I said, helplessness. You just feel like there's nothing you can do.
And you keep going.
They stopped at the DOC building, which was maybe it's because they went when they could secure. And I think I had.
Hey, are you guys starting with this one? Hey, are you starting with this one?
This is night 2 of the footage.
Are you starting on this one? There's residents right up on the other side of that building right there. They're out in the yard right now.
The day before the shooting.
2 multi-dwelling units that are butting up against the back of that building.
We can't get in. We don't have a way in.
To the building? I know what you're doing. I'm gonna let you do it. I'm just telling you, there's residents out in the street out here that are trying to make sure this fire doesn't get to their house.
Hey, big shout out to the Kenosha Fire Department, man. Like they had
put this building out first, which is the Department of Corrections.
They had all the fire departments from the surrounding counties. They were all there.
That infuriates me. I don't know why this building
is
all by itself, from what I can tell.
Yeah.
Just take. I mean, I'm sure as a fireman, he has his reasons, and I'm not trying to oversee and overstep, but
they're putting in time that night, man.
Right now is,
and if anything, like with the church and everything else, like the importance. I don't know how they placed the priority on it. That was a big deal. But yeah, the DOC building was all by itself over there.
Concrete wall.
But yeah, it was just one big concrete building. But at this point, it was done. Like, I think you can see the back door here. There's a fire extinguisher sitting there, which almost was ironic. But yeah, that building, there's nothing savable in that building right there.
Just the backside of the building.
That building's done. Like it's shot.
You read the sign right here. Do with it what you will.
It's employee parking only. Violators will be ticketed and towed at owner's expense. But you all over the building, you got like kind of the ACA, the ACAB, which is all cops for bastards, and you got like the F12.
Right now is, I don't know, man. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna catch up with what's happening over here. This is just making me so angry.
So then I think we get down. I think I meet up with Lakota at some point in here, and we end up going down towards. There's a credit union down here. It's on fire as well.
You have the backside of this church.
So yeah, we're moving down
this block right now. I feel from what we saw last night, it
was tough because there's so much smoke, man. It was man. My lungs were shot last year, man. I went from this to Salem.
3 vehicles.
I went down to the wildfires in Oregon. And we were helping
it keeps going, the building behind it. No, it is concrete.
Evacuate animals. I mean, see how many more cars are on fire over there now.
The DOC is where the fire department is started at the block here. And then this B&L furniture plant.
Yeah, man, that's. And you got the furniture store right here, and you can see that's just a.
You can see it's fully gutted.
Yeah. So again, this is just stuff like I said. They
get out in front of the line here so I don't get stuck.
Yeah, Stephanie, I will. Something that you're not getting. Well, when they were watching this footage, these other clips, I think that it's better to give us, full scope of what I saw, what a lot of you saw, what apparently right now 27,000 people in 100 were watching at that time. Yeah. So let's get the conversations back up over on YouTube, you guys. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I'm not over there monitoring YouTube chat, but if it's going to get stupid, I'll just go ahead and start kicking people.
Just getting coverage, guys.
The police were. I mean, I had my press badge and all that stuff, but I mean, at this point, they didn't really care. No, they didn't really give a shit. They were, they were just kind of like, man, get out of our way. We don't care what you're here to do.
I thought he was saying they had no way to get to the street. What he was really getting at was, like we've made clear, the fire department won't come into an area without protection. They're not going to move themselves into a riot. And my guy.
Hey, Keith, DM me.
Turned into a wild night after all.
Oh, I knew it was going to happen.
You're going to be around tomorrow night, too?
Keith Andrew, DM me, please.
This is all. I mean, you can see, guys, in the background there, that house is now seeing the flames. I just hope these people have come out and actually gotten out of their house, because the fire department is not there yet, and they're putting their attention on this DOC building over here, which I don't know if it's because they didn't have access. Sorry, man, I'll talk to you in a minute. I don't know if it's because they said they didn't have access to these houses over here.
Yeah, you guys. Yeah, if you have locations out in the Kenosha area, I know we got a lot of folks that are amazing that have reached out. And Christian,
Hey, have y'all got everyone else out of these houses?
Yeah, and I'll put the APB out. And
okay,
we're just trying to get people out of houses.
No one else in there, right? There's nobody else in that house, is there? No animals or children or anything? There's animals? Have the animals been taken out yet? Can we get them moved somewhere?
Man, yeah, we're just trying to get people.
Can you get the right here?
Okay. Man.
Debbie? She's in the house? Okay.
Yo, Matt, take it easy. Let's not attack people's character or whatnot. Let's chill on that one. We're on YouTube.
Yeah, hey, would you help him check those hoses?
Man, you see, people wanted to help. People came out of their houses and like they were just trying to find a way to be involved. But like,
I don't know if we can get them from here.
Yeah, man, I didn't even know what I was doing. I was just
I can't go around the
doing
other
my
way.
best to kind of help people.
Hey, you guys live right around here? Yeah. Hey, the house that's on the other side of this furniture store right here.
Sorry,
blue one
Stephanie,
has
you got your
animals
work
in it,
cut
and
out for you.
they haven't got the animals out yet. The people are out. They had nowhere to put those animals. So if you guys are able to talk to the guy on the other side of this fence right here, maybe we can move the animals to one of your houses. Yeah. Yeah. So right here to the right. Hey, right over here. Hey, right here. That guy. Hey, if y'all want to talk to him, Ryan, you better don't get so close, bro. But yeah, they got animals.
Mama,
in the
I
house,
don't know
right?
what you
These
said
houses
over on
over here have
YouTube or
people
what
got out.
happened,
There's still animals
but
and maybe some people.
I like I said, I'm monitoring.
We
the
just need to
channel,
make
right?
sure
Someone else is.
anything living is out of those houses. Ryan, I guess his name. He said he has animals in that house, and I think maybe the brick house right here as well. But in the one right up there in the front, y'all, we need to make sure if you guys know the neighbors, reach out to them right now. Make sure they're not in that house. Okay, well, make sure all their animals are outside too. I saw some dogs in the windows. I want to make sure that the animals aren't stuck in there.
Yeah. That was crazy. Yeah, because we had animals in the building. We were trying to get
Because
out.
they're working on the DOC building for some reason, which is standing by itself in a parking lot. There's no other houses around there except for a concrete freeway.
Oh shoot, I missed.
Oh, they got some fire trucks over here now. Okay. God. There's still tear gas there. This is fucked up, man. You got people that are dealing with the fire and they tear gas people.
Yeah, that was bad, man. I remember they had to clear everyone out of the area to get the fire trucks in, but in order to do that, they had to tear gas everything. And so you're dealing with like all the smoke in the air from the fires, and then you had the tear gas coming through as well.
No, I'm from Seattle.
Man, it was.
What's your thing? CJTV?
I think my brother's watching the thing right now.
There's a lot of people watching right now. So yeah, shout out to your brother.
It's a dick statement. A lot of people watching. Well, yeah, like I think it was 20, a little over 27,000 people live. Like I said, you guys remember we had up over 85,000 people live watching the show at one point. Which
What they did, I
didn't even know that
understand
was
the
possible.
mentality behind it. They had to clear their area, make it safe for the fire department to come in. Normally, the National Guard would come in and riot
So yeah, this is where they were.
situations, but I didn't see any National Guard. But they did have the police come down, state police. It looks like come down and clear everybody out. You can hear him talking about the power lines that are down on the other side. We saw that transformer explode in the background, guys. You can hear that truck. Fuck, man, they need another truck.
So the thought that I had at this point
Spread quick.
was
You can hear it starting to blow up too. All the
Cars
cars over there are going to
exploding.
start spreading just like last night into that building. That's the last building on the block. From what I've seen as I circled the block, there's nobody in it. But that building catches, that fire is going to be huge, and it's going to spread to the houses right across the street over there. Okay,
it's
they're
so
back there
hot,
working
man. I
with the
remember
residents.
just how
Hopefully they're gonna be
crazy
able to-
hot that all was too.
You had, I think the guy's name was Ryan, had a garden hose. We were able to pull over the fence, which, I mean, this is hosing down the sidewalk, but when that's all you can do, I mean, you just do what you can do. What you guys are hearing in the background there are those, like the hydraulic tanks on the tow trucks, the tires, those big ass tires are exploding.
Yeah.
Any kind of smaller tanks inside of the little vehicles. They've got smaller ATV type vehicles
There's
back there
Lakota
too.
again
That are
right
just
there.
basically like little accelerants, like just full of gas and ready to explode. You're hearing that. I hope you guys can hear what I'm hearing right now.
Yeah. It's funny. Jackie Cox said that you were so calm. Yeah, but I was.
I'm gonna have to plug my phone in, guys. Hey, I'm gonna tell everyone right now, for all 26,500 of you that are watching right now, if anything happens to the feed, come right back on.
It was
What's up, my
scary.
guy? How are you? Come right back on. It's just because the heat
It was
around here
scary.
is so intense that what it'll do is it'll shut the phone down, and I'm having to run off that right now. And I have a battery pack and my other phone running for hotspots. There's a lot of technologies, as y'all know, I don't like, but it's working in my hand right now. So if the feed drops, y'all, if the feed drops, come back on, refresh. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna be out here until this is over. Just stay with me, okay? I
Yeah.
can't guarantee that everything was gonna run smooth.
Man.
Obviously, there's no guarantees in what's going on right now. So
Yeah, I gave
I appreciate you guys
depositions.
staying with me and
Yeah.
sharing the
or what?
stream.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. So
people see what's going on out here.
people that are asking about if I'm going to get subpoenaed, that's going to come up a lot. I'll keep addressing it. I wasn't subpoenaed to actually show up in court, but I did give my statement to the prosecution and the defense
not nearly as big as it
and the
was.
private investigators. So they're going to do with that what they will. But I'm surprised that like Andrew and I weren't summoned. It just, yeah. Hey Keith, thank you, appreciate it. Yeah. What Raven Sprague. Yeah, Drew said the same thing I said. I wouldn't really want to testify, honestly. I wouldn't want to be on the jury either. This is all stuff that I would be, man, I would, I'd want to, man. Yeah. this is what's tough because there was music playing. I think I tried to get I think right here we went into the building here, into the gas station. The windows were all smashed in. People had gone through here, ransacked it, robbed it, I think. But I was in looking for fire extinguishers. I wouldn't want to be on the jury, man. I honestly, they got their work cut out for them, man. This is, especially with the way the questions are going right now. That would just, it would be a real pain in the ass, man. Trying to go through all that and trying to maintain a unbiased, unsaturated viewpoint. Which I mean, Jamie Chiraboga over on YouTube. What's interesting is my Facebook account did get shut down after this. I mean, they gave a real cryptic message, but I think there was a lot more going on. Yeah, it was one of those things. Kimmy Cappengast. What did I say was wrong? I don't know. I'm not sure, Kimmy. Yeah. Yeah. So it'd just be tough, man. To be on this, because honestly, having to go through it all again was an emotional situation too. Having to relive it all, but yeah.
There's no way to get in there.
But also, man, I mean,
I was able to find 2 fire extinguishers in that auto shop, but
yeah.
I was hoping that this brick wall here.
I don't know. Maybe I'd be okay with it. Who knows, man?
Durable enough to keep the flames from getting in.
They have all my footage, so there's the detective was saying. The detective they have it there right now, Martin Howard. He said that he went through and found all the social media footage. I believe I talked to. Actually, I think that might be the detective I talked to, who reached out to me several times, and about just this. Brandy Crosby says, Karen Gibson, hope you never have to protect yourself with a firearm. You might change your mind. Yeah, I've never had to protect myself with a firearm. I've been in more scuffles, more fistfights than I'd care to admit. But I think I'm a big guy too. I'm a big guy, and not that I'm playing the whole. I don't want to get in trouble for not saying things properly about gender equality, of course, but I don't have to deal with the same stress that a lot of people do. Dutch said it would blow my CIA cover if I testified.
Why would you have a fire extinguisher that...
You're so right. But now we're coming for you, Dutch. But yeah, he lived it. CJ was like, yeah, I was pissed, man. I was like, man, why have fire extinguishers? It's not up to code. It's not up to code, man.
So, of course, the 2 fire extinguishers I was able to find inside this building, neither one of them have any fire extinguishing capabilities.
Fire extinguishing capabilities. Yeah, without the ability to do what their original coating was made for. Man, it's crazy how quick those things go up too. They just disintegrates everything, anything burnable, the rubber, and then the heat from those fires is something hard to explain, man. Jackie Cox. At this point, I'm creeping up on 2 years, just shy, a year and 8 months is what I've been doing. My independent journalism, whatever you want to call it. live interactive social viewing. I don't know. What up, Baba? How you doing, man? Welcome to the game. Thanks for showing up. A little late in the giddy up there, Bowie. But yeah, so the fire department, like before, they were saying they had trouble getting into these places, but what they had problems with was they had to clear the area completely of people so the fire department could get in there because they're not law enforcement. Excuse me. So far, nothing significant has happened. They finished questioning Corey Elijah from Kenosha.
Hey, tell him I'm right.
Oh yeah, I
Across
heard
the
Drew.
street from the furniture store fire, kitty corner from the Budget Motors.
I'm trying to figure out where Drew's at this point. He cut his hand pretty good, so he was bleeding. We had to use
I have no idea.
garden ferns and mud to pack the wound. And a sock.
Fire extinguishers are completely empty. There's nothing. There's fire burning behind me.
Yeah, the Lion of Yah. They really all they've been talking about so far today. Abdul, that's what's up, man.
That's just. It looks like they're getting the fire put out across Sweet Lawn.
Man, I look wrecked. Look at that guy. I'm gonna look wrecked right now. That's my walking face right there.
Hopefully they come over here next. I'm gonna get
But
up
man, yeah, it was
fire starting to lick my back.
so hot, man. No matter where you went, it was hot that night, no matter what. But then when you walked out, they had a police line down here. They started as well. That was so you're on like the main drags right here, right? So this, like I said, there's this church right here. You got all these cars ended up on fire. They were just moving down. My whole goal with the fire extinguishers was to stop these ones from catching on fire, but nothing doing. Those fire extinguishers didn't work. Plus, I don't even know if they would have done anything anyway. They were just kind of, Are you and streamers like Kevin paid for your footage by prosecutor? No, Linda. No, we not at all. No, I think no. You'd be amazed with how much money we don't make on footage. There are people that are good at doing that. That's what they do. Is yeah, I did need an hair after that. Definitely. I just never made it a point not to sell my footage, and so I didn't. I think the only piece of footage that made its way out that I got paid for was because they used it anyway. Was when the police officer in Seattle ran over Trumpet Man's head. Make a couple $100 on that. That's about it. But other than that, no, you don't make. I mean, I didn't. Honestly, I wish that I'd have figured out how to pivot that and do it, but because they take your footage anyway. You know what I mean? CNN did a good job of coming out to Kenosha the day after the fight, the day after the shooting, and they came to the hotel that Andrew and I were staying at and they interviewed me. Man, look, that's crazy. Like, that fire. It's so loud too. But they came out and interviewed me because they asked if they could have my footage, and I said no, but I'll let you talk to me. You want to interview me because I don't want it to be like Corey Elijah was saying. Man, that's crazy. I remember I haven't been around a car fire in a while, but those the big tires in that tow truck, like when those blew up, and then like the hydraulic tanks and stuff. But
so close up.
Yeah. How long does a court lunch last? 30 minutes. I'm not sure. I think they go an hour, but I'll check the court cam for us here.
Smell the whole nothing but burned building in the air. That's all you can smell. Down at the end there, that
watching
structure
today. In
fire
fact,
is burned
he's
down
even
to the
standing
base.
right now. He actually stood.
So
Hey,
yeah,
was that building right there?
they're still at lunch, I believe. They started early. What was it? Maybe
The social media influencer, as he described it yesterday to the jury, but he says
no, they're doing a recap still, so we're good there.
Can't go this way. They've started to block that off. Looks like they're starting a small fire on that one right there too. So that one's County Credit Union I was talking about. Is it on fire on the inside?
What's funny, man, is this is okay. So this is when Lakota and I get to know each other. Lakota was like, "Hey, man, can I roll with you?" And he had his first press pass was like laminated, like an 8.5 by 11. It just said like press, and had his,
they're gonna still be able to hear those.
his outlet.
So this is a county credit building.
And
That's the more of those cars that were burning in the back
Man,
against that church, guys. You remember that last night?
he was poor guy. Like, first thing we did was went down to this credit union and
well.
start trying to like put out fires.
You from here? Yes, sir. You ever seen anything like this before?
I gotta be honest with you, unless it's on TV, no.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. You're good, man. I saw that.
Hey, Watchmen, for you and Dutch, you guys chill out over on YouTube, please. Let's not. Don't put yourselves in a situation where you get a timeout. I mean, go into sidebar, man. DM each other.
Yeah, absolutely. You can definitely hang with me.
But you know, as long as you're keeping it respectful. Sorry,
you can hear
Steph.
the distance there, guys. The police are shooting those paintball guns, not paintball, but the pepper balls at people.
Yeah, down here, the police were popping off on people that were starting these dumpster fires as well.
Get people to leave that area. And it looks like one of the fire chiefs is out here trying to direct traffic here. This building, this fire doesn't look like it's going to do much structurally.
My whole thought at this point, when I was there with Lakota, was if we could get this fire at least cooled out, like the fire department could move past where they were at with those dumpsters down there.
The fire department doesn't need any more problems than they've already got right now, trying to put these fires out.
Yeah, and get them down to the residential area so they could help keep the fires from spreading down to that direction.
One, two, three. Here we go. There you go.
So another note to self that I'm.
Hey, we take that for a minute, man. Hey, we take that for a minute.
Yeah, gotcha.
Thanks.
So we were trying to pull these boards that were on fire off the building. And there was like these the railroad ties that right there at the bottom that were on fire.
He's putting it out. He's putting it out. He's putting it out.
Yeah, the police rolled up on me and they were like,
Putting it out.
they were tripping at first. It was all over the police scanners. They're like, "Oh, CJ starting fires," and they're like, "Nah, we're good. He's trying to put them out." Was what we were trying to do at that point. Then I think I tried to do the fire.
Extinguisher in your trunk? We just got to get this to whatever the fire department on the other buildings.
Yeah, Eric Manning right here said, yeah, some called police on you. That thing that you were saying, but yeah, that came across the police scanner. Yeah, that's wild, man. I need to repent, Michael. I don't know what that means, but I do. I pray often. Now,
Marina, that is the county credit union. I will ask him. I was gonna ask him for the experience, but it. All right.
Lakota wanted to hang out. He was like, "Man, I just want to see what it's like out there." You know what I mean? And
the building.
first thing he gets is like us like kicking flaming boards off the side of a building, and like it was like, maybe this isn't what I want to do. Yeah, so let me check the court TV. No, they're still running over Corey's testimony that he gave. Kind of came a joke on our channel. So CJ when you need him. What's funny is I got a lot of grief for putting out fires and for being involved in trying to like slow the roll of these
fire engine pulling up.
Structure fires and stuff by the people in the protest community. They were like, "Ah, man, he works with the police, he works with this, he works with that," and they were getting on my helmet about the fact that I didn't want to see a city get destroyed. I didn't want to see businesses get burned down because I've never felt like that's any way to. Like, that's not how you're gonna get your message heard. You know what I mean? Like, there's no message on this building. We're just gonna destroy it, and then what? You know? But then the fire department had to stop here, put this out because before they can make it down to maybe a house that was on fire in Uptown or the places where people like lost their livelihoods and lost their homes. That being said, I had a lot of folks that were like flying off about the fact that I even involved myself in trying to stop the fire and whatnot. And I was like, it's just crazy. You know what I mean? I would hope that anyone would do the same. You know what I mean, sorry, it's really choppy. I think it's because we were so close to the heat that it was messing up the video quality. But we're gonna kind of skip past this, man. Get to a place where it's not so choppy. But I think it stays kind of choppy. So
yeah. Hey, thank you very much. You crack it open for me? We've been watching all day. Oh, I appreciate you so much. You can get it.
You need one?
There's man, the good city people, folks, man. You guys were great. The folks were coming out of their houses and dropping off snacks and water and umbrellas. At one point, it started raining. I think it was I don't know if it was raining, I believe, or maybe it was just those standing underneath the fire hoses. But they brought me an umbrella and a sandwich. I mean, things like that were. I mean, the city of Kenosha was amazing, man. It just opened up the opportunity for me to stay out there. But they brought me a battery pack as well because my phone was dying and I had no charger. So people were like, "Hey, we got you." I would just say it on the feed, "Hey, I need this," and it would show up. You know? Actually, Andrew was the one that told me about that from when he was on Lake Street during the riots in Minneapolis, following George Floyd's shooting, or George Floyd's death. It was like, "Hey, man, if you need something, just ask your chat." And I was like, I didn't even know what that meant, but I threw it out there, and like people would just show up immediately. It was amazing. That's the other side of that church building, and then down the block over there is where the furniture store is on fire. So they had kind of like blocked this all off from getting anywhere. And yeah, and then the DOC building down here on the right.
Holding up.
Well, see, we kept crossing paths with all the same like streamers that were out there. And no, Linda, again, I haven't been subpoenaed as a witness. They did subpoena, or they got all my footage and everything. So it'll probably show up in there somewhere. But it's funny watching some of the chat, man, the way people kind of like start getting on each other about certain things. But yeah, we make our way around the block here again.
I'll stop moving. Hold on one sec. Right there. And one more.
It's the DOC building, and we were trying to grab some screenshots, which we have all these things. If you want to come in and join the help me out in the chat here. It's a live stream clips gallery. I had to double check. One of the mods, you guys can post that up there. We have a ton of pictures and videos, place where you can put your pictures and videos too of things that from the stream that have come up. Also, man, come over and become a supporter. If we can put that link up as well while we're on a little bit of a break here. Some things I want to talk about is getting folks in as a supporter for our Facebook page and notifications. Get your notifications set up. Also, get in with us on the subscribe. Subscribe to all of them: YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. I believe if you have an Amazon Prime account, you get a free Twitch subscription. Which use that. Jump in on our Twitch, our YouTube. Yeah. So here we go. So we got CJ's live stream gallery is where you can go. CJ TV, sorry, live stream gallery on Facebook. Thank you, Stephanie, for that. Appreciate it. And
I don't know what those are called.
Yeah, and then we have yeah, hey, miss you too, Vic. I'll be back soon enough. Bella, yeah, hey, on Patreon as well, man. If you guys are able to jump in there, we're gonna be podcasts will be going up there here pretty soon. Plus, we're gonna be doing a lot of kind of just behind the scenes stuff, kind of like a day in the life type thing of where I'm at and some of the other stories I'm going to cover that for whatever reason become really controversial on mainstream media now or mainstream social media. So, where we at over here? Court TV is still on break.
So this is the side of that
There's
E
a
and
little-
L, I believe, buddies. So it looks like these guys got this one.
Yeah, so the fire department they come through there, they got that taken care of. This is night 2, guys. This is crazy. So this is things got thank you, Steven. Caputo, I appreciate you, man. Back to work. Love y'all. Later, y'all. Keith, yeah, man. Enjoy the rest of your day at work there, man. Yeah. So did mine. My dog did as well. Just so you know. I'll tell you this. Many of them are like homeless, trained kids, just drugs and hop training. Suspect of what? Is this somebody right there, Carol? Let's see. What's up, Carol? Hey, Carol, how are you?
Can't be going that far.
So, yeah, this is kind of like we get up to the police line here, and then this is protester and violent Kenosha, Wisconsin. Ain't that the truth, man? Ain't that the truth?
All right, guys.
Yeah.
The stream keeps going into signal loss. I might just have to cut the stream. Oh, I don't think this is enough. Let me check it on my other
Yeah,
side
we
real
ended up
quick.
having to cut the stream. And
See if you guys are seeing the same thing I'm seeing.
are you on fire again? No, Josh. This is like I said. This is footage from last August.
Being the case, then I will go ahead and have to cut the stream just for a minute, then come right back on.
And yeah, which I believe I ended up having to do was cut the stream right there and come back on. So, but I'm not going to do that right now. But I might just let this one go ahead.
Guys, I'm gonna have to reset the stream here real quick.
So we're gonna make that up. Take that off, and but yeah, we got. I mean, shoot, we got a lot of time ahead of us to look at footage, but we got a lot of footage to look at as well. So don't stress that. We got more stuff to go over, more things to look at, more things to talk about. But I believe that they should be. I think they started 3 Georgia men on trial for killing a jogger. Oh, from Ahmaud Arbery. Okay, yeah, they're. So it's wild. They're still working on the Ahmaud Arbery case. That's another one that's going to be a real hot button the case. Yeah, they're on date. So they did the entire Rittenhouse jury selection in one day, and the Ahmaud Arbery case they're on day 10 of jury selection there. That's wild, man. So yeah, well, I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at where we have Court TV here. They're still doing that. While that's going on, we're gonna go ahead and this up. Yeah, so what we can do here as well. Let me show this to you guys real fast, so you can kind of get a better idea of the terrain here. No, Eric, I wasn't always. I've actually thought about becoming a firefighter now, but it wasn't something that I thought about doing up and until all of this stuff has happened. And Wanda, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let me stop that screen, but I'm going to share this one. So, where are we at here? Chrome tab, Google Maps. All right, share that, pal. Okay. So let's add this to stream. All right. So this is the aerial shot of Kenosha. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and walk through this. So this is the Civic Center Park right here. This is where, like, we were doing this before. This is where it all sparked off, right? So let's zoom way out. You got Lake Michigan over here to the left. You see it zooms in. You got the Dinosaur Discovery Museum down here, which is in the same park as Civic Center, right? So this is all the Civic Center Park right here. And we're gonna get way down on the street level here and do this actually. So boom, this is where it all cracked off. So it started right here. The courthouse is across the street over here. They ended up building the fence there, pushed everybody out from this area. The school is across the street over here, post office over here. People ended up out in this street. Like I said, they were moving down this direction. The woman was out in front of this building trying to stop people from lighting it on fire, which they successfully did. However, they moved to this building right here. This restaurant, which wasn't open at the time, but this building burnt down. There was small. All the school was pretty well defaced as well. It was pretty smashed up. The windows, spray paint, things like that. Move us here to Car Source, right? So this is the Car Source location. You got the Bradford Community Church here on the left. The sign, that's one of the really famous picture that said Black Lives Matter. I think Andrew actually caught that. So Black Lives Matter. The church is in the background right over here. And we'll look at that footage here a little bit later. The Stella Hotel is over here. For those in the Kenosha area, that you know what I'm looking at here. We moved down the street this way. Car Source lit on fire. We made it this way. These cars were all smashed up. There's people on the roof of this building here as well. And if we go up here a little further, this is the gas station. Like I was saying earlier, it's crazy. It just changed from one gas station to another. So we got different timestamps here. 209. No, but this was street views from July 2017. Okay, so it's telling me the date. This is where everyone congregated. They spent so much time with Corey's footage talking about this gas station right here, about who was in what picture and who was doing what. The dumpster that was pulled from over here. Some of these garbage cans actually right here were the ones that were in question. They got pulled out and lit on fire and then moved around here. And that started a lot of controversy with people. Now, if we go this direction, okay, I was one block up. So we're on 65th Street right now, okay? I was standing right here when I heard the first shots. Rosenbaum was shot up the block this way. Now, if we're moving down this direction here, we'll take a look at where we were just looking at all those fires. So you've got this right over here. Let me move up this better. This car lot here was getting smashed up pretty good. All these cars were bashed up. The windows were all smashed out of the building. And people were trying to light this store on fire right here, actually. Someone had gone to the back of the store. They broke in and went to the back of the store and lit it on, tried to light it on fire. It didn't take, luckily. But then this intersection right here was kind of an iconic point for me. We had the furniture store here that was ablaze. The whole thing was up in fire. This is back here. I was talking to these folks behind the furniture store, trying to get them evacuated. Because as you can see, the furniture store goes right up. I mean, we had this, the flames were 100 feet in the air right here on the backside of the store. You had this small fence and then this multiple dwelling unit over here. But, but it sounds like we're back in court. So this is where the tow truck and everything was on fire. That's where we wrapped that last video. And the DOC building's over here, but I believe that court is back in, so we are going to go ahead and jump back into the court case, and we're going to pick back up with Stephen. Thanks everyone for the heads up on that. I appreciate it. What do we got here? With Court TV. We'll go into
He had a small cut on the inside of his lower lip, slightly offset to the right.
Who were they talking about? I missed that part.
There is a approximately 2-inch scratch below his left collarbone. There was some redness to the right side of his belly button, just above his waistline. There was an approximate 2-inch scratch on his left forearm. There was some redness on his right forearm. There was some redness on the tip of his right thumb. And on his back, there was a scratch somewhere on his left side. about the where the left shoulder blade would be in that approximate area. And also there were 2 bumps on the back of his head that was approximately here, so above the left ear. Both of those injuries on his head, I could not get to turn up in the photograph because Mr. Rittenhouse has very thick hair.
Oh, it was Kyle.
But with the gloved hand, I was able to feel it. And both of these bumps I would approximate to be the size of a penny. And the skin was slightly raised, and I was able to feel that with my hands.
Was that the extent of the injuries that the defendant reported to you?
Yes.
Now, I know you talked about getting some videos off the internet. Was there a time in which you also collected some physical evidence from the scene of the shootings?
Yes, at 63rd Street and Sheridan Road, yes.
And can you tell us about that?
That was on August 29th. We had a citizen by the name of James Pawarczyk. I might have gotten his last name a little bit off, but
I bet you did.
I think there were 2 W's in there. I think it was Pawarczyk. We got a report from that the citizen came to check out the area of where this had happened, and he located 2 shell casings underneath a silver Chevy Cruze in the Car Source parking lot.
Karen, that last name is Piwowarczyk. After receiving this report, did you go to that scene to check out these shell casings?
Yes.
Did you recover those shell casings?
Yes.
And what were they specifically?
They were 2 Aguila 223 REM shell casings, and the location of where they were located. The silver Chevy Cruze was right in the area of what I had seen on the videos of where the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum had taken place.
That was part of the questioning that I went through, actually. Now they're bringing it up, was about that car, because I had it on my film multiple times,
you
actually.
mentioned earlier that as part of your investigation, you searched social media, the internet, etc., to gather videos of this particular night. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go through some of those videos now in your testimony. Let me turn the TVs on.
I'm about to set up a viewing party here. Share the stream, folks, if you would, please. Put the stream out there. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. Go ahead and share it in some groups. Like I said, get a chance to watch something that we all watch. And remember, those numbers were up there with 85,000 people. I'm sure there's a lot of those folks that are curious about what's going to happen with this case. So, yeah, share that stream, people. Hit the like and subscribe button as well.
Well, the problem is, once again, that I have to ensure that the defendant can see it.
He'll have it on his TV.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you.
Me and that judge are on the same technology level. He said motion pictures and then corrected himself and said video. Someone pointed that out earlier. That's funny.
The first video that I'm going to show is on our. Oh, I hit the button. I apologize. This is a video which is on our list as exhibit number 18. And this is a video from a news source called The Rundown Live. So if we could begin this, begin playing this at the very start, please.
Kristan T. here is here at the Rundown Live, and I'm here with a bunch of militia. They're protecting a local car shop across the street. I saw yesterday is this one, there's video of it on YouTube, of this one burn. And we have that fire and people are hitting it with bats and a whole bunch of other things.
I have an objection to this audio being played and the editorialization. I don't have a problem with the video being played.
I think we've agreed to the authenticity of it. I think that the individual who recorded this is available to be subpoenaed if necessary.
Well,
I don't think it's.
there's a rule of confrontation.
Uh-oh. They're available to be subpoenaed. It's
Well-
not too late.
Start there. Start from that position and we'll see. This is a confrontation issue.
May we approach, Your Honor? I'm sorry. It's
No, because it'd be something that has to be a record and I'll have to send the jury out.
It's not, I don't believe it's a confrontation issue, Your Honor, because we're going to be here. We've already heard audio from other witnesses and we're going to hear more.
There was not an objection. I can tell you. If there's descriptive material, then
It's a lot of ones coming in on that guilty, not guilty poll.
the speaker.
There's not descriptive material of the defendant, Your Honor. This
Right.
is not a confrontation issue.
You've heard it before?
Yeah, I've seen it in its editorialization.
He's already made statements, assertions of fact.
He just made one.
He did.
I don't know why they try to veto the sound on this one. They didn't veto Corey's. Yeah, there's a chance I might get called.
Without the
I could
audio,
get
there will
subpoenaed
be
still.
times in which we will have audio of interactions with the defendant where he makes statements.
Defendant's statements are invisible.
All right, I'll do my best to alert you when those occur. So let's play without sound for now.
You hear that, Judge?
Yeah.
Pull that heavy breath.
When I studied evidence last century, the evidence textbook,
He's clowning
which
himself.
was probably
You can do it. Don't do it, man. He's about to pull out a photo album. Don't do it, dude.
probably about this thick. About a quarter of it was
That's not even open,
dealt
dude.
with the hearsay rule. You hear the word hearsay all the time, and the section on the hearsay rule began. There is nothing murkier in the law of evidence than the hearsay rule, and I can tell you from 50 years of experience that that is accurate. It is a rule that has many exclusions, and it has many exceptions. So some things that may seem to the untrained ear to be hearsay are not, and some things that don't seem like it are. Basically, the rule is that a statement of a non-testifying person cannot be offered to prove the truth of the matter which is asserted in the statement. The rule, this is something we actually referred to on the first day when I talked about what's introduced in evidence has to be under oath. It has to be subject to cross-examination. And that's not true of statements that are made by somebody who's not here while testifying as a witness.
But
He's not here on the stand, he's not under oath, and he's not subject to cross-examination.
But they allowed the Corey Elijah
this
his
person who's
footage.
describing this is occurring on a discussion that you or I might have.
But they could subpoena him,
if
so
it
he could
didn't
be
require
questioned.
The strict rules that we have in the courts, perfectly, ordinary conversation. But when it gets into court, and this is actually referred to in the Bible, St. Paul, when he was put on trial.
Is he going into Bible verse?
In this is, I think it's Caesarea. Well, it was over in Palestine, in Israel. He was.
This is blowing my mind right now. I can't.
He was accused of some activity, and he was a Roman citizen, which was
This is happening right
not
now.
common, but he happened to have been a Roman citizen, and
He's-
so he had rights.
Objection.
We share.
Did I just say it? I mean, I'm okay with the Bible, but
When they tried to put him on trial with evidence from which was being repeated by somebody who wasn't there and under oath, he said, "Where are the witnesses against me? I am a Roman and I have a right to confront my accusers. They should be here." And so that led to actually his
Gang,
voyage
gang.
to Rome to have his case heard before the emperor. So it's an ancient rule. It's strictly enforced. in the criminal courts.
You know what law actually
for
apparently
very
stands
obvious
for? It's an
reasons.
acronym for land and water. Land, air, water.
So that's what we're talking about here. And so if the person who's
Kyle,
got this descriptive material
Kyle
is
looks
here and can be
pissed,
put
bro.
under oath and
Look at him.
cross-examined,
He's like, yeah.
then it's admissible. But otherwise, it is not admissible through the officer here.
I mean,
you can play the video, and now one of
graceful.
the exclusions from the operation of the rule, there was reference here.
Watch the video, and I could
there were apparently statements.
walk them through it as well.
State claims were made by the accused.
Cindy says a simple no would have
There's an
sufficed.
exclusion. That is not hearsay. A statement made by a party opponent.
He's about to recite that entire
It's not
hearsay.
So he's entitled, the district
doctrine.
attorney is entitled to have the sound up during those if they are statements of the defendant himself. So, go ahead.
I will continue the video without sound.
Does anybody know what he actually made of?
shortly
Like,
where
what
we'll turn the
point
sound
did he
back
just
on.
make?
For now,
So,
we'll just play without sound.
is he allowing it or is he not allowing it? He just gave the most political possible thing that you could do. He just spoke around it, and then he quoted the Bible, and they just dropped the mic. I was like, all right, now you guys figure it out. Boom. Back in Palestine, a Roman once in the book of Leviticus.
Detective Howard, have you had an opportunity to watch the video we've been playing so far?
Yes.
Okay. May I set up that easel again, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you.
This judge is kind of flip-flopping on me, man. Like, I don't really know which way he's going on things because, like, he'll allow it.
Yep.
I don't know. Make it make sense, please.
Detective Howard, based on what you've seen in the video thus far, are you able to identify the location of where this video is being taken?
Yes, the videographer at this point in time is on the southwest corner of Sheridan Road and 59th Street. It looks like he's in the Car Source parking lot. I'd say about there. The viewpoint of the video is pointing north towards St. James Church.
And we've already heard some testimony about the fact that St. James Church on our map looks like it's got a structure there, but in the video, it's changed. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, St. James Church at this time, and a little bit prior to these incidents, was going through a demolition.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Well, the former school building,
Yeah, the school building.
not the church.
Correct.
Let's continue the video, please. Let's pause 1 second here, and can we turn the sound back on? I think everybody's in agreement. That is the defendant. Correct?
Could be it.
Okay. So let's turn the sound back on briefly for this section, please.
Is that a fact there, Matt? Northeast West
We're
Side?
live, done the rundown live. And as you can see, there. Do you have a good angle? Yeah, very cool. And you guys local or no? Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm Kyle, by the way. No, we'll do this. Coronavirus. Oh, dude, I'm not afraid of no coronavirus. Yeah. In fact, my shirt underneath it says I survived the coronavirus. There you go. Yeah, it's very possible. Was that? Oh, bro. Believe it or not, I've been doing this for about 12 years, so 41.
Decent. Oh, shit. How old are you? So I gotta turn it over because you can hear.
Or if it looks like somebody's
No, it's not
gonna beat me in the
Lakota.
club, then I need help.
This is the rundown live footage.
Non-aggression principle. You know, I don't want anyone hurt. They have medics too, and their medics are pretty helpful, even though they might be on the other side, if that makes sense. But they'll help me, okay? We got medics too. Okay, cool. So, are you guys? Do you guys mind?
We'll turn the sound off now, but continue the video. Thank you. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Let's go back a few seconds and turn the sound back on. There, let's continue with the sound at this moment for a little bit, please. Thank you.
They have medics too, and their medics are pretty helpful, even though they might be on the other side, if that makes sense. But they'll help me, okay? We got medics too. Okay, cool. So, are you guys? Do you guys mind? Is there a way up on the roof? Yeah, there is. But you gotta go through the shop, and we really want to know what else going through. Okay, no, that's fair. I thought I'd ask and make for some cool footage. But we got militia members.
Let's turn the sound off now, please. Thank you.
So the rundown live, just so you guys know, started by two guys. There's Kristen Harris and
Pause the video for a second there.
And Mike Pazensky.
I'm going to use. May I use that sister?
It's all. They're based right there out of the Kenosha area.
Marciana. I'm going to point out up on the roof
Milwaukee,
there is
actually,
Dominic
is where they're
Black.
based.
And there's not any dispute about this.
So they're an independent news and talk radio is what they do as well. So
on the screen here if I can. This individual here, which is the one with the lighter shirt on.
Good cats though.
No dispute on that. So that is Dominic Black up there. Thank you. Pause there. Now, can we please skip forward to the 30-minute and 25-second mark? All right, let's continue. All right, thank you. Can we play from there? No sound at this moment, please. Pause for a second there. I don't think there's any dispute on both. For the jury's purposes, I'm just going to point out this individual that is going to be walking towards the camera is Ryan Walsh. And then we just saw the defendant on a car that was leaning against a car that was off to the right of this. So he may come back into view again, but just wanted to point that out for the jury. Please continue. Can we stop 1 second, please? Can we go back to the point where the defendant comes into view and turn the sound on, please? Right there, please. Pause and let's turn the sound on, please.
All right.
Who's a fast runner?
Oh.
Run down.
Yeah, don't instigate. Don't just stand there. They're not going to cause any problems. So we got the militia here.
Stop. Sorry. Turn the sound off, please. Thank you. All right, let's go to the 48-minute and 45-second mark, please. Okay, can we turn the sound on for this, please?
We talked to them a little earlier, and they've been pretty nice to me. They've kind of let me come and go. How you guys doing? Who you with? The Rundown Live. So, got a reporter in the perimeter. All right, they're saying I'm in the perimeter. They're making awareness that I'm here. All right. And we got the militia here. They're trying to protect private property. They're trying to protect their property. Everyone got that right. No, that's not cool. But I think a lot of them just are scared. So. To protect their property, bro. These guys are trying to protect their property up there. Yeah, they're just trying to protect their property.
Oh, yeah, I know, but they...
Like, if that was my house and I didn't know what was going on, I'd be, you know... No, I think one of them, they clicked the laser pointer near... Because those things are loaded. That's not for fun. That's not for fun. That's not painful. But they got, yeah. Back to my point, not all militia should have guns, because if they're pointing lasers
Those are
at
facts.
people from the roof,
Those
that's
are
not cool
facts.
either. So that's what caused it.
Yeah, I think they're cutting the audio because of some of the language that's being used, or
De-escalation. Yeah, it is a de-escalation.
It's the same as the earlier objection. If he wants to play my client, that's fine, but this is editorialing.
Sorry, I was hearing myself in an echo on that one.
I understand the objection. The problem is there are portions of this that don't have anything to do with the defendant that describe the scene, and I'm trying to give the jury
That's
a sense of the
hearsay.
scene.
It's hearsay.
I'm not introducing anyone's statements for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm introducing it for the state of mind of the defendant as he watches
If
this
it's
scene.
not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's irrelevant.
No, it goes to state of mind, Your Honor.
State of mind of
the defendant. When he sees
someone else's, would you do me a favor and step into the library for a minute?
Ooh. Here comes the judge. So the Martin Howard is the
Please don't
detective
talk about the case while
that's
you're out of the room.
on the stand. Now listen. That's his first words. Wait, I'm putting bets on it. All right, now listen. He's going to do a point. He's going to lean in and be like, now listen here.
Okay. First off, the Court of Appeals very strongly condemns
No, it's close.
Sidebars, and we've used them for a number of purposes in this case, which I think everyone would agree have not touched anything which is an essential part of the case, and mainly have been management issues. But the Court of Appeals rightly wants to have a full record made, which cannot be made when we're having a little sidebar. So, and when you state your objections, then I've stated you have to state the objection here, or else I'll have to excuse the jury. And I think that was, we're going to get into this a little more deeply now. So I think we did the right thing to do that. And I will try to keep it so that they're not inconvenienced too much just being in the library here. No, let me just set the stage here.
It was a very important pause for.
I've talked about inaccurate things out on the media, and one of the things that I've read over and over and over again is about how I messed up the State against Jensen case, which is now pending downstairs. Actually, I had it 100% correct in the first place. I ruled that the disputed matter was testimonial evidence that had to be confronted, and your office appealed. This is 20 years ago, and it was fine. It was a big issue. It was a big case, and the state Supreme Court reversed and said, no, we're going to adopt a new rule that is to be applied in this case about waiver and forfeiture. And so it came back, and I said right in the record, this is going to get reversed again because it was an unsound ruling, unanimous. I hate to say that about the Supreme Court, but it's true. And of course, that has proved positive. So I tried the case according to the way the Supreme Court told me to try it. And that was 20 years ago. The man is still in prison. And the case has again been reversed because of the evidence that the Supreme Court told me to admit. I don't want to mess around with confrontation issues. I can't let you present evidence into this record, which is barred by the confrontation rule. And you're asking me to let this just run while this man is making descriptive materials to prove the state of mind of the accused. That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
First of all, Your Honor, nothing that's being said in this video can be construed as testimonial.
There was historical information that he was saying in the part that we did here.
It is not for testimonial purposes. He is not presenting it in anticipation of litigation. He's not giving it to law enforcement. It's not a report for the purposes of reporting a crime or for any pending legal action whatsoever.
Let's not even talk about it as confrontation. Let's talk about it as hearsay.
Then it goes to the defendant's state of mind because the defendant is witnessing everything that's going on in this video. He is witnessing what's going on in the crowd. He's witnessing the response. He's witnessing all of these statements that are being made. And it goes to his state of mind. It's a present sense impression. And the defendant's state of mind, as we've all agreed multiple times in this case, is critical to the case.
Your Honor, start at the beginning for where I came in. The state argues that we've been doing this. One, Mr. Elijah, who was giving the editorial comments in the first video, he was here to be questioned. In this case, this individual who's in charge of the audio video feed is not under the state subpoena. He could be. If they chose to do that, they could have him here and he could testify to his opinions and we could cross-examine those. That would be acceptable. What Mr. Binger is saying is, my client is there, so he knows all this. There's no proof that what that individual is seeing, filming, and commenting on, my client is looking at it, seeing, or part of it. That's why that person needs to be here to testify. I have no problem with this detective testifying as to people, places, and things from this video. We stipulated that. I did not stipulate to the editorial comments. I have no objection. Obviously, there's no basis for it. When they want to play statements of my client that are on video, that's not hearsay. But this and his statements regarding militia, things like that, that is hearsay.
So we've got two complaints here, or two objections. One is the confrontation clause. This is not testimonial. It doesn't even fall anywhere near testimonial. Therefore, confrontation clause, I don't believe is a valid objection. When it comes to hearsay, Your Honor, we had a pretrial dispute regarding things that Joseph Rosenbaum did all night long that were not witnessed by the defendant. The defense argued that those things should come into evidence because they show the context, they show his character, they show propensity for violence, they set the scene here. And I argue to Your Honor that if the defendant didn't personally witness it, it shouldn't come in. That argument failed. You allow them to come in. We've heard in the opening statement a lot of things about Joseph Rosenbaum that I know personally, and the evidence I think will demonstrate that the defendant never witnessed that night. But they're going to come in to attack the character of a deceased individual. And I understand the Jackson ruling. I've read that decision. I understand all of that. The difference is, Your Honor, this is exactly what the defendant witnessed. He is right there. Now, counsel is asserting that the defendant isn't aware of what's going on at this scene. I don't know that. The defendant knows that.
Well,
he has the right to testify. I'm going to.
Wait a minute. You're right. He has the right to testify. He has no obligation to testify.
Absolutely not. But if he's going to get,
and if you're going to,
he is present. He's within a few feet of all this stuff going on. So it is a perfectly reasonable understanding that he is witnessing this and that this is forming his state of mind. He is seeing confrontations. We are showing the jury those confrontations. These are occurring right in front of his face. So this is him right there. I'm not showing stuff that was 10 blocks away. I'm showing what was right in front of him as he's witnessing. We've already seen him in this video. Now, if the defense wants to argue he didn't witness it, if they've got evidence to suggest that, they can argue that and the jury can make a decision. This is a factual dispute. The hearsay objection, again, these are not being, no statement that I'm showing this view is being offered to prove the fact of the statement. But hearsay does not necessarily have to be admitted for the truth of the matter, asserted to be relevant. It can be admitted for other purposes, such as present sense impression, state of mind. These are excited utterances that are going on in the heat of a conflict in a scene like that. So there are plenty of hearsay objections.
There are so many things you're touching on that I want to be able to tackle them all.
Sure.
And this present sense impression thing, what the defendant was aware of with respect to what was pictured in the video, and I'll give you that even though the camera's aimed on him and is looking into his face, and what he's seeing is actually the videographer, but I'll grant you he's there, but you're accomplishing the result as to what was available for his scrutiny when you show the movie, the video. I don't see where the commentary by the videographer is part of his sources of knowledge. That's number one. Secondly, getting back to the Jackson case and the ruling the other day, and I'm going to comment about the media again, because there was a gentleman on TV night before last who said this is the most divisive case in the country today. So anything that undermines public confidence in what happens here is very important. It's important for this town. It's important for this country to have people have confidence in the result of this trial, whatever it is. And I don't care what it is, but people have to be confident. There are people on the media, on reputable sites, that are saying things that are totally bizarre. And I'm going to cite one only because it is exemplary, and it stems from the conversation we had the other day about the uncommunicated threat rule. You talk about things that occurred with respect to Mr. Rosenbaum that were unknown to the defendant at the time that the crime allegedly was committed. And you're right, under one subsection of that statute, the defendant has to have been aware of the incident in order to be an operative fact. But there's another one, the uncommunicated threat rule, which is an ancient rule of our law, which I talked about at the time of the ruling. And the Jackson case discussed it somewhat. It's also discussed here at Judge Weinstein's commentaries. And it's section 7.01, subsection 3, subsection C. And it says, if the defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, it must be in the form of opinion or reputation testimony. And that was, I think, one of the things that you were advancing. It may not be in the form of evidence concerning other acts. When a defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, then the process, well, I won't read that because it's not relevant. But then the next paragraph, and this is the critical one. When the defendant offers evidence of a homicide victim's violent character, but does not show that the defendant was aware of that character trait at the time of the incident resulting in the victim's death, the defendant is offering the evidence as circumstantial proof of the alleged victim's violent behavior at the time of the incident in question, and the offer falls squarely within Rule 404, subsection A, subsection 2, subsection B. On the other hand, if there is evidence
way
that
too
the
many
defendant
subs.
was aware
Way
of
too
the
many.
alleged victim's violent nature at the time of the incident in question,
Speaking of
evidence
subs,
of the
come over and
alleged
subscribe to
victim's
the
violent
supporter
character is
page for
admissible in
CJTV.
support of the accused's claim of self-defense, but solely under 404A2B. Under those circumstances, the evidence of the alleged victim's violent character is admissible independently of Rule 404A2B because it is relevant to the accused's apprehension of the imminent danger and the reasonableness of his or her defensive measures. So there's two different parts of the rule. One of them is the defendant has to have been aware of the decedent's violent acts or turbulent behavior. In the other one, it's circumstantial evidence of the victim's violent behavior at the time of the incident. That's what I admitted it on. Now, one of these, this was on CNN, Jeffrey Toobin and another attorney there, and the comment was made that the ruling was incomprehensible. And I think they obviously are not familiar with this rule. That's our law. That's the law in the Jackson case. It's the law in the case of the United States against Craig A. Smith, which is 230 Federal 2nd 300, 7th Circuit case from 2000. This is admissible evidence. But it applies under the statute to the decedent. It does not apply to the defendant. So you're mixing rules up here.
I think deceded is a word.
And I don't understand any theory under which you can bring in what certainly seems to me to be hearsay when you could acquire the attendance of the witness.
George, there are two things. Do you have the modern site, an actual site for Wisconsin in terms of the rule? Because that 404 clearly is not a Wisconsin statute.
He said a modern
Look it up.
site.
It's the same rule. It's 90404.
904?
It just changes one numeral, which has been the rule for as long as I've been practicing evidence.
What was the
Slap. Judge blocked that one.
Subsection 2B2, was that it?
Yeah, it would be Wisconsin. The federal rules and the Wisconsin rules, as you know, have basically are the same in most instances and in this one, but they just use a different numeral.
the greater latitude rule of child sex
No,
offenses.
no, it's not. It's not the greater latitude rule.
Well, under 90404 sub 2B2, that under Wisconsin statutes, that's the greater latitude rule for child sex offenses. So the greater latitude rule for child sex offenses, there may be a difference in the subsection lettering and numbering between the federal system, which is
There
Rule
is.
404, and Wisconsin statute, section 904.04. So I'm not sure where that section that you were mentioning, Judge, matches up with the Wisconsin statute. I think that is Mr. Krause's point.
Ooh, he's making shots at the judge. He's about to fire back. Keep bring that fire and
90404,
brimstone. Here it
character
comes.
Evidence not admissible to prove conduct, exceptions, other crimes. And subsection, you know what it is? They changed not only the first.
Is it just me or does
They
this
also
judge
changed
have a
the
lot
A's
of
and B's to
Trump
ones and
mannerisms? He's got a lot of
So
the.
you're right. I
They're
was
good
reading
people. We
from
like them. They're
Professor-
good. They do their job.
Judge Weinstein's
I don't want to say anything bad about him. He's got the same little mannerisms.
When you translate into Wisconsinese, it comes out as with numerals, but it's it's 90404 subsection 1 subsection B.
B. Yeah, I remember
And,
his subsection B.
Evidence of a pertinent trait of character of the victim of the crime offered by an accused. And then under 90405, methods of proving character, is subsection 2 is specific instances of conduct of the in this case, the decedent.
I understand, Your Honor.
So that's the basis upon which this ruling was made. And it's not incomprehensible, and it's accordance with our law. And what is in the mind of the defendant is not governed by that rule. This is the character of the decedent.
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor. I want to briefly
Am
respond.
I
to that,
wrong?
if I may,
Deceded?
and then I'd like to get
Deceased
back
is what
to
we're
this
looking for,
video.
right? Is
I
deceded
think
an actual
just
word?
generally,
I gotta look this up.
I have not watched Jeffrey Toobin or anyone else discussing this case on the media. It is of no concern to me, so I'm not in a position to respond to what any of those talking
I
heads
don't
have said.
expect you to. My point is that I want the case to be fairly tried, and I wanted people to understand that we want to go forward from this case, whatever the outcome is, and not have all kinds of people making inaccurate statements about what the law is.
I don't have any comments on the media's coverage, Your Honor, so I'll move on. This video contains statements from the videographer and other people.
Deceased
at
is a
that
dead
scene.
person. Deceded, as I looked it up just
Confrontation
now,
clause
means
issue,
to
I don't believe
take
it's
the
what-
seeds out of something.
So let's go to hearsay. I am not introducing these statements for the truth
Doesn't
of the
matter.
matter asserted.
Then why are they relevant?
Because they go to the defendant's state of mind. They are
I'm
present.
going to invite you to respond. Your Honor. I'll hear you more, but I do want to hear his response.
Unless this unsubpoenaed individual can read minds, that is a ridiculous argument. This narrator is going to prove my client's state of mind. That's absurd. I don't know how to respond to that. And the general, and I don't even want to use this word, but panoply of what's going on here, if it's not the
panoply, man, I got a lot to look up.
Opinions of the narrator, that goes to what may or may not have been seen by my client. You know, somebody yelling, they're throwing things, or there's a laser. I'm not objecting to that because that's part of what goes on and what went on that night. It was shown even some at the gas station that Mr. Elijah was testifying to. What we're objecting to is the person who is running the feed and giving the editorial comments. That is hearsay.
Can I just ask, maybe we can short circuit this a little bit? What specifically is this person saying? Is it the word militia? That's I think, the triggering word here.
It seems to me you have the burden to tell me what that I should expect from this video that I never heard before, how I should be ready to pounce, because you're offering a running commentary from a person who is not here under oath to give testimony, and you're expecting me to be ready at a moment's notice to figure out what's going to be the next word out of his mouth, and then try to put
My question was actually directed at the defense, Your Honor. I didn't mean to direct it to you.
remark.
I am corrected, Rob. Good looking out.
I think the difficulty practically, Your Honor, I understand the objection of the word militia, and I don't think it's hearsay. I think it falls within a number of exceptions, but nonetheless, if we're going to deal with that word, I guess there's a couple of options. One is I can try and go back, and I'm going to need some time to do this. I would need to go through this video and figure out every moment that word is used, and we will have to figure out a way to cover that up, stop the sound for that second that word is used. The other option is, and I think this is a perfectly reasonable one, is the judge, you can simply instruct the jury on this issue, that this is the narrator's statements. They are not to be, that the jury should give no weight to what the narrator is characterizing.
I've never done that before. In 50 years, well, in 38 years up here, I have never told a jury, I'm going to play this, and some of it might not be okay, but just don't pay any attention to that. Is that what you're telling me?
I respect the fact that you've never done it, Your Honor, but it has been done. It is a perfectly permissible procedure by the court. The jury is presumed to follow your instructions. We give them instructions on evidence all the time.
We're going to take a break right now. Would you ask the jurors to go upstairs and not talk about the case, please? We're going to take a break. I think it would be prudent to do so at this point.
Whoa, how
Right?
about that? Okay, I'm getting lots of questions from you on Twitter.
Judge is pissed. He's not having it, man. He's got Bible verses ready to flow. That dude's getting ready to. He's gonna pull out a Rosetta Stone, start speaking in tongues. The guy, he's about to knock some doors, man. This judge isn't playing around. He's not having it. Which, I mean, I get it, man. When you're in subsect C, I mean, you got to mind your P's and sub Q's. Just, those are facts. Anybody who's read the Bible 14 times in every law book on the planet would know that. So educate yourself, people. Okay? Jeez. We shouldn't have to go through this. This judge shouldn't have to spend so much time educating us. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, people. Because we all know that in Deuteronomy, book 4, verse 7, he said something biblical. No, I got nothing. Yeah, but hey, honestly, I appreciate the judge being so passionate about it. He's riding with it. You know what I mean? I mean, a lot of people, he could be passively just telling people like, hey, man, whatever, objection, overruled, whatever. But yeah, I mean, Tammy Harris says it right. It says, the DA kind of twisted a few things there and it triggered him. Yeah, the judge is for real triggered. How are we feeling right now? I mean, I know I saw some comments. People were talking about, Jim, yeah, I get you. The Magna Carta comes from the Holy Bible, and they use that state laws come from the Magna Carta. I'm with you, man. What do we think? How are we feeling? I know a lot of people were like, they thought it was a shutting, open closed case, whatever you want to call it, jumping into things. But now it feels like I'm seeing a lot of change in the chat, and I've had people reach out to me personally that are kind of tripping out, around the country. I had some people that are overseas actually that reached out to me. They're like, "Oh man, this Rittenhouse thing. We thought it was going to be a quick in and out, but it looks like things are going to get a little more heated than we thought." Man, you are not wrong, man. You are not wrong. Man, it's a trip though. Yeah, so people are saying 100% walk. Yeah, the judge doesn't play. It says, yeah. So I'll probably end up doing like a poll, like a Facebook poll, and see, like, maybe I'll do it on the gram. I don't know, about what people think. Is Kyle Rittenhouse now? Here's the questions that we got to ask, that I'm curious about. So sorry, I'm sitting way too close to the camera here. Is he guilty or innocent, and will he walk or get time? Because we've seen plenty of cases where someone who's guilty doesn't get tried, doesn't get convicted. We've seen places where people that were innocent get convicted. So in this case, I mean, what's going to happen? Is it going to be, are we going to see a mistrial? Are we going to see like a hung jury? Are we going to see this go one direction and then go into appeals and make its way up to, a higher court? Who knows? Prosecute. Some people are saying manslaughter. Some people are saying that it'll probably end up just doing probation, community service. I'm seeing a lot of not guilties, a lot of mistrials if the DA doesn't straighten up. Jackie Cox says mistrial if the DA doesn't straighten up. Man, this would be. Can you imagine if there's mistrials? Like, that blows my mind. I think that if there's mistrials, what that'll mean to the entirety of this whole thing. It's like when any fight, boxing, MMA, whatever you want to do, when it goes to decision and you have to deal with the judge telling you who won that fight, when both fighters in the fight, they can tell you who won the fight. I mean, both of them want to be the winner, but you talk to fighters after the fight, and in confidence, they'll tell you. I mean, they always tell you, like, in all my experience, be like, I got my ass beat. Like, I can't believe I got the decision on that. It's because I looked more active in the ring than the other guy. I had more ring control, or I had my aggression factor was higher, or the percentage of my punches landed more in situation that the judges appreciate more headshots, instead of like counting body shots. I was more active on my feet, or I was more active in the clinch. I was more active on the mat, whatever you want to say. And granted, I'm drawing a parallel to like MMA right now, but when it gets to decision, it's a real kick in the tchotchkes, because you're like, damn, man, like, you want to finish it. You want to finish it. You don't want it to go to a place where someone else gets to decide your fate. And that's exactly where we're at right now. Not exactly. I mean, with somebody else deciding your fate. But in a situation where you have to, like, base it off of someone else's interpretation of what happened is tough. It's real tough. Which is, like I said, man, being on the trial or being in the jury would be difficult. Being called to testify. I mean, I understand why Corey was kind of like, he navigated the waters, but you got Dominic Black. That guy, man, that was confusing, right? Like, that guy, to start off, like we talked about at the beginning, he's the gentleman who bought the gun for Kyle Rittenhouse, gave Kyle Rittenhouse the gun, and is facing 2 felony charges of providing a minor with the firearm that was used for a homicide. Those are felony charges. Now, if anybody in the comments knows any of the what the sentencing is on the charges that are facing Dominic Black, I'd appreciate if anyone wants to go ahead and do a little Google fact finding on that one. But that being said, that guy was up on the stage yesterday, up on the stand, and he was blasting it off, talking about everything. And the prosecution said it, and I'll reiterate it again. They flat out said, this ADA, this assistant district attorney, personally is the one who drafted the charges, the felony charges against Dominic Black, who was sitting on the stand testifying about another case, incriminating himself in his own case, stating that he was given no promises of a lighter sentence, any promises of anything, that he was doing it, basically was what they were trying to say. 3 weeks, Barry. I gave it 3 weeks, maybe 2, but he was saying there was no promises for what was going to happen, as far as any kind of lighter sentencing or anything on his part. But then when he got questioned by defense, when it was the prosecution asking him, because the prosecution said, "Did I make any promises?" We had conversations, and we broke it down, and he's like, "Yeah, and no promises were made. I'm doing this because It's what I feel is I need to do. I need to testify right now. So it's the truth of the matter is what I need to speak on. And then you fast forward to the defense attorney cross-examining him, and he changed his tune, man. He was like, "Yeah, I'm hoping to get a reprieve of some type. I'm hoping to get a little bit of a pullback on charges, maybe some kind of a plea agreement, whatever. That's going to work to his benefit." But man, that guy's looking at felony charges, and he was right up on there. Basically, should have been taken. And we saw it in the comments, man. He should have been taking the fifth. I think. I mean, if he was really looking out for himself, but apparently, those charges are going to stick. I think he knows he's going to get stuck with those, and so he was looking for anything he could to kind of help lighten the load on what he was going to get dialed on with. Yeah. So, man, 25 years. Someone's saying. Gina Marie says, I believe it's 25 years. So we're looking at 12 and a half years for each felony case or each felony charge. Man, that'd be crazy. That's a lot. That's a life sentence. That's an L. You know what I mean? 25 years. That's an L. You're coming out different life altogether. Man, yeah, that's crazy. They had this. Check this out. So while we're on break, I'm gonna be back in 1 second. I gotta take my dog out here. He's chomping at the bit, but I'm gonna give you guys this to watch at the same time. Bear with me. Stop that screen. Share screen. I'm getting better at this, though. You guys, appreciate that. So, and got it. We're gonna go ahead and slide that bio at the screen, and let's go ahead. I'm sorry, I got that volume turned down.
I am an EMT. If you are injured, come to me.
It felt like a showdown was coming to town.
People are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is also helping.
At first, I was like, it kind of sounded like a firework, and I was like, oh no, that's a gun battle.
People are getting shot all around us. People are just getting shot everywhere, guys.
Kyle Rittenhouse, according to police, 17-year-old, lives in Antioch, Illinois, which is about 20 miles from Kenosha.
Do you want to have a lawyer? It's a simple yes or no. I would like a lawyer, but I'm willing to talk.
It's not a matter of who done it. It's just the matter of the intent.
This defense team has to put Mr. Rittenhouse up on the stand.
This is not a legitimate criminal prosecution. It is a political prosecution.
Can I dispatch? There is a post online with a picture of Kyle Rittenhouse at Pudgy's on the 5th.
Free Kyle Rittenhouse! Yeah. Free Kyle Rittenhouse!
My son was a hero, and my son lost his life protecting other people.
What is he looking at?
It could range anywhere from reckless injury to reckless homicide and
Murder? You got it.
What are you doing out here? Obviously, you're armed and you're in front of this business we saw burning last night. So what's up?
So people are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business.
This is 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse, just hours before he would become a household name.
And part of my job is also helping. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way.
While he doesn't know it yet, he is clearly in over his head.
That's why I have my rifle, because I need to protect myself, obviously. But I also have my med kit.
It's the third night of protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin, sparked by viral cell phone video of the officer-involved shooting of Jacob Blake.
Tensions were already running high in America. George Floyd was killed back in May 25th of 2020.
What do you want? I can breathe. This is 3 months after the George Floyd death, and we know how the world reacted to that video. Now there's a brand new viral video out of a place called Kenosha, Wisconsin. Another police shooting. So the country was already on edge. It was summertime, it was hot, and then the Jacob Blake shooting happens, and things really took off, and the attention turned to Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Chaos erupted in Kenosha overnight. Large fires engulfed dump trucks, and law enforcement appeared to deploy tear gas to disperse large crowds. I was working that Sunday, and I get a call from my assignment editor, and he says, "We've had an officer-involved shooting in Kenosha."
Along with the protesters, citizen journalists armed with cameras and cell phones also flocked to Kenosha, broadcasting live, minute by minute, to the world.
This is independent journalism.
This building is gone. This is going to be an empty lot.
All the cars over there are going to start spreading just like last night into that building. Oh, that other one just went up too.
One of those citizen journalists was Kenosha native Corey Elijah.
Wow. So the tear gas had really burned really bad. Whew. We're going to move a little closer, but they moved in another vehicle, so they have the MRAP, and I believe they have a Bearcat out now. As I walk out onto 56th Street, all of the garbage trucks are ablaze. We got some vehicles on fire, and that was the moment I had the real realization that things were more serious than definitely the situation with the George Floyd protests.
So the whole world is now watching Kenosha, Wisconsin, and you're getting a firsthand look at what's taking place because you've got these citizen journalists walking around with their phones and cameras, and you are there. And you're seeing these protests erupt. No matter where you were sitting, you could be sitting somewhere in Europe and feel like you could be a part of these protests. So that was what was really different, and I think helped Kenosha become a little bit of a powder keg.
We're not going to put up with what we saw Monday night. We're going to be assertive in helping to protect the city of Kenosha in Kenosha County.
It was mass chaos in Kenosha. And we know the police were trying their best, but police can't be everywhere. They can't see everything and respond to every single incident. And there was just so much happening, so much violence, so much unrest. And at the same time, Jacob Blake's family was even coming out publicly and pleading for peace.
As I was riding through here, through the city, I noticed a lot of damage. It doesn't reflect my son or my family. If Jacob knew what was going on as far as that goes, the violence and the destruction, he would be very unpleased.
The first night of protests were centered in downtown Kenosha on Sheridan Road. One of many businesses destroyed was a used car lot named Car Source.
In the daylight, you could see charred remains of a used car lot. And I do remember one thing about Sunday night. It was very late. It was probably Monday morning, 3 a.m. That whole car lot was just ablaze.
It was really the smell of the burning rubber that really got you. And then, at a certain point, it's a giant car lot full of cars that are full of gas. So it sounded like a war zone with a bunch of bombs blowing up.
One of the businesses that gets hit is Car Source, and they've got 3 different locations on this main strip in Kenosha. And it's what's happening to this business that ends up becoming the connection to Kyle Rittenhouse.
Coming up.
Hey, he just shot them! Hey, dude right here just shot them!
17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse arms himself with an assault rifle and ends up being at the center of a deadly shooting and a national debate.
Kyle Rittenhouse is the hero of Kenosha.
And my son lost his life protecting other people. He was a hero.
When chaos in Kenosha, the Kyle Rittenhouse case continues.
At the moment, we are looking at 185,000 children who will be affected by.
Bear with me for just a second, guys. It's a quick ad. Be right back. Thanks for bearing with me for that. I'm glad they took this little break, actually. I'm keeping tabs. It's still on a breather there, but I'm just grabbing a quick bite to eat as well while we're doing this. But this is actually a really well put together recap here. And I love what Jacob Blake's family said. They didn't want the violence there. It doesn't represent what what happened properly and what was going on. So let me get back in here.
August 25th, the third day of unrest in Kenosha, Wisconsin, after the officer-involved shooting of 29-year-old Jacob Blake. Blake was seriously injured, and over the past 2 nights, dozens of businesses have been burned to the ground as local authorities try to regain control. Along with hundreds of protesters, dozens of citizen journalists are streaming live to the world from Sheridan Road, the epicenter of the first night of protests.
Things just got heated. I'm not about to stand in a line of fire at all.
You get to the third night of this unrest, of these protests, of this riot that is taking place. You've got local police there, obviously. The National Guard comes in. And then you've got some citizens who come in, the Kenosha Guard.
It's this loose organization. Somebody had a Facebook page, called it the Kenosha Guard. There were a lot of topics being discussed on that website, and they didn't like what was going on, and they felt they had a duty under the Second Amendment to carry their guns and protect their property.
And I'm here with a bunch of militia. They're protecting a local car shop. They're not being paid to be here, but they are doing it in service to the owner.
This is disturbing for a number of reasons, because here you have citizens acting like a police officer or a member of the quote unquote Kenosha Guard or something. We know that police have lots and lots of training to do the job that they do.
It felt like a showdown was coming to town, and you know, like an old Western. It was like, by sundown, get ready. Like, have your business boarded up.
Looks like they tag his boys up here. Whoa.
You know, we don't know what's going to happen tonight.
Among the volunteer militia, 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse, armed with an AR-15 and a medical kit.
I am an EMT. If you are injured, come to me.
Kyle Rittenhouse, according to police, 17-year-old, lives in Antioch, Illinois, which is about 20 miles from Kenosha. He used to work as a lifeguard. He was in like a youth police program. Reports of his social media indicate that he was a big supporter of police. There was a picture of him holding the alleged weapon on Facebook.
Rittenhouse traveled to Kenosha with a friend, Dominic Black, who, at 18, was a year older than Kyle and was dating his sister.
Dominic Black tells police that he was an employee of CarSource and that he and Kyle Rittenhouse kind of answered the call to go protect the other lots that were still at risk of damage in the following nights of protesting.
So people are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way.
What's really striking is you look at Kyle Rittenhouse, and he's got like these chubby cheeks, right? And he's kind of a small guy with a big gun, and you wonder, you know, he's not an adult, he's literally a child, he's underage, but he's in the middle of all of this. Seems somewhat out of place.
I guess chemical bombs are allegedly being used. I didn't get a idea of what kind of chemical bomb.
They're mixing ammonia, gasoline, mixed together, and it's causing an ammonia.
And what does that do?
It causes irritation to the throat and eyes, and the police are also using tear gas.
It's like tear gas?
It's worse than tear gas.
Okay, gotcha.
Meanwhile, a block away, there is another group of citizen militia members arguing with protesters in a gas station parking lot.
Where he at? Where he at? That's who's out there. Why he do it? Don't give a why he do it? Why he do it? Why he do it?
In this group is Joseph Rosenbaum. He's a 36-year-old convicted felon from Arizona who, according to the Washington Post, had just been discharged from a Milwaukee hospital after attempting suicide. Also in the group, behind Rosenbaum, is Anthony Huber, holding a skateboard in his left hand. He has been protesting for 2 nights and, according to people who knew him, was a friend of Jacob Blake. Also in the same parking lot is 35-year-old Joshua Zeminski, wearing a black hoodie and stocking cap, and in this video, it's clear he's holding a firearm in his right hand. At this point in the video, we can see Joseph Rosenbaum starting to become noticeably agitated.
Shoot me! Shoot me! I'm like, let's go me for real.
Kyle Rittenhouse spent most of his night at the Car Source parking lot at the corner of 59th and Sheridan. But at some point, he and another volunteer decided to leave and go to a different location about 4 blocks away. As Kyle and his partner move down Sheridan, Kyle asks people if they need medical attention. Eventually, Rittenhouse gets separated and tries to make his way back to where he started.
At one point, our cameras caught Kyle Rittenhouse walking by, going up to the officers, kind of trying to communicate with them, saying, "Hey, I work at that business. I'm just here to protect the business," is what he said. And the officers just kind of shoot him away.
This road is closed. Do not cross on the Sheridan. Do not come down here. 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 It's been made very clear. Do not come down here. You with the long gun, do not come down here. This is closed.
I do remember seeing him, because it wasn't too many of the militia, members, I guess, with those big guns. I mean, they stuck out. And Kyle Rittenhouse stuck out.
He didn't really seem like he was with anyone, right? Like he was with people or something, but he didn't. He seemed kind of disconnected from everyone.
Kyle Rittenhouse ends up.
All right, guys, I'm going to pause that. I'll come back to it, though. We'll bop back and forth here. But they're bringing people back in. Jury's coming back in.
Still walking into the courtroom, making their way back after that extended break. So without the narrative by the person who filmed it earlier, and we were just seeing the volume go up for the parts where Kyle Rittenhouse is speaking because those statements come in. That's one of the best tools that prosecutors have, is when a defendant makes a statement. You can always use that statement against a defendant in a court of law. There's a big carved out exception with the rule against hearsay for that. And I see the judge's not moving. Let's listen.
But will be there is someone in to fill your role that day?
One more.
That's right.
Yeah.
For me? No. Be seated, by the way. About the room and it was because I'll finish later. I'm going to keep you on bated breath.
He said bated breath. Judge has got some savoir-faire. Let's just call it what it is, man. This guy, this dude is a ladies' man. Let's call it what it is. This judge has got game. I mean, he's had 75 years of practice, so I would hope, but the dude's got his hustle down. He knows what he's doing.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to continue showing a portion of what has previously been introduced as exhibit number 18. This is the Rundown Live video, and I'm going to play a portion of this beginning at 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 30 seconds. And this can have audio, please.
Understand. Hey, your job isn't to be in the street. You got to stay on your property. That's why you got problems already with people. No one bothering your property. Don't look for trouble. We're gonna eat now. A medic? I know you are, but like they got their own medics. If somebody's close by, take care of them. I know you're just trying to make peace. I get that, but they don't look at it that way. They look at you guys as it's a different. It's as much as you guys were afraid of them before they marched down here. I know, but like what a conversation we're having.
And now I'd like to play a portion of the video at
And he's made
1
some
hour,
solid points on that, though.
28 minutes and 56 seconds.
Because they weren't, they weren't feeling it. You know what I mean? They like I said, they saw militia. They just saw what it represented to them, not what they were there to do by their own specification. So. I was standing. I was right with them when they were moving them down the street right here.
We got a couple. We got to save a couple, but we'll give you a couple. We appreciate you guys. We really do.
Thank you.
He said, "We appreciate
Detective
you guys.
Howard,
we really do."
That last portion of the video appears to show some what have previously been identified as MRAP or Bearcat vehicles. Are you familiar with those types of vehicles?
Yes.
And in that particular video, there's one that's close to the camera as on the screen that we're looking at right now. Do you know anything about that vehicle personally?
Not personally, no.
Do you know if the Kenosha Police Department has a vehicle like that?
No, at this time, the Kenosha Police Department did not have a SWAT team.
Is it fair to say that on this particular night, there were a number of other law enforcement agencies that were coming to Kenosha to assist?
Yes.
Do you have any idea which agency's Bearcat or armored vehicle that was?
I don't. I can tell it's from a sheriff's department because it says sheriff on the front right of the armored vehicle, but I don't know which sheriff's department it's from.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we could have exhibit number 1, which is a Drew Hernandez video 023. Play, please. While we're waiting, Detective, the last video, the rundown live video, was that one of the videos that you found and acquired when you were doing your investigation?
Yes, that one I believe I located on YouTube and saved it from YouTube.
We're about to watch.
So you guys, I'm actually on the phone right now with the rundown live. This is well, here, introduce yourself real quick, would you please?
Kriston Harris here. Yeah, how you doing, CJ? How are things going over by you?
Things are good, man. Things are good. We're watching the case right now, and they're reviewing all your footage right now. And it's funny, guys. I was just talking to him, and he said that everyone in the comments was like, "Oh, why don't they just subpoena him? Just subpoena him." So tell me what just happened.
Oh yeah, definitely. Somebody in the media identified me. They subpoenaed me, which is cool. I figured it was just a matter of time before that they figure out that I was there. You know, obviously covering the event.
You're in the courtroom, though, right?
Yeah, in the courtrorum.
So you got subpoenaed while you're in the courtroom.
So yeah, literally while they took a break so they could subpoena me.
Okay, so you guys, that break that they took, they were actually doing the subpoena right now on the rundown live.
They already signed it. Yeah, they already signed it. They had waiting for me when I got out.
So when you came back, they were just like, "Hey man, by the way, do you know when they're going to call you up on stand?"
I don't know. They're not letting me in the courtroom right now. I guess I could watch the video and see what's happening, but I'm going to avoid that at the moment. But,
You're not allowed to, according to the judge. So.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what kind of questioning they're going to ask me, but I'm assuming it's going to have to deal with the violence that took place right before, right in front of this car lot 2, which has been under a lot of scrutiny, car lot 2 and 3, and the violence and kind of how things were going.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to bring up the water bottle issue. Yep. I'm assuming at some point, law enforcement handing a water bottle
and probably asked me a bunch of things about my opinion from what I've gathered based on how they've asked a lot of other people their questions, which doesn't really matter.
Sure.
What matters is the evidence we have.
Which is
so I haven't really dove down into my footage a lot. So I've only watched the whole video maybe once or twice since then. Obviously, you know how it is with PTSD and shit.
Oh, man,
Not
yeah.
real PTSD, but Kenosha PTSD per se.
That's real PTSD, bro. This is the first time I've watched all the footage that I've been watching. It's been digging some stuff up for me, man. But well, that's wild, man. I tell you what.
I'm surprised they didn't subpoena you, bro.
It's you, me, and a couple thousand other people. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, they just give you a late subpoena. Maybe they'll hit me with one soon too. But we'll see, man. But I tell you what, we're gonna go back into watching your footage here.
Yeah, bro. And everyone out there, I just want to be honest. It doesn't matter, what goes on as long as they get the right verdict. If he's innocent, he should be innocent. If he's not, then he deserves time. So I know everyone has an opinion on it. I just want what's just and fair.
Yeah.
With no opinion one way or another.
There you go. Well, good looking out, man.
All right, guys, take care. Reach out to me, bro. Let's get connected. It's been a while.
I will. I'll give you a call. I'll give you a call probably later tonight.
Guys,
Okay.
take care.
All right, brother.
Everyone, stay strong. Bye.
Thanks so much, bro. Bye. All right. So you guys, just to be clear, that was so we're watching the rundown live. That was actually Kristen Harris, who that is the rundown live we were just talking to. Yeah. So now he's not allowed to watch the case. He was just sitting in the foyer. They pulled him out. So there you go. Let me get this sound back up. Sorry, guys, but. Yeah, that was the person. So that they ended up. Remember, they were saying like they couldn't. The audio issue. They hit pause on the court case trial, send people out of the room, and then they wrote up the subpoena and they actually served it to Kristen, who I was just talking to right there, because of the audio. So I don't think this is his footage right here, but. But he was in the courtroom and they were like, yeah, no, this isn't the rundown live footage right now. But if they were able to hit him with a subpoena.
Now can we play exhibit number
in the courtroom
8,
in the moment,
which is
there's still a good chance I might get hit with one.
Riot interview. While we're waiting, Detective Howard, was this Elijah Riot interview that's about to be played another one of the videos that you acquired?
Yes, I was able to acquire that from Twitter.
God, I hate Twitter.
We're protecting from the citizens, and I just got pepper sprayed by a person in the crowd.
So you had non-lethal, but you didn't respond.
We don't have non-lethal.
So you guys are full on ready to defend the property?
Yes, we are. Now, if I can ask, can you guys step back? Medical, EMS right here. I'm an EMT.
Detective Howard, in that video, we heard the defendant say that he does not have any non-lethal. Did you hear that?
Yes.
As a law enforcement officer, are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
So as a police officer, there are various options that we could have as non-lethal force. Our presence is a non-lethal force. Our verbal commands are non-lethal. And there's also some physical things we can do as well. We can go hands-on. We can use different instruments like OC spray. It's pepper spray. And we also have a taser and we have an aspeton. Police officers in the city of Kenosha carry all those things.
Thank you. Can you now please play exhibit number 16, which is the Richie McGinnis interview? It says Richie McGinnis Kyle interview. While we're waiting for that to load, are you familiar with Richie McGinnis?
Yes.
You are not wrong, man. Kyle became a real football of a personage for two different
on the
political
night of
parties.
August 25th, I was able to speak with him briefly at Frederick South KMH. Richie McGinnis, I spoke with him in the lobby of that hospital shortly after the shooting incident happened. And I was able to speak with him briefly, but when Detective Ansaramian and I got assigned to be the head investigators for this incident, I had to delegate Detective Cyprus to obtain his statement so we could do.
Do you know what Richie McGinnis's?
And to be clear, talking to Kristen, we didn't talk about the case,
for the
about
Daily
facts
Caller.
of anything. Just wanted to say hello.
He was in
and
Kenosha on the
that
night
he
of
just got
August
subpoenaed.
25th.
So that's
as a
all
member of
within
the news media. Is that
legal
fair to say?
jurisdiction.
Yes.
We're fine there. So,
Can we please play exhibit number 16, please, here?
and that's the point. It shouldn't have
What are you
been.
doing out here? Obviously, you're
It
armed.
shouldn't have had anything to do with
You're in front of
Biden
this
or Trump.
business. We saw burning last night. So what's up?
So people are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is to also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I need to protect myself, obviously. I also have my med kit.
And what about these other folks? Obviously, there's some other people who are armed as well. Gotcha. And then what about these guys up on the roof?
Their job is to provide overwatch to protect me also.
Gotcha.
They're protecting everybody on the ground. We're protecting each other.
Understood. And
We're running medical, and we're going in, and we're getting people.
And what about, are you from the area?
I am from the area.
What brought you out here tonight? You just wanted to provide medical attention?
Provide medical attention to the people that need it. If somebody's injured, like you get hurt, I'm grabbing you.
I'm getting hit with plenty of pepper balls, but as long as it's just bruises. Yeah, I got my mask. I'm good.
I got the truth.
And have you encountered any issues yet thus far with law enforcement or anything like that?
We had a group earlier try to come and set a fire at the church. So we went to the church and we de-escalated the situation, telling them they need to leave or they will be detained and demonstrated or arrested.
This church right over here.
And we stopped the fire out all the way down.
This is still prosecution right now.
And
defense will get a chance to
do you think it
cross-examine
would
here
have been different
after.
if the police had to try to stop them from setting the fire?
I feel like there would be a lot more casualties and a lot more people injured. So I think the police are fine where they're at and that let us run the medical because EMS is not coming in. It's considered a red zone to the EMS fire. They are not coming in.
Yeah.
So us citizens, we need to help each other. Me and him are out here running and seeing if people need medical attention.
But speaking of which, we need to go check to see if somebody got hurt again.
All right.
Understood.
To be clear, Big Boy there wasn't running much of anywhere.
This might be another one of theirs.
Well, Kyle lives in the area. Kyle Rittenhouse.
The video
definitely
there,
from that
Detective
area.
Howard, shows the defendant along with another individual. That is Ryan Balch. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at this point, and we're going to continue with another video right after this, they're leaving the 59th Street car source and walking south on Sheridan on the east side of the road. Is that correct?
No, on the west side of Sheridan
West
Road.
side. Yes, west side. And do you know at this point in the evening where the police, the armored vehicles we saw earlier, where they are located?
Are those some ahead at 60th?
So as far as you can tell, they've established a line along 60th and Sheridan?
I think I can see some at 60th at this point in the video.
Can we continue now with exhibit number 17, which is the file is Richie McGinnis walking with Kyle.
I didn't get the number. I'm sorry.
It's 17.
Thank you.
Anybody need medical? Yeah.
So you guys are kind of like medics who are packing.
Yeah,
right?
basically. Well, he's an EMT, and
Gotcha.
I'm just kind of protecting his ass.
Oh, so you're a certified EMT? Yeah. Gotcha. And do you work as an EMT normally?
I'm a lifeguard normally. I got my ALS and I got my
Gotcha.
Then I'm former Army infantry, and I got a whole bunch of trauma training.
Well, thank you for your service.
We got you. If you get
I appreciate you.
Thank you. That guy with a rock, be careful, right? Yeah, that white fence. Does anybody need medical? Anybody need medical? We're running through the houses over here. Anybody need medical? Medical? The guys walking off the fire extinguishers are here to put out the fires. They know. Okay, good. They know. You just got shot up. You good? Yeah. It's all right. I'm not shot. You just said you got shot. No, I didn't. I thought you got rubber bulleted. Oh, no, I just got rubber bulleted. Yeah. Oh, it
Just got rubber bulleted. Those things are no joke, man. I can show you my collection of things that I've been shot with. Actually, that night.
It's a little spicy. That's all. It was like, oh shit, that was really annoying.
Let me see. Actually, let me grab those real quick.
Does anybody need medical? Does anybody need medical?
I think someone's got some medical weed. I'll tell you that.
Does anybody need medical? Medical! Get off the floor. Does anybody need medical? You were just the one to get off the floor. I'm trying to help you off the floor. Now you're trying to do medical? I remember you. You said get off the car. You talking about medical? Yeah. Y'all ass are good. Anybody need medical?
What, yesterday or today?
Today. Dude, he just had up the gun talking about get off the car. Now he's talking about medical.
What car over in the dealership? Sorry, I don't feel. Hey, if you wanna, I'm not gonna do what
Now, if we could please play, and just to be clear, Detective Howard, the videos we just watched from Richie McGinnis were videos that you obtained from him. Is that correct?
Those were obtained from his phone. Detective Cypress obtained those.
Okay. Now, if we could play exhibit number 14, that is the Reg Incognito live stream.
Ooh, Reg, what up, dog? These are some of the things you get shot with. These sandbags right here, like little squids, are full of like.
And we're going to
sand.
start at the.
This one I got tagged with in the hip. This thing is like, it's an impact baton. I thought it shattered my hip. These the non-lethals are still no joke, man. They'll mess you up. But here's like there's more of them. There's like a small collection of all the sandbags that I got hit with one night. I just had to stand with my back to a tree because people were throwing bricks at me from one way and bottles and stuff. And then from the front, the police just opened fire. And so it was just like pepper balls, sandbags, impact batons. Like I looked like a cheetah, just head to toe, just all bruises. It was rugged. I guess, par for the course, though.
Hey, you guys, you can only watch it from over here, man. You can't really be that close up. So between a certain part of a certain section of Black Lives Matter and maybe, I'm saying at least about 20 white dudes from Antifa, you can't get up close on the up on them, man. They just made an example out of that guy, and I'm trying to help him out. So the white dude I was just talking to, or whatever he is right here, he just got his phone slapped. He got his phone slapped at him and socked at the same time. This dude right here, walking away. This dude right here got his phone slapped and blindsided.
There's Corey right there sliding by on a skateboard. But they're saying this dude just got accosted by Antifa, a black bloc, whatever you want to call them.
So the orders you hear about yelling no cameras, them is white boys. Yeah, that's Antifa, man. Ooh, we got a gun, baby.
You already said the orders that were being yelled by people.
Shot him.
This is Reg Incognito, I believe.
Pause for a second. Can we rewind
Incognito,
about 20
yeah.
seconds there, please? Okay, let's continue there.
Shoot, sorry. Reg
So
Incognito.
the orders you
Right up here
Couple
on the top.
seconds,
Reg Incognito.
It's better. Yeah, just go 10 seconds.
Sorry.
There you go. Ping 988. Thank you, man. Yeah, that's whose it is right there.
For the jury's benefit, I'm going to point out there's an individual here who is running. He is wearing what appears to be all black with some white.
Counsel, can you do it on that one
Yeah,
so we
I
can see it?
Absolutely. Sorry. How do I get there? Excuse me. This individual, that's where I want.
Keep your receipt.
Yep. Okay, I just want to make sure. This individual here, who, when we play it back, you will see him kind of running across here. That is Richie McGinnis. So we'll rewind it so you can follow that. But that individual is Richie McGinnis, and there's no dispute about that from the defense. So I just want to set the scene for the jurors. Can we rewind a little bit, and I'm going to show them that portion again.
left and blindsided. So the order.
I want to just, I'm just going to kind of point out the area to watch, okay? We can't really see figures very well, but for the jury's benefit, we just saw Richie McGinnis running. He's off screen now, but he's kind of over in this area. Around this section of the right hand of the screen, right-hand side of the screen, there are some parked cars. That is the area where I will represent, there's no dispute about this, where the chase between Mr. Rosenbaum and the defendant begins. So that's where you'll want to be paying attention to. So can we rewind that about 10 seconds and we'll start it over so now everybody knows where to look?
Blindsided. So the orders you hear about yelling no cameras, them is white boys. Yeah, that's Antifa.
I will make it clear to everyone that the individual who is I'm pointing to right now, who is running, is the defendant Kyle Rittenhouse, and this individual here is Joseph Rosenbaum. And that again is not in dispute. Please go ahead.
Man. Oh, we got a gun.
Get back.
Shot him, man. Shot him. Shot him, man. He laid him out. He laid him out, you guys. He laid him out.
For the benefit of the jury, I want to make it clear, I think everybody knows this, but just make clear, this individual who has just removed his shirt is Richie McGinnis, and that is the defendant. These legs here are the legs of Joseph Rosenbaum, where he fell after he was shot. Go ahead. Thank you.
I am curious how prosecution is going to turn this into anything other than self-defense. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean,
Gotta get down. Hey, there's a paramedics. Can you call for the paramedics? We got shot.
he said call the paramedics, and they were already called.
He's calling! He's calling! He's calling! He's calling!
He did look shook.
He's calling. He's calling the paramedics. He's behind the car. He's calling.
Man. To be real about it, this is hard for me to watch. I don't care what your views are about Kyle Rittenhouse. Either way, a 17-year-old kid took someone's life. That's got to be hard to watch, man.
Yeah, he's hitting his chest. He's hitting his chest. Shot him.
Damn. Oh, damn. There you go. There's that moment, y'all, right there. Damn. Yeah, he's wearing that emotion, man.
Sean McGraw donated $5. TFWWH and Whiny Sheridan.
We're going to continue with that exhibit number 14 and go to the 4 hour and 6 minute mark.
The kid, you did see him just literally shedding tears. I think that if anything, I don't think it fabricated, Steve. I'm assuming that this kid is feeling the full weight of a 17-year-old kid, you know.
Let me show you where he got laid out. Which one? Look at the blood.
I just want to make it clear for the jurors that the portion that I played just a bit ago that showed the Rosenbaum shooting was from 3 hours and 58 minutes to 4 hours and 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That was where it ended with the vehicle driving away. This is now beginning 3 minutes and 30 seconds later at the 4 hour and 6 minute mark. I just wanted you to know the gap in time between these two videos. Please continue.
Junior donated $3. Time to clear.
And those are just donations coming in on his phone.
Mr. Roman donated $3. This is what democracy looks LOL. Ira Gershwin donated $3. The social workers are shooting each other, Reggie. Duke Beast donated $3. Blast archers of loaf instead of blasting caps.
But see,
I just want to make
the
it
cars
clear
were on
to
fire
the jury,
then.
in this
Thereafter.
video, we see this is Ryan Balch, and this is Jason Lukowski.
It's just, yeah, I mean, it's just the audio it's the audio on this phone is how that comes through on, depending on what platform you use to restream or to stream. It'll
Now,
announce
can we
when
please
a
play
donation or anything
exhibit
comes in.
number 19? This is entitled Drew Hernandez Shooting Video. And again, these are videos, Detective Howard, that you obtained during your investigation?
Yes, this one was obtained on Twitter.
They haven't played anything of, I mean, not in any lengthy format yet, anything of mine yet, so.
You can play this all with sound.
I think this is me right here, actually.
Detective Howard, are you able to tell from this video what we're looking at in terms of where we are in Kenosha?
Yes, he's in Sheridan Road with the video. Let's see. All right, car source is right here on the west side of Sheridan Road, and then across the street is KMH. So his camera is pointing south. So on the left side of the screen, you're seeing the KMH parking lot right here. And up ahead and to the right in the screen is going to be the car source. At this point in time, it looks like he's right about the intersection of Sheridan Road and 62nd Street.
And I want to point out there's no dispute that we just saw an individual here on the right-hand side wearing all black with white writing on the back of his shirt. That is Richie McGinnis.
Nope, that's not mine.
About 10 or 12 seconds, please. Back up just a little bit further, please. Go ahead. I want to point out for the jury, just so we
Dora,
can follow
please
the
DM
action
me.
here.
You could
We
DM
have
me right now. I appreciate
this
it.
individual is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. This individual is Joseph Rosenbaum. And the individual in black with the white lettering on the back of his shirt is Richie McGinnis. Go ahead. Detective Howard, I'm going to pause at this moment. I don't think there's any dispute that we've heard a total of 8 shots in a row there.
I agree.
And I'm just going to explain that. So, Detective Howard, you've watched numerous videos of this incident, correct?
Yes, this part was one of the focuses.
And there were 8 shots that we just heard. The first one was Joshua Zeminski, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury what he does with regard to that shot?
So Joshua Zeminski is, at this time, you could see it on the Reg Incognito video. At this time, he's walking slowly southbound on the West Sheridan Road sidewalk in front of Car Source. So Joshua's walking right at about this spot right here while the chase is going on in a southwest direction through the Car Source parking lot. At that time, Joshua Zeminski has a handgun in his right hand, and he raises his hand up in the air and fires 1 shot. At that time, Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum are running through the Car Source parking lot. So Mr. Zeminski's gunshot happens behind them.
Shortly thereafter, the defendant fires 4 shots from his AR-15, striking Mr. Rosenbaum all 4 times. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as part of your work in this investigation, have you viewed this incident in numerous videos?
Yes.
Have you timed, using those videos, the gap in time between Mr. Zeminski's initial shot and the first of the defendant's 4 shots at Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes, using a stopwatch, I estimated that time to be approximately 2.5 seconds.
Immediately after, and I use the word immediately, but in sequence after the 4 shots from the defendant that are shot at Mr. Rosenbaum, there is a sequence of 3 shots after that. Is that right?
Correct.
Those are not fired by the defendant.
Correct.
As best as you can tell in your investigation, where are those shots from, if you know?
I believe it to be coming from the area of 63rd Street, but it is hard to confirm that because we do not have good video available of that source of gunfire.
Can you just use your pointer to show approximately on 63rd Street on that map where you're talking about?
I would estimate that those 3 are coming from this area.
I don't know if all the jurors can see that or not, but you're pointing to an area that is on the south end of the car source lot.
Thank you, Steph.
The north side of 63rd Street. And is it fair to say that you're indicating a space that is about halfway between Sheridan and the west edge of the car source lot?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let's hold that up a little higher, please. Thank you. And that's, again, the pointer that you're using right now is showing us where you believe those 3 shots likely came from.
Yes.
No one has ever been identified with regard to those shots?
Correct.
Was any evidence recovered, shell casings, anything like that, that would indicate anything about those shots?
Yes, there are some shell casings recovered.
From the street in that area?
Yes.
Is there any indication that those shots have any relation to the incident between Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum?
No, those do not appear to be fired by Mr. Rosenbaum or Mr. Rittenhouse.
Thank you. Can we continue the video, please?
So again, they're muting the audio because either the language or because of somebody speaking that they're not able to subpoena, possibly. As we just found out from Kristen Harris from the Rundown Live in Milwaukee, who just got subpoenaed.
Go on. Keep going.
What's he doing? Yeah, I'll be back. I'm going to go get a muffin.
There.
Kyle's family is in the courtroom. His mom and his sister are. I don't know if his dad is. Probably. I wouldn't. I'm not going to be surprised at this point because they just subpoenaed Kristen while he was in the courtroom because they're watching his footage. And they're like, well, we need to be able to cross-examine him based off the audio. And you guys know I narrate through all of my videos, so could very well happen. Yeah. I'm not sure which for though, for what video though.
Yeah, but you gotta keep him alive. Just talk to me, bro. What's up?
Can we now please play exhibit number 15? That is a file entitled Richie McGinnis at Rosenbaum's Body.
You okay? Just don't move, man. Don't move. All right, can I flip you over real quick? I'm gonna flip you over real quick, bro. Here, flip over real quick. Just gotta get pressure on this, dude. Where's it at?
Sorry, wrong comment.
Where's it at, dude? Get him.
No matter how you paint it, man, it's a 17-year-old kid. For everyone to keep saying that it was a kid with a gun that shouldn't have been there, whatever you want to say. I mean, you killed somebody, killed two people. If you're not a sociopath, that's going to weigh on you. You know what I mean?
Keep pressure on that. Get his arms.
So yeah, it's a kid. It's a kid that killed two people and shot a third. No matter how it was, man, and he's facing life in prison. I would definitely be shook. Absolutely. Just viewing what I saw, like I said, caused me some real emotional issues, man. So whether you think he's a monster or not, for those that think he's a monster, maybe you'd agree and revel in the fact that he's going to be dealing with it the rest of his life. No matter what, whether you think he's a hero or a villain, man, this kid's he's got that in his heart for the rest of his existence. It's a terrible weight of taking a human life. As you talk to anybody, even soldiers, man.
Now, can we please play exhibit number 12? This is the Kyle Cook video.
They have plenty of family, friends that come back from overseas. Never the same. Never the same. Just from some of the things they've seen and experienced and done. Things that they've done where they, when they have a body count. Man.
Detective Howard, can you help us, or help the jury rather?
Kyle
where
Cook.
is this video
Not sure who that
physically
is.
at in Kenosha as we're watching it right now?
So at this point in time, Kyle Cook is the videographer, and he's a little bit north of the car source. I estimate he's about here.
You're pointing on the west side of Sheridan Road between the 61st Street and
Sad.
62nd
It's very
Street?
sad.
Yes.
Okay, and he's heading south?
Yes, his camera right now is pointing southbound.
Okay, thank you.
So there was just like 6 shots.
COVID. Nobody was in school.
I will represent to the jury, and there's no dispute about this. What we're seeing in this video in the middle of the street is the defendant, and on his left is Gage Grosskreutz. We can continue.
Stop him! Stop him! Stop him! Stop him! He shot him! Who shot him?
I'm standing right there in the middle of the screen.
Shit's about to turn up here.
And then again, I'm just standing there, man. I couldn't move. I didn't know what to do.
Damn, dude, we got people shot everywhere.
There appear to be some figures huddled around a dark spot on the ground.
It
on
appeared,
the east side of
from
Sheridan
my
Road.
standpoint,
Do
a
you
lot
know
of
what
people
that
are
is?
as well.
I believe that's Mr.
It looked like other people
That
had
is
been
where
shot
he fell after being shot by
in the
defendant?
process.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next.
Seriously, this is
exhibit,
all
which
social
going
media.
to
All of
be
this right now,
exhibit
guys, is like
number
live
6.
streamers. All of this
is
so far
the
has been
CJTV running video.
There you go. CJTV.
And just so we can make it clear for the jury, Detective Howard, the video we just saw is after the defendant has shot Mr. Rosenbaum at 63rd.
Correct.
And he is traveling north on Sheridan Road.
I'm about to get the
from
knock
that
on my door.
Car source at 63rd. Is that fair to say? Okay, thank you.
Did you hear him say that? I didn't shoot anybody. But then you see the dude with there's Gage in front of me there. This dude with the bat that ran past me. You hear the gunshots on both ends of the street. That's the crazy part. And then they edited out my audio, obviously, because
I pause it there. Detective Howard, there is an individual wearing shorts that appears to be holding his arm, running off to the left of this video. That is Gage Grosskreutz?
Correct.
And this is immediately after he's been shot in the right arm by the defendant?
Correct.
Please continue.
Like maybe they won't have to call me to testify because they this guy, man, just sitting there taking pictures. Remember this point I said I told him to get out. I was like, get the fuck out of my way, man. And I just shoved my camera into his hands. And he just set it on the ground. And
Can we
then,
please now play exhibit number 5? This is the BG on the scene video.
There's Brandon. And that's when I was doing the tourniquet, was just that at that point. And yeah, his gun was still in his hand. Someone said that right here. See, that's all I kept hearing was the gunshots coming off from all over the area. And I just...
Hey, he just shot them. Hey, dude right here just shot them. Dude right here just shot all of them down there. That dude just shot them up there. That dude right here. Yeah.
No, that wasn't me breathing hard. That's was BG on the scene. He was recording that.
Could we please go back to the beginning of that video? I want to highlight some things for the jury, if we could, please. Yes, please. There's no dispute about the identity of an individual here. Back it up, and I'm going to stop when we see him a little bit better. Go ahead. That's fine. You can play. Running in from the right hand of the screen here, he's right. I'm pointing to him right now. He's kind of obscured, but there's an individual here running with a skateboard that is Anthony Huber. There's no dispute about that. Go ahead. This is a difficult to see pause point in the video, but I'll represent. There's no dispute. This is the defendant, Mr. Rittenhouse. This is Anthony Huber. His skateboard has wound up over here, and he is picking it up, and then he's going to continue after the defendant. Oh, and one more thing I want to point out. This individual here is an individual who in a few seconds will come in towards Mr. Rittenhouse, attempting to kick him. Go ahead. We rewind that a little bit, please, like 20 seconds. Okay, continue there, please. There is a moment here in which the defendant is on the ground and he's got his gun pointed towards this individual approaching him. Detective Howard, in the entire sequence of these events, how many times did the defendant fire his gun?
8 times.
I believe the testimony thus far is that 4 of those rounds were discharged and struck Mr. Rosenbaum. Is that correct?
Correct.
The 5th and 6th times that he shot were at this individual with the white pants. Is that correct?
Correct.
The 7th shot is fired at Anthony Huber,
Yes.
and the 8th round is at Mr. Grosskreuz's right arm.
Correct.
Okay. Please continue. Pause. The defendant has just discharged 1 round into the chest of Anthony Huber. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Please continue. Pause. You have just testified, Detective, that the defendant discharged a total of 8 rounds.
Yes.
We are hearing other rounds in this video after the shootings of Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz, correct?
Correct.
None of those shots are being fired by the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Please continue. Detective Howard, I'm pointing to an individual here who is walking towards the scene. Do you know who that is?
I was hard to see.
Can we continue, please?
Time to move.
Okay, pause. Do you know who that is?
Yes, that is Ryan Balch.
Thank you. At the end of this video, the defendant approaches a Kenosha squad car, correct?
Yes, a Kenosha Police Squad car, yes.
Yes, Kenosha Police Squad car. Do you know the names of the officers who were inside that squad car?
Yes.
And who are they?
Officer Moretti and Officer Krieger.
And that's Pep Moretti
Correct.
and James Krieger? James?
It's
Jason.
Jason,
Krieger.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. May we now please play exhibit number 4, a file entitled Zeminski After Rosenbaum Shooting. Voice we're hearing?
Yes, that is Kelly Zeminski's voice.
In the video here, we're seeing a figure walking away from the camera in a dark top, looks like maybe camouflage pants, pointing. Do you know who that individual is?
Yes, that is Joshua Zeminski.
And he is the one who fired the first shot about 2.5 seconds before Mr. Rittenhouse shot Joseph Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
We watched part of this video the other day. Was he just shooting in the air at that point? Because I didn't see from behind me, but I know that there was gunshots going on. Okay, this is just after Rosenbaum was shot. No, not Kyle. This guy's Zeminski. And I remember interviewing, I think it was Zeminski, earlier I think it was night 2, maybe even night 1. But there was someone who kept pulling their gun, flashing their piece, and was talking. And honestly, I can't remember exactly what they were saying. But I do remember, being very clear about, like, you know, 1 for 1 type thing, which what they're saying is that you take one of ours, we'll take one of yours, in reference to the police involved shootings. Kaylee, you're saying that Zeminski shot 1 round in the air, or that Kyle shot 1 round in the air? Because they're saying that 4 rounds were shot by Kyle that hit Rosenbaum. 1 was shot, or 2 were shot at Jump Kick Man. 1 was shot that hit Huber, and 1 was shot that hit Gage. Okay. And that's Zeminski right there in the black. Because later, people told me, I didn't realize that the shots are coming from. Well, I didn't know where they were coming from at all. I just know people were hitting the deck, and there was gunshots going on all around me. Which is when you hear in my video, I say it, people are getting shot all around me. Actually, it was in the other person's video as well. They said everyone's getting shot, and because from all we could tell, there was just gunshots going on everywhere, and people were dropping, and Faith over on YouTube says, imagine what Kyle was hearing as trying to determine threats. Yeah, I mean, when you're in the thick of it at that point, I don't even know. I know that I've been attacked, like I've been jumped before, and when not holding a gun, but in a knuckled up situation, and best you can do at that point when you're in a street fight, like when you're dealing with multiple people, just tuck your head, get your chin put into your shoulder, and just start throwing, and hit whatever you hit. I couldn't imagine if it was a gun situation, and you feel like other people have guns. I would imagine you use your gun in the same way. But they were looking for other shooters directly after this. And Andrew and I were both talking about this. I have footage of them
where Mr. Rosenbaum's body.
I have footage of them shot right past Rosenbaum's body, right on the other side of Rosenbaum's body.
You've seen that
the SWAT team was knocking
in this video and in numerous other videos. Is that fair
I
to
hope
say?
that they're about to show that.
At any point in any of those videos, is there any indication that Mr. Rosenbaum had any weapon of any kind?
No.
No gun?
You guys know that there were other shots fired, though.
So no gun?
No.
No knife?
No.
No bat?
No.
No club?
No.
But there were shots fired. And they drove the Bearcat over a fence. They had a SWAT team out with their shields. They had dogs out at the house directly behind where Rosenbaum was shot.
Live stream?
Right now.
Big shout out, Lakota.
We take one shortly, but right now. Okay, go ahead.
Let's begin at the 9-minute mark, Ryan.
So this is Lakota, my buddy out in Kenosha. Lichtwalt is how you say it. Lakota Lichtwalt. If someone want to throw that up in the comments, actually. I know we put it up once before, but.
Appreciate that. The people joining my live stream from CJTV, I do appreciate it. Guys, if I drop out again, make sure that you're jumping across to Corey Elijah, also another local here who's been documenting things in our hometown. Otherwise, make sure you're jumping on CJTV and Mercado Media. It does sound like we've got some stuff going on over here. I don't know if that's fireworks or what we have going on. We're going to go try and check it out.
Locations for the jury, Detective Howard. We have seen this video begin at a location, and it appears that the person taking the video is now moving. Can you, if you're able to, can you tell us where this person was at the beginning of the video?
So at the beginning of the video, it appeared that Mr. Lichtwalt was on the southwest corner
of Sheridan Road and 60th Street.
It was one of the guys in the militia.
The armored vehicles that he
unchambered the
saw
round
in the beginning of the
and
video
dropped the
were
clip.
at 60th Street. Now, It appears he turned the camera around, and now he's facing south.
And as we watch this video, is he going to be heading south along Sheridan Road?
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
Yeah, it was somewhere in there. Portland been going every day. Stephen Caputo, it really is me.
Can we rewind 10 seconds, please? I want to call the jury's attention to the center of Sheridan Road there. It's kind of in the center of the screen right now. There'll be some figures coming.
I just want to give a shout out real fast to my guy Lakota, man. I'm texting with him right now, and I know he's going through it at the same time. He hasn't watched any of this footage either. So I mean, like I said, even us streamers that were out here watching this, he's even saying that it's affecting him. And so for everyone that watched this live, not just us, I can imagine this is having some real emotional dig up on this. You know what I mean?
This individual here is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse.
So we'll talk a little bit more to Lakota later, but lots of love going out his way, man. Lakota Lichwa.
Go ahead.
Those are gunshots, people. Those are gunshots.
You got me just standing in the middle of the road, confused, until I was able to get over there and help out. And there we go. Just yeah. I didn't realize Lakota had. That was damn. Wow. I didn't.
We've already seen this from a little bit of a different angle, but I'll represent to the jury, and there's no dispute about this. The individual who's crying out for a medic is Gage Grosskreutz. He's just been shot in the right arm by the defendant. This individual who's just arrived, who's got the kind of greenish pants on, that is Jason Lakowski.
Target now. No. Target, take it.
He just said it's loaded. He's talking about his gun.
Please tell me about where you shot. Where you shot?
That was me trying to figure out how to put a tourniquet on.
Tight. Make it tight. Keep it elevated above the heart. You want to go to the hospital, babe? Get tight. You want to go to the hospital? Move. Twist. Come this way. Come on. It's gonna hurt.
Guys, there's more than one person. I'm not sure who got shot. We have two individuals. That have been shot. I've been instructed to get out.
Detective Howard, can you describe for the jury what's going on in that sequence of events that we just saw after Gage Grosskreutz was shot?
So those are several armored vehicles from different law enforcement agencies in Wisconsin arriving to report of shots fired. And they are attempting to render aid to victims. But before they do that, they are concerned because they don't know whether or not there's still an active threat. So they come out with a show of force to secure the area. So that way, after they secure the area, they can provide medical aid to the victims or the people who got shot.
I know I've just presented a lot of videos to the jury, and I want your help, Detective Howard, just so we can make sure we've got everything in chronological order. Based on what we've just played for the jury and what you know, can you kind of describe the sequence of events in the series of shootings that we've just seen?
Starting with the first shooting?
Yes.
So the first shooting takes place at the 63rd Street and Sheridan Road car source on the south end of our map here. That is where Mr. Rittenhouse shoots 4 times at Mr. Rosenbaum. All right. So the first shooting with Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse, where 4 shots are fired, this takes place at the car source at 63rd Street and Sheridan Road at the south end of our map. That was after they both ran in a southwest direction, going down to the left in this parking lot. After those 4 shots are fired, Mr. Rittenhouse takes a direction northbound. He's on the sidewalk briefly, and then he moves a little bit more to the east. When he's closer to 62nd Street, in that approximate area, he runs northbound on Sheridan Road in the middle of Sheridan Road. At approximately 61st Street, just north of that intersection, but right at that intersection, that is where Mr. Rittenhouse falls down and takes a position on his back, facing southbound. The individual unidentified who attempts to kick him is shot at 2 times. And then Mr. Huber is shot at 1 time, and then Mr. Grosskreutz is shot at 1 time. And all of that takes place at this location right here.
And then can you just show us the defendant's path as he walks away from the scene after that?
After that, Mr. Rittenhouse continues northbound on Sheridan Road.
And the line of police cars and Bearcats or armored vehicles originally was at 60th and Sheridan?
At Sheridan and 60th right here.
And you mentioned earlier there was a Kenosha Police squad car with officers Moretti and Krieger in it that the defendant approached. Can you show us where that was on the map?
Right. That squad car was in the westbound, the westernmost lane of southbound Sheridan Road, just south of 60th Street. So that KPD squad car would have been right here.
And then just for complete context here, the original car source that the defendant was at earlier in the evening, can you point that out for us, please?
That was at Sheridan Road and 59th Street at the southwest corner.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have seen a couple of versions of the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum, and immediately prior to that, he throws something at the defendant. Have you seen that in the videos?
Yes.
Okay. Was that item ever recovered?
No.
Could we play exhibit number 2 at the 2:53 mark, please?
And I wish they could turn down that white noise they got going in the background there. Would be good. Oh, that's their. I guess that's their AV guy. That must be what's going on with that dude. This ADA has got a whole vibe, doesn't he? Like a whole
Howard, would you agree with me
thing.
that in this video we see center left Joseph Rosenbaum,
Yes.
and in his right hand is a plastic bag? Is that correct?
Yes.
You know, you've seen a couple comments come through about people whose children were on that street that heard the gunshots from the houses, and it still messes with them.
Detective Howard, we have had that image enlarged and enhanced as best we can to focus in on that plastic bag. So in a second, there'll be an image that I'm going to show on the screen of that.
Man, I know. Why would it's sad? Like people were doing what they thought they should do. I think, you know what I mean. They maybe they felt like that was what they should have done, but all I could think when I was following him was let him go, man. He's going towards the police. And I dealt with this in Portland, like where a guy had been stabbed, or he had stabbed somebody in Portland, but it was one of the protesters who had been accosted by
record,
somebody who was
this is exhibit number
who accosted
24.
him. So someone that was like against the protests down in Portland gave him a quick stab, and the rest of the protesters, that mob mentality picked up, and they were like, get him, he just stabbed somebody. Next thing you know, there's like 50 people trying to beat this guy to death, and me and one other guy are trying to cover him up. And meanwhile, you have the feds down the block, tear gas floating up the street. And I tried to clear a hole. I was like, man, these people are going to kill you. You need to get out of here. So I tried to clear an opening for him in the crowd and just shove him that direction, but he was not really coherent enough. He went down, and again, they just started stomping his head in. So I grabbed him by his overalls, the straps of his overalls, and just had to drag him down the street through the cloud of tear gas to the law enforcement officers and dropped him there. And I was like, listen, he stabbed somebody. I don't know what else to tell you, but they're going to kill him, and everyone here is going to be complicit for murder, you know. And they figured it out. They had footage that came up later of what happened with him. But that was that mob mentality that kicked in. They just, all the people heard was he stabbed somebody, and everybody attacked him, not realizing that the guy.
Well, let's take a break, folks. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Was that the guy who had that had stabbed somebody was he'd actually been attacked, you know, in the crowd. So man, that mob mentality, when that dials in, bro, you guys, anybody broad, man, but when that sets in, that's when crazy stuff happens, because people just turn off reason and rationale, and they turn into a mob. And a mob is a very different beast. A mob is very different than a crowd, a grouping. Even a protest can be a protest. I can tell you times, specific, very, very specific times. There was one time there, right down in Portland, in front of the federal courthouse, hundreds of people there, and everyone's just protesting, right? Everyone's just doing the protesting, normal protest things. Somebody started playing Rage Against the Machine, and the crowd started getting more and more amped. And I swear to God, like you could feel the energy change like immediately. And I remember saying on my feet, I'm like, it's about to pop off. Like right now, you can feel it. People just started getting their cockles up, whatever you want to call it, you know, but they got fired up immediately. Things started burning. People started like smashing fences. People started like, you know, going off. It was like the primitive side of your brain took over, and boom, they just went in. And it was like all it took was the right song or the wrong song, whatever. Sorry, I gotta say this. It's interesting that it was Rage Against the Machine, which made sense at the time. Rage Against the Machine, because the machine being the government, large controlling bodies. And then, you know, fuck you, won't do what you tell me, right? Now, in order to go to these rage concerts that they're doing, you have to be fully vaxxed. You have to be vaccinated. You know, and it's just interesting to me that they're getting behind mandate and whatnot. I can't get too far into it, but really it blows my mind that now it's a thing. Like, all right, cool. You can come out and rage against the machine as long as you do what said machine tells you to do. So whatever your thoughts are, I'm not anti-vax. I'm gonna say that right now. I'm definitely against mandates, but I'm not against the vaccination. If you want to get vaccinated and it makes you feel safe, go do it. Wear a mask, wear 2 masks, wear a bubble suit, wear whatever you want to wear. Do whatever you need to do to keep yourself safe. Don't leave the house. Build a bomb shelter, live in a bunker, whatever you need to do. But if that involves getting a vaccination, you shouldn't hate on somebody for getting vaccinated. They're not the enemy. You know what I mean? They're not, it's the people that get a shot and all of a sudden they get injected with superiority, or they get injected with smug omnipotence where they're like, I'm vaxxed. What are you? It's not like you got injected with power, stamina, riches, and glory. Like you got a shot, man. That's all it is. Anyway, I'm quad vax, triple mask now, right at home. There you go. Yeah. So your body, yeah, your choice, man. But do what you want to do. Do for you. Anyway, you know what I mean. So don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Let's see what's going on over here. We can go ahead and while they're on a break right now, boom, we're gonna do this real fast. We're gonna go ahead and run back in on this one right here. This one was hitting a good mark. We're gonna add that to stream here, Pio, and then
up at the same gas station where Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, and Joshua Zeminski were earlier. And within hours, all 3 men and Kyle Rittenhouse would come face to face with deadly results. Coming up, gunfire on Sheridan Road.
It kind of sounded like a firework. I was like, oh no, that's a gun battle. So I ran.
When chaos in Kenosha, the Kyle Rittenhouse case continues.
Chaque année, dans ces 2 régions, ce sont plus de 200.
Since I don't speak French, so yeah, back to what I was saying about mandates and whatnot. I'm not with mandates, but definitely do feel that you as a person have the right and responsibility to protect yourself and your family and whatever else it is you feel like you need to do. But man, I own the Evil Empire album, but overall, I don't care much for them. Man, Rage Against the Machine was the truth, guys. I remember getting first time I heard Rage, I was just like, game changer. This is happening.
Advised.
It's now after 11 p.m. on Tuesday, August 25th, 2020. 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse has traveled from his home in Illinois to Kenosha, Wisconsin, joining dozens of other armed private citizens who, after 2 days of unrest, claim they're protecting local businesses. And according to the video, it seemed that law enforcement appreciated the volunteer militia.
You could even see the officers giving them water, almost de facto deputizing them, telling them thank you for being out here.
That is not deputizing anybody, man. Don't talk like that.
Thank you. All right, come on, guys. Let's get out of here.
Damn. You see police handing out water to Rittenhouse and company for helping police in the streets of Kenosha. This is not normal.
It is odd, and so unusual too. The rioting shouldn't be happening, but it was. However, these citizens did not belong acting like members of the military or acting like police.
At some point, Kyle Rittenhouse decides to leave the used car lot.
You know what? I'm getting a little bit
walk
confused about how these reporters keep saying how people shouldn't have been out there acting as police. Or
who has been live streaming the protests.
I've got plenty of friends who own small businesses in the Seattle area, Portland areas now, people that I've met,
Sheridan Road,
that you may not have seen them in front of their building, but they were in their doors with their guns ready to go because their livelihood was right there.
Where he's going, I'm not sure.
So
I believe he had a fire extinguisher.
You've got the right to protect your property. You got the right to protect your. You know what? Right here, actually, let me read this to you.
So I just get on my skateboard and I start streaming and heading heading down in that direction.
Malcolm X.
So Kyle Rittenhouse eventually gets to the car source parking lot.
I hope I'm not
When he gets
misquoting,
there,
but said
who else is
taking a
there?
man's
Joseph
life is akin,
Rosenbaum and Joshua
or taking a man's
Zeminski.
livelihood
And you got
is
Kyle
akin to
Rittenhouse
killing him.
in the middle of it.
As I'm skating up, I see
Taking a
people
man's
start
livelihood is
jumping
akin
on
to
cars
killing him.
and, you know, start beating
Just
on
saying.
cars. And then as I turn to head in that direction, that's when the gunfire lets out from somewhere behind me.
We got shots fired, guys.
There are two videos of the Joseph Rosenbaum shooting. In the first, it's very difficult to see. This is Kyle Rittenhouse. Joseph
Kaylee,
Rosenbaum
the interesting thing
is
is,
here.
I would come back and
They
protect
both
Kenosha
move
at this
out of
point.
frame
I have
behind a
enough of an
car
emotional
before
attachment to the
gunshots
city
erupt.
that I would feel a need to protect the people
This
and
is
the
the
property
second
and
video
the
from a
place
different angle.
because of the
From this
attachment that I
angle,
have to
you can
Kenosha.
see Kyle Rittenhouse
So-
before shots are fired. And here you can see Joseph Rosenbaum. But look closely to the far left, just beyond the lot. Look for a flash.
Oh.
Somebody discharges a weapon seconds before Kyle Rittenhouse then starts shooting.
I heard somebody say that they heard bullets hitting a car.
Rittenhouse walks around the black sedan.
There's a lot of
then
cars over here by
seems to look
Kyle.
down at Rosenbaum
Also,
as
the
he takes
car.
out his cell phone.
Let's just look at real fast. Also, I want to point something out here. These vehicles back here were also lit on fire after the shooting. Like this car right here, the silver one, I believe, was lit on fire. Somebody had said that they heard bullets hitting cars. Kyle Rittenhouse being over here by the cars. And again, these are just, we're looking at the facts. We're not saying hypothetically what could have happened. These are things that were told to me, that they heard bullets hitting cars or a bullet hitting a car. They're saying right now they have footage of someone. You can hear someone shooting prior to Kyle opening up the 4 that he shot. And at that point, it's an exchange of fire. I think maybe in his mind, that's what I said when I heard it down the block. I said they're shooting at each other is what I heard. Your initial thought isn't like, oh, somebody's just shooting around. I'm going to shoot back at him. So again, who knows what drew it out? And I'm wondering, why was all of a sudden these cars burned up? Did they check that car for bullet shells or for bullet holes? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Then seems to look down at Rosenbaum as he takes out his cell phone.
What's ironic about that is he said he was there to provide medical aid, but he doesn't provide medical aid to the person that he shot, Joseph Rosenbaum, at that time. Again, he makes a phone call and then leaves the area.
Okay, let me ask you about this then. If he thought he was being shot at and he returned fire, if he still thought that he was in danger, maybe that's why he ran away, because he thought maybe he was going to get shot at again. And Wanda Freeman, just to be clear, the car source folks asked them to be there. We've covered that in the case extensively. The prosecution made it a point to ask several times who asked them to be there, when they asked them to be there, when they met, when they didn't meet, all of that action. That we've covered that extensively. So yeah, they were asked to be there by the car source owners. So.
While the video of the shooting itself wasn't super clear, the aftermath of the shooting is almost too clear. I mean, you see what happened to Rosenbaum. You see people trying to help. People, they don't know what to do.
Where, dude? Where's the hole?
Where you hit? In his head,
After shooting Rosenbaum, people chased Kyle Rittenhouse down Sheridan Road. That's when Brendan Gutenschwager started recording.
People were immediately yelling at him, saying, "Get him, grab him. He just shot somebody."
2 people chasing down Kyle Rittenhouse, Anthony Huber, who was armed with his skateboard, and Gage Grosskreutz, who was carrying a gun.
and he's taking off down the street as several people are following, chasing after him, trying to tackle him down. They were chasing after him, and at a certain point, he tripped and fell, the man with the gun. And so then as people started to close in on him and surround him, he started firing off at them.
In that video, there's a confrontation between Kyle Rittenhouse and Anthony Huber.
Anthony Huber, he's got his skateboard. A lot of people look at that video, and I know this is the way the defense sees it. He's using that skateboard as a weapon against Kyle Rittenhouse, trying to get him and perhaps trying to get his gun.
And as a result of that confrontation, Anthony Huber is shot.
Well, I wasn't
He is
trying to
shot
like
dead at that
attack
point.
you in that.
Then immediately after you
pointing
see
it out.
Gage
But yeah,
Grosskreutz,
they would
he
ask.
comes towards Kyle Rittenhouse. He's armed with a gun. And he gets
And again, I'm
shot,
not
but he
advocating for
survived.
anybody. I'm
And
just
again,
saying these are the facts. These are the things that we're learning through this court case as it goes on. I didn't realize that they had actually been asked by the business owner
and
to be
proceeded
there.
to walk towards the line of police that were there in the Bearcat and a couple vehicles. And he basically just walked right up to them with the gun still out in front of him.
Someone injured straight ahead.
A lot of people are really upset by what they see at the end of the video, where you see Kyle Rittenhouse.
I hope we have the footage.
Trying to surrender to police.
There was definitely a disconnect there, and I think
I hope that the police have maybe the body cam footage or whatever of when Kyle Rittenhouse walked up to the cop car. What did he say there?
Where it was.
Did he say I just shot somebody?
He has his hands up. He has an AR-15 strapped over his shoulder.
Homie
Clearly,
D clown.
what looks like
Nobody
a
wants to
posture
know
of
if I'm
surrender,
FBI
at least to my eyes. And the police basically wave him off.
You do, but far from it. No.
Murder?
Kyle Rittenhouse turns himself in to the police. When chaos in Kenosha, the Kyle Rittenhouse case continues.
CJ report to the same.
From UNICEF, biggest humanitarian warehouse in the world, we have increased our.
The only person I report to is God, man. Yeah. Someone said, like, are you an FBI informant? I'm the most obtruse and obvious undercover you could possibly imagine. At 250 pounds with a camera and a microphone, walking the streets asking questions. Yes, very much. That's not the dumbest thing people could ask, man. Anyway, but no, man. No, I'm not. I'm sorry. But if I was, it'd be cool if they would actually pay some of my bills. That'd be dope. Or maybe give me better equipment so I'm not having to worry about trying to buy video cameras and stuff that cost thousands of dollars. That'd be super cool.
Shot all around us. People are just getting shot everywhere, guys.
It's just after 11:45 p.m. August 25th, 2020 on Sheridan Road in Kenosha, Wisconsin. 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse has shot and killed Joseph Rosenbaum.
Did the officer say he didn't see a gun?
Huber was shot.
Maybe he says he personally never saw a gun.
On the ground
The
after
other
being
officers
chased down the
definitely saw it.
street. Immediately after Huber is shot, Rittenhouse fires again and hits 26-year-old Gage Grosskreutz, who was acting as a medic that night when he was shot in the arm by Rittenhouse.
Yeah, what can you do?
This video was captured by a
Some people tune
citizen
in,
journalist
tune out.
seconds after Grosskreutz was shot.
The video is horrific. I mean, you see the damage that an AR-15 can do. It's tough to watch, but it's the reality of what happened that night.
I had to look it up. They said an AR-15 entry wound can be as small as a nickel, but the exit wound can be the size of an orange.
You see him then eventually getting help. A number of people come to his aid. The police arrive. They set up a perimeter around him to try to help him medically.
I think about the screams, about the gunshots. I think about everything all the time. I saw Anthony Huber get murdered right in front of me.
Immediately after the shootings, Kyle Rittenhouse was able to walk away from the crime scenes, eventually going home to Illinois with his friend, Dominic Black. But within hours, Rittenhouse and his mother, Wendy, showed up at the Antioch, Illinois Police Department.
Are they back in
Kyle, my name and MC on your side of the
position
table.
here? Hold on, let me check. I gotta see it.
Enforcement, it's not a report for the purposes of reporting a crime or for any pending legal action whatsoever.
No, they're just doing a recap here.
He was a mess. He was hysterical. He was crying. He was throwing up. And it's likely why he brought that garbage can into the interrogation room.
So you probably heard something like this before.
So they're talking about this garbage can
right
over here, apparently.
I'm in their house. I don't know what they've told you in terms of, obviously on the handcuffs. Yeah, I know. Okay, I gotta read it still, so I'll read it, and then if you guys have questions, we'll clarify. Okay.
The interrogation is fascinating to watch because Kyle Rittenhouse, you can tell, feels some camaraderie with police.
Has anybody else seen the interrogation
tape?
tape?
Talk to
At
them,
all?
wants to cooperate, wants to tell them what happened.
He talks about knowing what Miranda is, but it's kind of unclear that he really understood what one's rights pursuant to Miranda are in our country.
Do you want to have a lawyer? It's a strictly yes or no. I would like a lawyer, but I'm willing to talk until a lawyer is available. I'll let you know later that I can't.
They can't do anything because they can't do anything until the lawyer comes. That's how that goes, Kyle.
Right. Well, you've asked for a lawyer, so
You cannot tell him anything.
So I can't talk.
Yep.
Okay. So you say you want to talk, but unfortunately, once you vote right to an attorney, I cannot
Yeah,
ask you any questions.
that's how it goes in the courthouse.
So unfortunately, now it's just
She's telling
We
him.
have to wait for the lawyer.
In the beginning of the whole thing, he exercises his Fifth Amendment right by saying, I want a lawyer. So at that point, it's over.
But Kyle Rittenhouse did actually speak to Antioch police before actually backing into lawyering up. And his comments weren't recorded, but they did end up in a police report. Kyle told them that he had shot 2 white kids, that he had ended a man's life, and that he also mentioned that he had been beaten with a baseball bat and a skateboard at the time of the incident.
While Kyle Rittenhouse waits to find out if he's going to be arrested, Kenosha police talked to his friend, Dominic Black, about what happened in a separate interrogation room.
Wanda, I don't know exactly where Rosenbaum was shot. I know that there's a lot of speculation about it, but I know from what I heard, he got hit in the head.
Yeah, it's mine. You got it from my dad.
And the exit wound in the back of the head. I heard the leg as well. I think
he bought it with his money, but I got it for him.
From what I heard, I didn't see Rosenbaum get shot, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know why the whole time I'm thinking I'm like, he's not 18. I don't know why I'm thinking the whole time.
I'm not looking. I mean,
yeah, the bigger
Mr. Fry, that's not the I'm looking at you for. So
yeah, I know, but like in my head, like I could have stopped it, but I know if I would have told him no.
Bro, this guy just incriminates himself at every turn.
Then, around 8 a.m., the decision is made.
That was
to
Dominic Black,
charge
who
Kyle Rittenhouse
just said I should have stopped him. He wasn't 18.
it could range anywhere from
The growing area, yeah, chest and head.
reckless injuries, reckless homicide to second-degree homicide. I don't know yet. It's all going to depend on.
Murder?
That's what homicide is.
Yeah.
Correct. Correct.
We okay. Mom, can you breathe? I'm hard and die. I need you to breathe. Okay, Kyle, breathe it. I know, but you're scaring me. I don't want you to anything to happen. I need you. You got it.
I didn't think they were allowed to show this kind of
Coming
stuff,
up,
man.
support for Kyle Rittenhouse.
Free
Kyle.
Free Kyle. Yeah. Free Kyle Rittenhouse.
Plus, the criminal case moves forward.
This is not a political trial. It's not going to be a political trial.
When chaos in
But it's been
Kenosha,
nothing but
the Kyle
politics in the
Rittenhouse
streets,
case
right?
continues.
Like, it's been nothing but politics in the streets. That's all it's been. Is Kyle Rittenhouse, the force of the barrel of the gun for the right? Is he the poster child for the Antichrist for the left? I mean, it wasn't political. He wasn't out there for political purposes. I think most people out there weren't there for political purposes. It was personal purpose. You had people that were definitely there because they have their own agendas, some on what you'd call a political scale, but I wouldn't call it what Kyle was there for, or many of the people. You know, I definitely don't think he's a political figure of any kind.
Within hours of the shootings in Kenosha, Wisconsin, 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse became a political lightning rod.
As this story explodes around the nation, I mean, people are watching those videos and hearing about what happened, and they are seeing two completely different things. I mean, people are dug in on both sides.
Thank you, mainstream media.
Saw him as an armed vigilante,
because everyone that saw what really happened in the world, and then what they get told by mainstream media are very two different things, man.
There are others who saw him as a hero, someone who went in there to protect property and ended up having to protect himself by using self-defense.
So many people were talking about this case and arguing about it. Even then President Donald Trump weighed in on the case.
You guys condemn the actions of vigilantes like Kyle Rittenhouse?
We're looking at all of it. That was an interesting situation. You saw the same tape as I saw. And he was trying to get away from them, I guess, it looks like. And he fell. And then they very violently attacked him. And it was something that we're looking at right now, and it's under investigation. But I guess he was in very big trouble. He would have been, he probably would have been killed.
From the streets to the airwaves, Kyle Rittenhouse found himself at the center of a national debate that had been brewing for months about social justice, gun rights, and police reform.
How shocked are we that 17-year-olds with rifles decided they had to maintain order when no one else would?
Stop saying, well, it's no wonder that a young person would take a gun and want to defend or whatever. That is ridiculous.
Kyle Rittenhouse was charged with multiple offenses, including 2 counts of murder. Within a week, a tsunami of support began building for Rittenhouse, which he addressed from jail in a phone call posted by his attorney, John Pierce.
I just want to thank every single one of you from the bottom of my heart for the underlining support. It's just amazing. I want to thank all of you for the mail I've been receiving. It's been really helpful. Just want to let you all know that I'm going to be out of here soon and stay strong, and I hope to see you guys soon.
Kyle's attorney's first move was to fight his extradition from Illinois back to Wisconsin.
Your Honor, it's no secret that this is a very unique, extraordinary situation. There's a massive amount of video evidence that shows that there's, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this is not a legitimate criminal prosecution, it is a political prosecution.
Extradition was really never in question. He went home to Illinois. He was going to be extradited back to Wisconsin. But interestingly, and we were all shocked by this, his attorneys decided to bring up some novel Old English law that they were going to use to stop the extradition from happening.
It was just kind of puzzling. Why? Was the point of it just to draw more attention to his defense? Maybe. Maybe it was a legal strategy all along, just to know we want to get our position out there, because his defense team is adamant that he acted in self-defense that night.
As expected, the Illinois court ruled against Rittenhouse, sending him back to Wisconsin. 2 weeks later, Kyle was released on $2 million cash bail raised by supporters, including former child actor Ricky Schroeder. Kyle was reunited with his mother, Wendy, who spoke to Blaze.com.
When they said a $2 million bill, I was like, oh my God, how am I going to get that? You know, I'm grateful for the American people that donated to Kyle to get him home. And we have a new website, Free Kyle USA. To raise more money.
There's going to be some great merchandise on it very quickly, designed by Kyle himself, by the way.
I have this Free Kyle website that's selling merchandise. Merch. I mean, we think of merch in America. We think of concerts and sporting events and things like that. Here, this is a fundraising effort for him, with shirts designed by him that are being sold by people who believe so much that he's a hero.
This is a very aggressive defense. And the way they're seeing the defense of Kyle Rittenhouse is they're not just fighting prosecutors. They're fighting the media in the way they have portrayed Kyle Rittenhouse and what has happened to him from their perspective. So they want to even the playing field.
No,
they put together this
they're still out on
produced
recess right
video
now
to lay their case out. I mean, the defense rarely shows their cards this quickly, but they showed them all because it's not just about the courtroom.
I got to tell you guys, like, people kept saying like the skateboard isn't dangerous.
Now, I've been in this business,
and again, I'm just looking at this
for about 30 years
objectively. But I
This
went ahead and
was an
Googled
incredibly well-produced,
assault by
sleek-produced
skateboards
video, certainly
and
commissioned
or
by someone who knew what they were doing.
people that have died.
In pre-trial hearings,
right here,
the
teenager was
attorneys
beaten to death with a
representing Kyle
skateboard.
Rittenhouse
San Diego
had made it
skateboard
clear
attack.
they
Caught on
plan to
video.
argue
2 serious assaults by a skateboard wielding attack.
The case is stated against Kyle Rittenhouse.
A gun is a dangerous weapon. Anything can be a weapon. You know what I mean? So they got their work cut out for them on this one, man. They got their work cut out for them.
Chasing Kyle Rittenhouse.
All of it. And again, I'm not an advocate for anybody right now. I'm just giving you guys what's happening right here. I'm just talking about what's really going on.
At the time of that first shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, what the defense is going to want to do is they're going to want to put the jury in the shoes of Kyle Rittenhouse. And think about it. Kyle Rittenhouse, a 17-year-old guy.
All right, looks like they selected the jury for 48 qualified jurors for panel.
By Joseph Rosenbaum.
36 white, 12 black, as I said, for Ahmaud Arbery.
You put yourself in his shoes, and that's what the defense is going to want this jury to do. Think about that shot. Under those circumstances, they're going to argue that that shot changes everything.
That gunshot was fired seconds before Kyle Rittenhouse shot Joseph Rosenbaum. According to investigators, the man who fired the first shot is 35-year-old Joshua Zeminski.
Joshua Zeminski is the person we saw in that earlier video at the gas station, and he's there with Rosenbaum, who's going back and forth with the guys with the long guns. And you saw, it was very clear that Zeminski had his own gun.
That exact argument was made by the defense at a preliminary hearing.
This individual in the far right with his arm raised up, do you know who that is?
The one that your mouse just pointed to?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Mr. Zeminski.
My client in Exhibit 2 is running from Mr. Rosenbaum when a shot is fired by Mr. Zeminski, correct?
Correct.
Joshua Zeminski firing that gun is huge in this case. And it's huge for the defense, because for the defense, they've got to explain to this jury what is going through the mind of Kyle Rittenhouse. Why is he firing his weapon? What is he perceiving at that moment?
Right
in
now.
this case, self-defense means that the defendant had to be
Did
under
Zeminski
the
fire
apprehension
towards
or
Rosenbaum
belief
and
that serious bodily
and
harm
Rittenhouse?
or death was imminent. He could have been killed. Mr. Rittenhouse is in the process of fleeing. Even if he provoked this situation, he's trying to flee, which means if you're trying to flee, even if you're the first aggressor, you can then use self-defense.
Coming up, Kyle Rittenhouse caught on camera in a bar drinking beer with members of the Proud Boys.
The thing about all that is that's so inconsequential. Like where he was at afterwards and all that stuff. You know, everything that led. You know, we'll look at it, but you know, everything about that is kind of like, whatever. You know, we're talking about the things that led up. You know. And again, people have been saying he's either a hero or he's the Antichrist, that he's, you know, a villain, a murderer, or he's like the true American, like a representative of what we all should, you know, strive to be. I don't think he's either of those things at all. I think he's a kid that had a gun, had an idea of what he wanted to accomplish. You know, he felt like what he was doing. I believe, just like with the people that are out protesting and the situation, even when they turn on me, I believe they're passionate about what they're doing. I believe that they believe what they're doing is righteous. Most of them, not all of them, but most of them. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Fucking terrible situation, man. You know, and everyone's going to come down to, should he have had a gun? Shouldn't he have had a gun? Should he have been there? Should he not have been there? None of that matters. It came down to the point.
I assume then at this point you're going to be entering pleas?
Yes, prepared to enter not guilty pleas to all the charges contained therein.
In early January 2021, Kyle Rittenhouse was formally arraigned and charged with the murders of Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber, as well as the attempted murder of Gage Grosskreutz. Just hours after that court appearance, Kyle Rittenhouse, who was out on bail, ended up at a place called Pudgy's Pub.
All right. Pudge aside, whatever. I'll tell you what was crazy to me, man, is I got a chance to meet Gage. I met up with Gage later, about a week later, I had gone to DC with Andrew for the March on Washington, and when we came back, made it back into Kenosha, and I was there for about a week. We were covering. We had I think Trump came to town. I think Biden came to town as well. Again, political pandering situations, whatever. But sorry, is the trial back on? Yes, it is. But what I'll say is I met Gage, and we'll go back into the trial here. And while I'm saying this, and I'll tell you what blew my mind is I saw him wearing the big cast, and he was walking with his attorney, and there was people taking pictures, and I got a chance to see him. It was a very cathartic moment for me. We got a chance to hug and cry it out for a minute. I don't mind saying that, but I looked down, I watched him move his fingers, and I was like, holy shit, this guy kept his arm. Like we both thought that arm was coming off without a question. We both thought it was coming off. There was nothing you could have told me that would have had me believe that his arm was going to stay attached, and he did. He stayed with it. So, and I haven't seen him recently, but man, what a trip, man, what a trip. I'm just God bless, you know. And this is that FBI footage, right? So this is what the FBI. This is the footage of Rosenbaum. Okay, so who? Yeah, they'll point it out to you. I can't use my clicker apparently for you guys to see it, but
we can pause that. Please.
So this is where all these people running is because
Can
Rosenbaum was just shot.
Please play exhibit number 26.
Michael, what store were you in, man? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mike, yeah. You did see me. What up, fam? Yeah, that was interesting. When they watched the FBI footage, the thermal imaging, they said it right there. They said that he said flat out, he's like, I don't know who cut the film or who chopped it. That was done by the FBI, I guess, because it goes to a point where they're pointing out Rosenbaum and Rittenhouse running up the street, and then it cuts, and people are like, "Oh, the FBI is covering up for him." The FBI. My people, apparently, that I work with. Maybe tell the FBI, give me back my website, my webpage from originally. I lost like 150,000 followers. It'd have been cool if I had got those back, but apparently it's not part of the pension plan. Yeah. So this is where, like I said, this intersection right here, person of interest 1, person of interest 2. You got Rittenhouse is the one in the circle or the square, I believe. And then you got Rosenbaum behind him. And then boom, there's the flash. And then Rittenhouse ran around that car, you see, and loops back around and goes back up to survey what happened with Rosenbaum.
Detective Howard, the video that we just watched here at the beginning of the video, let's keep a pause there for a second. There are 2 individuals identified. One has a circle around them with the label person of interest 1. The second has a square around them with a label of person of interest 2. Do you see that?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, your review of all the other videos, who are those 2 individuals?
Person of interest 1 is Joseph Rosenbaum, and person of interest 2 is Kyle Rittenhouse.
Now, can you please play the video again, Brian?
Brian, please play the video, Brian. Brian, hit play, please. Thank you, Brian. There's a lot of people milling about right there. And why were they thermal imaging that area exactly at that time? And then they zoomed out right then too. Like that just to me is nuts that they had that.
Your Honor,
I don't
have a
believe that
number
it's some kind of weird
exhibits that I've just
cahoots
used. I
situation,
believe,
but that's
they are
crazy
exhibits,
coincidental.
One, the Drew Hernandez video 023. Exhibit number 2, the Drew Hernandez video 029. Exhibit number 4, the Zeminski after Rosenbaum shooting video. Exhibit number 5, the BG on the scene video.
Did they just mention me?
Exhibit number
I didn't hear
6, the CJTV running
Ooh.
video. Exhibit
Gang, gang.
number 8, the Elijah riot video. Exhibit number 9 was just played. It has already been admitted to evidence. That is the FBI video. Exhibit number 12, which is the Kyle Cook video. Exhibit number 13, which is the Lakota Lichtwalt live stream.
Big shout out
Exhibit
Lakota.
number 14, which is the Reg Incognito live stream. Exhibit 15, Richie McGinnis at Rosenbaum's body. Exhibit 16, Richie McGinnis Kyle interview. Number 17, Richie McGinnis walking with Kyle. Number 18, rundown live video. And number 19, the Drew Hernandez shooting video. I would move. Oh, and also there is exhibit 24, which is a photo of Joseph Rosenbaum in the plastic bag. Exhibit 25, an FBI video with markings annotated at normal speed. And then exhibit number 26.
Yeah, they
which
did
is
burn
a
down the
second
house,
FBI
the
video
town the
with
night before.
markings, which shows the it's a 5-second clip from second 23
You're probably
to
right, Kevin.
second 28. I would move all of those exhibits into evidence.
No reason, Your Honor.
Received. The testimony that you've provided today, Detective Howard, and the videos that we've seen of all of these events that you identified as occurring in the area of Sheridan Road between approximately 59th Street and 63rd Street. Did everything that we've heard about and seen in this case occur here in the city and county of Kenosha and the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
We have also heard testimony regarding a person who we've identified as the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. Do you see him here in court?
Yes.
Can you point him out for us, please?
He's the gentleman sitting at the corner of that table between Mr. Shirafzi and Ms. Wisco.
I have nothing further.
I will eventually, thank you.
Sir, you're a detective with the Kenosha Police Department.
Yes.
You work for the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you been a detective?
Almost 3 years.
And before that, you're a patrol officer?
Yes.
You don't work for the district attorney's office, correct?
Correct.
Your job is to gather facts so that in some cases, they can be presented to citizens of Kenosha to make a determination on the guilt or innocence of criminal defendants, correct?
Yes.
And that is supposed to be done without prejudice or fear or favor, correct?
Yes.
And it's, as Joe Friday used to say in the old days, just the facts, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this case, you are one of the lead detectives,
Yes.
and you put innumerable amounts of time into this case, correct?
Yeah, months.
Months. And before August 23rd, there were 3 car sources in Kenosha, Wisconsin, correct?
Yes.
The first one was burnt to the ground on the night of the 24th, correct?
Yes.
The second car source where Kyle Rittenhouse and other individuals were protecting, and there was video shown, that was an ongoing business back on the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And it wasn't boarded up like it's shown in the videos, correct?
Correct.
That was boarded up because of the civil unrest that was occurring in Kenosha.
Correct.
And going on to car source 3, where the first shooting happened, that was an ongoing business, not boarded up, not damaged, correct?
Correct.
Now, in gathering evidence in cases like this, routinely, you go out and you freeze a crime scene and you get as much evidence, you take time, you photograph things, and you get it all so that it's all preserved is the right word, correct?
Correct.
In this case, because of the chaos on the night of the 25th into the morning of the 26th, that wasn't able to be done. Fair statement?
Not to the degree that we typically do. Correct.
And I'm not trying to put blame but I want this jury to be able to understand the situation that was going on in Kenosha at that time. Is it routine for a small contained homicide scene to not be able to find shell casings and have to go back 3 days later when they're pointed out by citizens?
That's not routine. It was 4 days later.
Oh, I apologize. So even longer.
Yeah.
And a citizen said, hey, there's shell casings under this car. You guys should come out and get them.
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't the standard thorough investigation where you guys put the cones down, you photograph everything, and then you could bring all that forward, correct?
Interesting point.
Gathered what they were able to observe that night. The evidence technicians were gathering what they were able to observe that night.
And what I'm getting at is there was nothing hiding those shell casings if they had done a thorough inspection, looked under the cars and things like that, correct?
Correct.
It is a car line.
Correct.
Now, you went and got a bunch of information in this case through documents. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
You did multiple search warrants.
Yes.
You did multiple subpoenas for records, correct?
Correct.
And a lot of those search warrants were directed at my client's social media, correct?
Correct.
His telephone.
Correct.
I'm sure I'm going to miss somebody. Instagram, TikTok, all of those.
Yes.
Multiple email addresses.
Yes. Google.
And Facebook.
Yes.
And that's so you can get as much background on the individual who is the suspect, correct?
Correct.
That's all done after that night.
Correct.
And that's not something you really have to worry about in the short term going away. You get the subpoenas to these computer companies, it's there, they provide it to you, you get it, correct?
Yeah, the first thing we'll typically do is send a preservation letter to preserve the records, and then a search warrant and subpoena. Those can come a little bit further down the road.
And you get all that information so that you're able to provide the jury a full and complete picture of a suspect or a defendant.
Yes, to the best that we can.
And you've looked through all those documents.
Yes.
Now, in this case, there's a lot of, how should I say it, interest in subjects' cell phones, correct?
Yes.
And cell phones are, for lack of a better word, mini computers that have videos, personal thoughts.
Please give me your input on
about
that,
anything that a person did.
Detective Howard.
Fair statement?
Yes.
And
Even he was
in this
smirking on that one. He
case,
fought it back.
You
He fought it
got
back.
numerous individuals' cell phones, either through consent or the person said,
I don't know,
have nothing
Zach.
to
It's
hide,
up in the
here,
air right
have my
now.
cell phone.
Yes.
And there were some times where you talked to people and you said, look, if you don't let us have consent, we're going to have to get a search warrant, but you're not leaving here with your phone unless we've downloaded it, correct?
Something to that degree, yes.
Yeah. And I'm not faulting you. I don't care. Okay. But it's an investigatory technique that law enforcement uses, correct?
Correct.
Consent, search warrant, one or the other.
Yes.
And you hold the phone so that if they don't consent, nothing can be destroyed, deleted.
Yes.
If they consent, you have somebody in your department whose main duty is downloading cell phones.
Yes.
There are some cell phones.
Keep that in mind, Peter.
that
You gotta check your
are
servers.
not,
You know what I'm talking about.
if I use the wrong word, crackable.
Correct.
Okay. And that means that unless you have the exact finger code or a fingerprint or something, it can't be opened, correct?
Yes, Mr. Rittenhouse's phone was on the latest iOS, and there was not software available at that time.
Okay. iOS stands for,
It's an Apple update.
okay,
for an
but
iPhone.
it's an operating system. It's a type.
Yes.
Okay. And back in 2020, when you seized Mr. Rittenhouse's phone, you wanted to get in the phone You immediately sent it to the FBI so that it could be opened or cracked, and they told you they couldn't do that, correct?
Correct.
And myself and Mr. Rittenhouse found out about that, correct?
Correct.
And we said, you want to get in his phone? We'll give you the code as long as we get a copy of whatever you take, correct?
Correct.
And those arrangements were made, and his phone was downloaded.
Correct.
So there's nothing hidden.
Correct.
Now, in this case,
I wonder what he found entirely, because he almost smiled on that one too.
September 24th, I apologize. In this case, on September 23rd of 2020, you got a signed search warrant from Judge Wagner for Gage Grosswitz's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that was in preparation for a meeting that was going to occur on September 24th between yourself, Gage Grosswitz, his lawyer, and members from the district attorney's office, correct?
I believe that to be correct, but I was not able to attend that meeting.
Okay, who attended it?
Detective Antaramian, and I'm not sure who else.
Okay.
But
the meeting was in person?
yes.
Okay, so search warrant in one hand, correct?
Yes.
Telephone of Mr. Grosswitz, presumably in Mr. Grosswitz's hand.
Yes.
And for some reason, that search warrant was never served on Mr. Grosswitz and his phone taken, correct?
Correct.
So you have a video from Mr. Grosswitz's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you don't have the download of his telephone, correct?
No.
And you wanted the download of his phone, correct?
Yes.
You wanted the information that was in that phone.
Yes.
You had a search warrant to get all the information in that phone,
Yes.
and yet you didn't execute it.
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know why it wasn't executed?
Concerns with Marcy's Law?
Who had the concerns with Marcy's Law?
And who's Marcy?
Several of us did. I did. Attorneys did.
When you say attorneys, you're talking about Attorney Binger, correct?
Correct.
Marcy's Law is the Victim Rights Amendment, correct?
Correct.
And have you ever not executed a search warrant because of Marcy's Law?
No.
Okay. This is the first time ever.
Yes.
Is it the last time ever?
I can't foresee the future.
Since that date, September 24th of 2020 to today, have you ever not executed a signed search warrant by a judicial officer of Kenosha County because of some concern of Marcy's Law?
No.
Yeah. And there was also objections from his attorney who didn't want to give it over to you, correct?
Correct.
When you interviewed Dominic Black, you're shaking your head no?
No, Detective Antaramian interviewed Dominic Black. I interviewed Wendy Faith and Mackenzie Rittenhouse at that time.
You interviewed Dominic Black on, I believe it was November 6th.
Well, the follow-up interview, yes.
Okay, that was when he was under arrest, correct?
Yes.
And that interview was taped, correct?
Yes.
The interview with Breton, I'm going to butcher his name, the individual who's responsible for BG on the scene.
That's Brendan Gutenschwager.
Okay, you said it, thank you.
Yeah.
When you interviewed him, that was taped.
Brendan's got it rough,
I
man.
believe so.
The interview, and I'm not saying you interviewed him, but the interview of Richie McGinnis in the Kenosha Police Department, that was taped.
I believe so.
When the interview was performed with Mr. Grosswitz and his attorney, Ms. Motley, that interview wasn't taped.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Can you think of any other witnesses in this case, complaining witnesses, whose interviews and information was not taped?
Other complaining witnesses?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And just so the record's clear, no one has ever interviewed Jump Kick Man, correct?
Correct.
No one's ever been able to identify him.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
He's never come forward and complained to law enforcement that he felt as though he was somehow the victim of a crime on August 25th.
Correct. He has not come forward.
And he never came. You tried to identify him.
We tried.
You tried showing his picture around, asking numerous people.
Yes.
Dominic
Now,
Black bought
You testified
Rittenhouse's gun for him.
about Mr. Zeminski, correct?
Correct.
Now, after getting a bunch of the videos, which you did get, you review those and you realize, correct me if I'm wrong, that Kyle Rittenhouse did not fire the first shot.
Correct.
And through some Facebook sleuthing, it's brought out that an individual by the name of Alec Blaine was the individual who, in fact, had done or fired the first shot on the 25th.
Yeah, I believe it was Alex Blaine was going around social media and different outlets, but yeah, I saw that name on the internet.
Okay. And through getting his picture off Facebook, that picture was circulated around your department.
Yes.
And he was a known individual, and somebody says, that's not Alec Blaine, that's Joshua Ziminski.
Correct.
And do you know who that was?
Information was forwarded to our gang crimes unit at the time, and I believe they had a resource in Milwaukee that they helped coordinate identification with, and through that coordinated effort, we were able to get that identification.
And now we all agree that it was Mr. Blake who fired one shot.
You said Mr. Blake.
I apologize. Mr. Ziminski, the real name, who fired a shot shortly before Mr. Rosenbaum was shot by Kyle.
Yes.
Now, on direct examination, you were asked a question about the timing from Ziminski's shot to Kyle's shot, correct?
Correct.
You did that with a stopwatch?
Yes.
So it's a human act.
Yes.
Okay. And the Wisconsin State Crime Lab has numerous individuals who can break down video, correct?
Yes.
You can do a frame-by-frame analysis of the video, and that can tell you frames per second, and you can come within hundredths of a second of what happened, correct?
Correct.
And whether Mr. Ziminski was on the sidewalk or Mr. Ziminski was on the beginning of the parking lot, where you see the flash on the video is behind Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
At that time, yes.
Okay. And the shot goes off, and it's in close proximity, 30 feet.
Yes.
Okay. And from behind him.
Yes.
And you were asked questions by Mr. Binger about Mr. Rosenbaum and your information regarding him. And he named a series of weapons, gun, knife. I think there was even a bat or something like that. In your extensive review of the videos, there were numerous times where Mr. Rosenbaum was armed, correct?
I can recall him carrying a chain at one point.
And to the best of your ability and investigation, that chain came from a trailer in that church?
From the St. James campus area.
And the St. James, we're talking about the rubble and things like that.
Yes.
And that was an area where there's numerous videos of people going and arming themselves with projectiles, rocks, or busted up cement.
Yes.
And that was where Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Ziminski got the trailer to bring down Sheridan Road to start the fire, correct?
Correct.
And that's where Mr. Ziminski and Mr. Rosenbaum are bent over, starting the clump of debris and things like that in the road on fire with the trailer up on its side.
Yes.
And that's where Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing a blue mask, correct?
Correct.
And that's what would commonly be referred to as a baklava or a shield that goes from his neck to down to his shoulder area, correct?
Correct.
Not the maroon shirt that he was wearing on his head as a mask when he was shot by my client.
Correct.
Now, as you said, you've been a detective for 3 years. It's against the law to use physical force against a citizen of Kenosha to try and steal their property from them, correct?
Correct.
That would be what's called strong arm robbery.
Correct.
It's a more serious crime if you attempt to do that while you are masked. That's what's called a criminal enhancer, correct?
Correct.
going to back up a little bit to your direct examination. You talked in response to Mr. Binger's questions about the pumps being turned off at gas stations, correct?
Correct.
Now, that isn't something that was publicized or everybody knew, correct?
Correct.
So the crowd and people who were protecting the ultimate gas station didn't necessarily know that the pumps were off.
They may not have. Yeah.
You didn't broadcast it.
Correct.
And you testified about going out in an unmarked squad car on patrol.
Yes, and various things.
For various things. There was not a patrol police presence in the downtown area on the 25th, really, was it?
There was some patrol.
Were anybody walking the beat?
Not walking.
Okay. And they were in unmarked squad cars.
We had unmarked and marked squad cars.
In the videos during the evening from, say, 9 o'clock until midnight when this happens, you don't see any police cars on the street, correct?
Well, we tried to surveil from a distance away.
Okay.
Gather as much information without
making yourself public or known.
Yes.
And the night before, on the 24th, there was limited or no response by emergency personnel. That's why Car Source 1 burnt to the ground, correct?
We had to prioritize to go to certain calls.
I understand, sir. I'm not trying to second guess anybody. I'm trying to set the scene that evening and the night before. Nobody went to Car Source, what I refer to as 1, the lot that was wiped out, with fire trucks to put it out, correct?
Correct. We were not responding to just property damage at that time.
Now, you interviewed BG on the scene, Bretton Gradschweiger, and he was interviewed at the Kenosha Police Department.
Correct.
And in your interview of him, immediately you read him his Miranda rights, correct?
Correct.
And that was because when he was arrested, there was talk of 1, a curfew ticket, correct?
Correct.
And 2, he was found with marijuana.
I actually do not recall the marijuana aspect of that.
You're not disputing that, are you?
I'm not going to dispute it.
Okay. And he gives a statement. There was discussion in that one about downloading his phones and camera.
Correct.
And
I'm still surprised that they didn't call.
for
I mean,
that,
they called
he was
me.
able
I
to
talked to him on the phone, but
airdrop his video to my work cell phone.
Okay, so he provided you with everything you wanted from his phone,
Yes.
and you did not have to get a search warrant, correct?
Correct.
And you leave the interview, and you said on the tape, you call somebody, and you tell Mr. Guttenschweiger when you come back in that you don't have to cite him or arrest him for the marijuana because you spoke to somebody at the DA's office and he can go home that night. Do you remember that?
Not verbatim.
this
No.
officer
Do you
does have
remember
some
telling
very
him he got to go home and he wasn't going to be held overnight arrested?
Yes.
Okay.
interesting
You don't
situation
arrest
here.
somebody for a curfew violation. You give them a ticket, correct?
Correct. That's a forfeiture.
Right. So there had to be
Unless you're
some
Katie.
criminal activity, or when he was done being interviewed, he
Sorry,
couldn't just
you
went
guys
home.
remember
You
that.
can't threaten somebody with arrest when you're interviewing.
He was located past curfew, and taken into custody and brought into the police department. And that's what started my interview with him.
And when he was arrested, he had marijuana in his person, correct?
Correct.
You have no ability to make promises or give consideration for cooperation, correct?
We wanted the video more than to cite him for curfew or marijuana.
Okay. Who did you get permission from to not charge him with the marijuana?
I don't recall getting.
They're referring to
permission.
the BG on the
The
scene right now.
decision
Brendan
that the detective answering me
I
that I
can't
made.
say Brendan's last name.
I don't recall getting permission for that. It
Gutschwager?
may have been a decision that Detective Answering
Yeah,
and I
BG on
made.
the scene. So it's Brendan Gutschwager.
And you
BG on the
that
scene. Yeah.
evening
Thanks, Mike.
are made lead detective along with Detective Antarami on this case.
Yes.
And you receive information that your person who has not been identified yet has turned himself into the Antioch Police Department.
Correct.
And you and Detective Antaramium, go down to Antioch, Illinois.
Correct.
You talk to the people who are there about when he got there, correct?
Correct.
And that was at approximately 1:20 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So that would have been 1 hour and 30 minutes from the time of the shooting.
Correct.
And you get down there at what time?
At approximately 3:30.
Okay, so he'd been there for a little over 2 hours, 2 hours and 10 minutes when you get there, correct?
Correct.
And was he in handcuffs?
No.
Was he locked up in a holding cell?
No.
He was sitting in the unlocked lobby of the Antioch Police Department with his mother waiting for you.
Yes.
The Antioch Police didn't have somebody sitting on him.
I don't know.
You walked in there and there wasn't a police officer sitting next to him, was there?
I do not recall that.
And you documented the injuries on Kyle?
Yes.
And I guess what the state is getting at is the injuries weren't serious, so he shouldn't have shot. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. When you're being kicked in the head, you don't know what's going to happen to you. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
Okay. When somebody's hitting you in the back of the head the second time with a skateboard, you don't know what's happening to you, correct?
Correct.
When somebody puts their bare hand on your firearm, trying to take it away from your person, you don't know whether or not that person is going to get your gun and turn it and use it on you, correct?
You don't know. No. Correct.
And
They did.
it's
Yeah.
a general
They
training
did ask me
principle.
about the gun.
You don't give up your gun because it's a deadly and dangerous weapon.
I'm going to object to this line here. This is not an expert witness, and that this last question is about training for police officers, which is not relevant.
Rephrase your question.
Sir,
It's about gun safety, I suppose.
if a weapon is taken from somebody, it can be used against them as a deadly and dangerous weapon.
No, it wasn't
correct?
Melissa. It wasn't. No, they're talking about someone else. BG on the scene.
Now, you looked at let's see, Exhibit 18, and the prosecutor showed you 1 hour and 25 minutes into it at approximately 10 seconds. I'll get it up on the screen.
I hope I don't see this. He was aggressive because he had just injected 2 marijuanas. You guys, we got another story coming in too about the Waukegan Police Department that we're going to be covering here very soon as well.
This one doesn't.
It's not on yet. Because the other remote. Yeah.
I'm going to put this back where I got it for me because otherwise I'll lose it. Take it like I do it out my house.
It's interesting that a couple things have happened about not going through the phone, not taking going through Gage's phone. Boom. What are you burning shit down for? What? We all got to live here. Thank you. What he just said. Y'all gonna burn shit down for what? We all got to live here.
I can't see the time.
Yeah, I'll definitely let you know. We got some stuff to do on that, and you got to tread lightly when you're talking about police departments and whatnot. So, Waukegan and Zion. Man, you know, that's the running theme. Even North Carolina, they said, hey, man, we don't let anybody destroy property, deface anything. When we're protesting to have our words heard.
1 hour, 24
not be,
minutes,
you know, not be
30
ignored
seconds.
because of the course of action of a few people in our crowd. So I was really impressed with what I've seen in other states, which is different from what I've experienced here in the Northwest, in Oregon and Seattle, Portland, all these places where people destroyed so much shit and then tried to get a message heard. And you know, that's their business, but the message is lost completely then. And if you live there, and that's, you know, so if someone came and tried to burn down my street, it's not happening. You know what I mean? If I own a business,
Do you remember
happen
in the video?
It's not an L that I would just
the
decide
dumpster's
to
out
take.
in the street and Kyle goes out and grabs the dumpster.
Yes.
Okay, and when Kyle pulls the dumpster back, the person who's filming takes the camera and shows an individual standing in the street staring at my client in the dumpster, correct?
I would like to see the video again, just to be sure.
But you look at all these violent, the way that things turned violent and destructive, and then where those went. You know what I mean? Like, where did those go? Those disappeared. Those protests, like someone just said, the progressive movement here in the PNW is a sad joke. I mean, sadly enough, Sherry, yeah, I mean, there was a voice that was there, a collective voice that was out there, and I was there every day. You guys remember, from the CHOP down through Portland, every day I was out covering these things, and I could get behind the message. There was a lot of things that were being said that I could get behind, and then it got violent, and then it got like exclusive, and it would stop being inclusive, and people started getting attacked, people started getting pushed out, and bad shit started happening, and immediately that's what the focus was on. And no longer was it about the collective ideology that was moving in the direction of making some change.
Ready?
You know, and that's
one of the guys losing his patience,
sad.
he should go inside.
Yeah, that's what we're about to send him.
Yeah, if you guys could switch him out. Just that somebody's loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He said
he's a loose cannon, a lot of rage. Did they say switch him out? Is that what he just said?
Showing you rundown live exhibit number 18, 1:23:55 into the video. Standing right here, who is this?
That is Kelly Zeminski.
Okay, please continue.
protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there.
Zeminski. Go back 40 seconds. Go ahead.
It'll be on the street. They're just protecting their property. One of the guys is an asshole.
I know. I thought they were yelling at them. I was like, why?
Oh, no,
Well, we did get it lit it on
One of the guys is losing his patient.
You know who this is right here? I'm pointing with the pointer.
I believe that's Joshua Zeminski.
Okay. This is the dumpster right here.
I'm not sure who they were referring
That's
to.
the dumpster you're referring to, yes.
Right. Continue on.
Yeah, if you guys could switch them on. Somebody's got loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He says the wrong thing. This whole property, you guys alive. Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there.
Oh, it's a camera. It looked like a lid. See, it'd be interesting if everybody had business protection and they were like, hey, man, just keep pushing. Just keep pushing. And if they kept getting pushed, would people that were planning on being violent and destructive, would they find an outlet regardless? Most people look hella young, too. They look like little kids.
That's Kyle going out to get the dumpster out of the street, correct?
Correct.
That dumpster came from Car Source 2's lot, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay, continue on.
I understand. Hey, your job isn't to be in the street. You guys stand your.
That's him pulling a dumpster out of the street.
Correct.
Continue on.
Property. That's why you got problems already with people.
I see what he's saying. He's like, hey, man, you're here to protect the property. You're not here to serve as a...
Joshua Zeminski.
He's standing in front of Car Source 3, looking directly at Car Source 3, correct?
Correct.
In the direction of the dumpster being brought back by my
Exactly.
client.
He's
Hey,
looking more towards the videographer,
this is up to the court
Mr. Rittenhouse.
Right to his right would be
This is,
the dumpster.
this is no longer
Correct.
And he
in our
stands
hands
there,
at any point, no matter what your thoughts are
we
on
know that
things.
he's armed,
There's a
correct?
jury.
Correct.
They got to deliberate. But he's making a point. You know, you're there to protect the businesses, protect the business. You know what I mean?
All the videos.
But you beat out in the street and serving as like an extension of the police puts you
Putting
in
out
harm's way if
fires,
people are agitated
upset.
and aggressing towards
These
law
individuals
enforcement.
who are starting the
Is
fire.
what
Is
he's
that a fair
getting at
statement?
right there.
That's fair.
Exhibit 8, please. On direct examination, you were asked questions about non-lethal, correct?
Correct.
And that was in response to my client saying the statement about they didn't have any non-lethal, correct?
Correct.
And that non-lethal also doesn't mean nightsticks, OC spray, and things like that. There are what are considered non-lethal bullets.
Can you say that again?
There are bullets that are meant to kill, dismember, maim, correct?
Correct.
There are also bullets that go in firearms that are what are referred to as non-lethal.
Yeah, rubber bullets.
Yes.
Could be one of those projectiles. Yes.
These
And
guys, these
as far
impact
as you
batons,
know, none of the people.
these
out
are no
there that
joke, man.
evening,
I got tagged with
like
this
my
guy in the
clients
hip.
were protecting property in themselves.
Or there's these guys.
Were
These are
armed
the
with non-lethal bullets, correct?
these are
Not that I'm aware
sandbags
of.
shot out of a shotgun. These bad boys hit you. They'll bruise a rib or two, which I had plenty of. My whole body was covered in like marks from all of these things. Crazy.
The Reg Incognito
Reg Incognito
video
Incognito.
at approximately 3:58 p.m. 3:58 into the video, excuse me. Three hours, 55 seconds. Good. 3:59.
Oh.
It's back. No, I have 3:59.50. That's what I wrote down.
And this is 3:59.
Then try 3:58. I'm sorry.
Yeah, anybody, what is this? What is the assistant DA's name on this
He
case?
just got his phone slapped. He got his phone slapped out of him and socked at the same time. This dude right here, walking away. This dude right here got his phone slapped and blindsided.
Stop. Just hear that yell 3 times. Friendly, friendly, friendly. Yes. Based upon your investigation, who is that?
That appears to be Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. And that's when he's being chased by Mr. Rosenbaum.
I don't know if it's right before the chase, but approximately the start of the chase time.
I think it's
is
Brian.
when that audio appears.
Some guy named Brian is the audio
And
technical,
That
the
would be something
AV
to
guy.
say to someone, I don't have a beef with you, friendly, friendly.
Yes.
And that didn't dissuade Mr. Rosenbaum, based upon your investigation and viewing of the videos, from continue to attempt to attack my client, correct?
Correct.
And as my client is running from Mr. Rosenbaum, is he gaining ground on Mr. Rosenbaum, or is Mr. Rosenbaum gaining ground on him?
Looks like Mr. Rosenbaum is gradually gaining ground on Mr. Rittenhouse.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running towards my client, and my client turns around and points the gun in his direction. Does not level it at him, but makes it very clear that he's armed to Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is not dissuaded by that firearm and continues to chase after my client.
He stops briefly and then continues to run again.
He doesn't stop like I'm standing here and say, contemplating life's realities, like maybe I should pick a better course of action. He slows his gait and then continues on after Kyle, correct?
Correct.
And Kyle runs, I'm terrible with my directions, in a southwesterly direction through the car source, correct?
Correct.
And you've seen the Lucas Zanin video, correct?
Correct.
And even in this video, you hear like a bang, bang, bang repeatedly, correct?
Correct.
And based upon your investigation, what is that?
Those are bats or other blunt objects hitting cars in the car source lot.
And in the Lucas Zanin video, which is a little over 7 minutes, that's taken from the 63rd looking in a northeasterly direction into the car source.
Yes, mainly north.
Okay. And there's well more than 50 people there bashing car windows, jumping on cars, and starting a fire there.
So I'd say there's more than 50 people there, but it might be a little less than that with people that are actually doing property damage, because there are a lot of people that are standing around.
Because there probably weren't enough cars for everybody to beat on. Is that a fair statement?
I'm gonna object. That's argumentative.
I don't think it's argumentative. Like,
The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Marvy Marv.
there were only so many
those
cars,
bits over
correct?
on
There's a certain number of cars in the car
over
source.
on Streamlabs,
And
our
back
Twitch.
when Car Source was
Sorry,
a running
Streamlabs and
business,
Twitch.
those weren't junk cars. They were real cars of somebody's property, correct?
That's
There were
Marvin.
cars for sale.
Marvelous Marv is our Twitch boss
Correct
right
me if
now.
I'm wrong. Did you ever hear any of these rioters give an explanation
Rockstar,
why
straight rockstar.
destroying somebody's property is going to make their situation or Mr. Blake's situation better?
I'm gonna object to calls for hearsay.
Well, the one of the exceptions to the hearsay rule is a plan or a statement of intent. So the objection's overruled.
I've not heard a reason.
Oh,
Now,
T's slinging in
the
here,
video
taking things over. Marv
of Car Source
bouncing back.
that's shown from the FBI fixed wing aircraft, that's at 9,000 feet, correct?
I can't recall the exact. I think it was, you said 8,500.
89?
Yeah.
I mean,
High.
okay,
Yes.
you and I will agree on that. And you
Yes.
can see this bag clear as day flying through it, correct? Flying through the air.
The plastic bag?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And there was also, we're right here. That's the video we're talking about. And here's the pointer, excuse me. This right here, I'm pointing in the lower right-hand corner of the television. There's a number, 8,941 feet, correct?
Yes, it was in between our. I said 8,500. You said 9,000. We were.
Okay, so, and here is the latitude, longitude.
Yes.
And this cursor, according to your information, is what controls the camera. Where they put that cursor, the camera locks onto that and the plane keeps moving, correct?
That's what it appears to. That appears to control the direction of the camera.
Here,
Yes.
we have a heat.
I mean, if you ever played Call of Duty,
Heat source,
right?
We see some white there. Yes.
which would mean hot.
Yes.
And here, in the car, which I'll refer to as the Duramax.
Yes, you
at
can.
the northeast corner of car source, we also have a heat source.
Yes.
And there's a video of an individual right before my client gets there, starting that Duramax on fire.
Yes.
8,500 feet is what he's saying. That is some really. I tell you what, for those that thought that I was an FBI informant, if they got this kind of thermal imaging from 9,000 feet, they could hook me up with much better camera equipment from 9 feet. That'd be great. That'd be great.
This exhibit, what number? No, this exhibit, that's up.
Hey, Angela, thank you so much.
This exhibit 9, the FBI video from a distance, correct?
Yes.
You've looked at this on numerous occasions.
Yes.
And probably the best way to find somebody on this video.
Does it say armed in the bottom left corner? Is that what they're saying?
So we know where the shooting was, correct?
Yes.
And so you
It does say
follow it
armed.
backwards. That's how you identify Kyle. That's how you identify
Right
Mr.
here.
Rosenbaum, correct?
That and relating it to other videos.
Exactly.
Yes.
And
Wow,
in this video, you're able to get Mr. and
That's
Mrs.
a trip.
Zminski also, correct?
Yes.
Could I have our exhibit, please?
Yeah, good looking out. I appreciate that, y'all. Set up notifications too, guys. We're going to be here for the duration, so I want to keep you all in the loop. Make sure to set notifications on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. As much as I don't like it, but Jessica, I will be putting that up here soon because I do have some very specific things that I'm trying to get, but they feel like they're just out of my reach. So any support and assistance will definitely help make that happen. But we'll be posting that up as we go along here. So thank you very much. John Emmanuel Shoup III says, that's a C-130. They have guns on them.
In our circle,
Crazy.
in our video, there is a green for Kelly Zminski.
Thank you.
There's a red, and we'll roll this, and a white. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Tina Wise.
Stop. This blue circle between what I would say the second and third row of cars, Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
This red is Mr. Zminski, green Mrs.,
Yes.
white Kyle.
Yes.
And Richie McGinnis is to the left of the television screen, correct?
To the right.
In pink.
To the right of the television screen.
To the, sorry. Roll it, please.
Directions are hard. Yeah, you guys, thumbs up, hearts, frowny faces, whatever. Just some reactions in the comments.
White
Would be
circle
appreciated, Joe. Throw them in there.
comes to the Duramax. This individual, Mr. Rosenbaum, begins to come out of his hiding place.
I
Yes,
got
he
you,
comes
boy.
around the
We'll hook
vehicle
you
at
up.
that time.
And he's masked.
Yes.
And he comes around, roll.
Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate that.
Stop. Blue, again, Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
And now you begin with the chase. Mr. Rosenbaum of Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
Stop. Not yet.
Not yet.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this looks like a classic ambush.
Wow.
I'm going to object as to the calling for the defendant's interpretation of things. The jury can make their own decision as to what the
Sustained. Mr. Rosenbaum is in hiding as my client arrives, correct?
Thank you.
It appears so,
I
yes.
appreciate that.
My client gets to this side of the Duramax, which would be the far side from Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
The lake's
Can you
always
repeat that,
east.
please?
That means that's west.
My client
Right.
comes
Looking
to
west.
the far side of the Duramax from Mr. Rosenbaum.
On the opposite
correct?
side of Mr. Rosenbaum, yes.
And his circle, my client is stationary, and his circle is closing on my client's circle, Mr. Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
And according to this video, which we don't have sound because it's from 9,000 feet, this is right about the time where Kyle yells, friendly, friendly.
Friendly, friendly, friendly.
Yes.
Yes.
And it does not dissuade Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
Roll the tape.
Yeah, man. You guys remember this was all summer.
Stop.
there was something happening for months.
Kyle
I mean,
goes
since
out
the
into
day
the
George
road,
Floyd
goes
was
back into the car
murdered.
source lot.
From
with
that
him,
point on,
meaning Mr. Rosenbaum followed, correct?
from the
Correct.
death of George
With Mr.
Floyd, it was like every day there was something.
He's on the sidewalk.
Something.
It's going to be just north of the blue circle, and that's going to be going right from left to right on that screen. No, the other direction, to the right of the blue circle on that screen.
Okay, so right here?
No, to the right of the blue circle.
here?
Yes.
Exactly. And he almost directly behind Kyle to the side of Mr. Rosenbaum.
Brian, I'm so sorry to hear that, man.
Roll. Stop. This is Mr. McGinnis.
Yes.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Zeminski.
Yes.
She's very identifiable because she's got a big backpack on her back.
Yes.
Continue. Stop. This does not depict the shot, correct?
I think this appears to be just before.
Okay. Continue. You don't see the flash of Mr. Zeminski's gun in the thermal, correct?
I did not see it. No.
Okay. But we know from other videos, there's one a sound and two a flash.
Yes, in multiple videos. Yes.
Mr. Zeminski didn't come forward and complain about my client's behavior that day, correct?
Correct.
He didn't come forward and complain and say that I had to shoot him to scare him or something like that, correct?
He did not come forward. Correct.
And after my client shoots Joseph Rosenbaum 3 times in 76 hundredths of a, 4 times, 4 shots in 76 hundredths of a second, the Zeminskis, when that shooting is going on, they don't run away. They don't hide.
It was 76 tenths of a second.
76 tenths.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me. The Zeminskis don't run away and hide. They're not afraid of the gunshots, correct?
Correct.
And they stay right there and they start yelling. Mr. Zeminski still has his gun out. And Mrs. Zeminski starts yelling about get him, things like that about Kyle, correct?
Correct.
The mob is closing in on Kyle.
There are multiple people closing in on Kyle.
Okay.
Mr. Rittenhouse.
And that's, I apologize, Mr. Rittenhouse. And that's closing in on him at the car source parking lot, correct?
It appears that at the car source that people are coming towards Mr. Rosenbaum. And yes, there's people that are shouting in the direction of Mr. Rittenhouse. I'd say it's more clear once he starts running northbound that there are people following him.
Okay. But strike that. And you did the reconstruction with a stopwatch. You didn't do it a frame by frame.
Correct.
And at 1 minute into the Drew Hernandez video, which is number exhibit 19, you hear somebody yell here, correct?
Ooh, I don't know what he said, but it must have been rough.
Yeah, I've got it at 1-0.
So, does anybody know if Zeminski was brought up on any kind of charges? Was he
50 seconds.
detained at all?
Listen closely.
For discharge of a firearm? So again, it's just their audio that, for whatever reason, is paused. A lot of times it's because of the volume or because of what's being said.
No.
I have no idea. It sounded like there was 2 different, other than Rittenhouse's gun. It sounded like there was
Kyle
like
then
2 other
is running down
guns that were going
Sharon
on.
Road in a
But it sounded
northerly
like to me.
direction.
Correct.
He, in all the videos you see, he doesn't point his firearm at anybody, correct?
At certain times, he points his firearms at people.
I asked a terrible question. It's late in the day. I apologize. As he's running down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction before event number 2, which is the shooting of the unidentified individual, Huber and Grosskreutz, you don't see him pointing the gun, doing any of this, menacing with the firearm to people around him, correct?
I believe there was just a slight raise when he was still on that west sidewalk of Sheridan Road, and it seemed like something west of him on 62nd Street caught his attention. I remember he turned to his left. There may have been a slight raise.
So this officer was there the
at that
entire
point.
time and saw
Didn't
all of
fire.
this? Is
No,
what I'm
not at
just,
that point.
for whatever reason, just
Grosskreutz
clicking. I
runs
didn't
up
see
on
any police out there walking around.
Later on, yes.
As
Unless
he's
he was
going
in
down
plain
Sheridan
clothes.
Road. I mean, from the time Mr. Rosenbaum chases him till the time
How-
he turns himself into
Or is he
the
just
police,
basing this off of all of the
or
footage that
attempts
he's
to
watched?
Turn himself into the police at 60th and
Was he
Sheridan
undercover?
Road. We're talking about less than 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
What's the scoop
He
there?
heads down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction. There might have been a slight
just-
raise.
from reviewing the video.
Something caught his attention to his left.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, does
Well.
not fire.
Correct.
Heads down the road. Gage Grosskreutz with his cell phone gets.
So
right
all of
up
this is based
to
off of
his face,
all of
correct?
our
Yes.
footage.
And says, "What are you doing? Did
Interesting.
you just shoot that guy?"
I'm
Yeah.
an objection on a calls for hearsay.
It doesn't make an assertion.
He
It
looked,
asks a question.
Kyle looked, as he ran past me, he
hearsay
said,
is
I didn't
assertion.
shoot anybody, is what he said.
But
Those are the
You hear
facts.
that
That's what he
question,
said
correct?
as he
Yes.
ran past
My
me,
client says he's going to the police.
looked my direction,
Your Honor, that is hearsay.
kept
Statement
running
of
and
a
said, I
party
didn't shoot
opponent for
anybody.
completeness.
And he looked scared as shit.
He put-
wait,
defendant.
wait.
Maybe he was saying that just to stop people from coming after him. Maybe he was just trying to, get away, get to the police before he got attacked. I don't know, but that's what he said.
Mr.
Stop.
Okay.
Stop waving that damn wand at people, man. You don't know if you're going to cast a hex on somebody.
The defense can't introduce the defendant's own statements.
It's not a statement of a party opponent.
He went into it under the doctrine of completeness. I said 2 grounds. I'll go with completeness, Your Honor. He went into the statement.
That pointer's killing me, man. It feels like he's gonna kill, cast off some Death Eaters or something like that.
How much more do you have, by the way?
Oh, this is the agent that was recording with the drone. This is a detective, though. This is not a
which doesn't
FBI
Page
agent.
means
I don't think that this is.
Let's say 10 minutes. Judge.
A page with a lawyer could be very
I write very small.
long.
Especially when we're talking about the Bible and whatnot.
Stop now. You just mentioned about late in the day, and this reporter is heroic, and the jurors are too. So we would finish
Sorry, did I
5
turn it down?
anyway, considering. So
That's loud as it
let's break for the evening, and please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Very rigid enforcement of the rules. But you're not going anywhere. Just sit tight for a few minutes.
You're not going anywhere.
Return to my morning, please.
All right, so the detective is now.
Is Scott Wilson in the room?
Man, he's been on.
Scott Wilson.
Sit on that. How many witnesses do we have? Anybody
Um,
on the list?
Is there anything else from the lawyers before we leave?
No, not by us, Your
We
Honor.
need to resolve that objection, Your Honor.
Maybe I'm going to ask you guys to stay.
He does. So it was this detective. He works for the Department of Homeland Security.
I'm going to excuse everybody.
Okay. Interesting.
Well, that's not going to work because they want to cover the argument.
Maybe because of
But that can be.
maybe they're not sequestered because of COVID. I don't know.
The jurors and the try to go up to the 3rd floor. Why don't you go up to the 3rd floor and we'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, you're gonna deal with the jurors. Sounds ominous.
Okay, thanks. We're going up to the jury room. Okay, come back. Laura's gonna come down and go up there.
Cassie,
All
could you
right,
send
right
that to
now,
me
the jury
directly
is being
or email that to me,
excused for
please?
the day in the
That link?
Rittenhouse trial. The judge did indicate he may be hearing an objection that was made and making a decision for the lawyers, so he's not excused them, but we are seeing everyone standing up as the jury is leaving the courtroom. We've been witnessing a rigorous cross-examination by the defense attorney in this case of the detective who was on duty in the night in question, Detective Martin Howard.
Are they going to continue with comments of any kind here in the courtroom? Yeah, unfortunately, I can't pull the link out of the comments because that's not how it interfaces for me, Cassie. Can I please share the link here? What link are you looking to get? Yeah, let me.
Why don't you take them up on the elevator?
Let me. Where was?
Pardon me?
Cass, where did you share the link, Cass?
Yeah, escort them out.
But you put it in the Facebook comments.
Deputy to escort the jurors, two jurors, to the third floor,
Mike Holt, thank you for that.
so they can be with the jurors.
The contribution over on YouTube.
Where are they?
Again, that helps a lot, especially for potential travel, especially with this case ongoing and some of the other cases happening on the East Coast. All that money goes right into the stream. So I appreciate anyone that helped via contributions. Thank you very
2 minutes
much.
or 3 minutes, or do you want
Also,
to
please
just finish
consider
up?
becoming a supporter.
I'd like to finish up if that's okay.
No, I'm talking to.
That would mean a lot. $4.99 a month, and it helps me forward plan what I'm going to do. So, yeah, I got a bag packed at all times. You know, I got my little
Yeah, let's finish it up then.
my kit ready to roll.
Oh, that was all right. Now let's see.
I'm always curious what this judge has to say, man. Mike,
question
thank you
asked
again.
Was the question is, are you just going, what was it? Are you just going
Thank
to?
you so much. And again, we come back tomorrow,
If you
guys.
just shoot that
7
guy,
a.m.
I'm just going to
or
turn
9
myself
a.m.
in, please.
Central
I was
Standard.
informed by co-counsel.
Carol, we'll
that
talk about
the
it.
state already put that statement in,
Oh, is that so?
and it's yes, and it was marked as an exhibit and introduced.
Is that so?
No, that is from the Gage
Yeah, it's
Grosskreutz
been a
live
long
stream.
one.
That has not been marked or introduced yet.
That's true.
Correct? I have not. Ms. Wisco's agreeing with me. I have not marked or introduced that exhibit yet.
It was referred to.
It was referred to.
Yes.
Well, that's,
That's my fault.
um,
I have not mentioned it. I have not asked
So-
questions about it, and it's not in
Michael,
evidence.
say again.
showing up,
Go back.
Mike,
No,
again.
let's
Thank
go
you very
back to
much,
the
man. You're
original
running this game.
Question,
You're running it.
which I overruled the objection. What was the content of that again? I want to get this perfect. All right, well, ask Mrs. Howell.
Can't get to my page. My Facebook page?
What was my client's response to Mr.
No, I had it there.
Oh. Okay, well, it says, heads down the road, Gage Grosskreutz with his cell phone gets right up in Kyle's face, correct? The answer is yes. And then he
And-
says,
hold on,
and then
hold
he
on, hold
says, and this is the next one. I just
Okay.
wanted to give you context.
I know it, and I just wanted you to use the microphone.
Oh,
Is there one available?
You don't.
Read what
You don't
just
interrupt
read
this
and then
judge.
finish up.
okay. Okay, so he says, heads down the road, Gage Grosskreutz, whatever, with his cell phone gets right up in Kyle's face, correct? Answer yes. And says, what are you doing? Did you just shoot that guy?
What are you doing? Did you just shoot that guy?
Yeah.
Okay, now what was the
And then
response?
it was
Just speak up.
rejection.
Just speak up.
Just
What?
by the speakers.
They're on my microphone level right now. See tomorrow's up.
Heads down the road, Gage Grosskreutz with his cell phone gets right up in Kyle's face, correct? Answer yes. and says, "What are you doing? Did you just shoot that guy?" And then Mr. Binger objects to that.
Okay, and that was overruled. And then what was the next question? Please say, what is your objection?
This question calls for the defendant's statement. The defendant's.
The defense can't introduce the defendant's statement. And then, I'm sorry, I kind of didn't get what the judge said. That's why I asked.
Are you ready?
I'm
To keep
ready.
on with new stuff? Okay. Your Honor, first of all, I didn't ask any questions about any of this to Detective Howard. So I haven't opened the door. The objection to the question that was asked by Mr. Grosskreutz, the defendant, that objection was overruled. So there is a statement or something in the record about what Mr. Grosskreutz asked the defendant. Now, this question that I have objected to and that is pending before the court is what the defendant's response was. That calls for the defendant's statement. It is hearsay. It does not fall under any exception. In a criminal case, the defense cannot introduce the defendant's statements. So that's my objection, Your Honor. It's clearly hearsay.
And now what's your justification?
I believe it was gone into. I could be wrong, as I said.
Well,
It's like,
let's skip over that. You can research that overnight.
Right.
Hear him in the mic.
You know what? Let's take this up in the morning.
Thank you.
We'll take it up in the morning.
Okay, there's one other issue I'd like to put on the record.
Briefly.
Yes, you had advised us earlier today of an issue with regard to juror number 7 and a joke he attempted to tell to a deputy after court yesterday.
Well, that was what was reported to me, and I haven't heard the juror's side of it.
Okay.
What was the joke?
I believe that it would be appropriate for the state to move to strike that juror for cause. And I can explain further if you'd like to now.
Is the question closed?
Yeah.
Okay. We will also take that up in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
This judge he does not want to hang out. He said, "I'm done with this. I'm done with all of you guys. Going home." That's a long day for them, man. That's a long day for
There's a lot to
everyone.
talk about in this case. The judge has recessed for the day. The jury was excused. The attorneys are in
Trying
the
to look at
courtroom
these,
because they did have a couple of objections and things that they needed to discuss. One of them, he said, "I'll determine whether or not a statement made by the defendant on the scene is hearsay in the morning. I'll take that up in the morning." And then we had a very interesting motion. But before we talk about that, I want to bring in Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter, who is live in Kenosha,
Chanley
Wisconsin.
Painter.
Chanley, the very end, I just had it on the edge of my seat because what we've now learned is that state is asking juror number 7 to be excused for cause because of a joke he apparently tried to make to the deputy yesterday. Was this news to you as well?
I want to hear the
This
joke
was news
too.
That was caught my ear as well. Actually, that's going to
What
be
up,
taken
Eat
up
on
in the morning,
Streets?
according to the judge. So I'm anxious to hear what we may learn about that joke. And the motion from the prosecution is to strike that juror from the panel for cause. So that would be interesting. There are plenty of alternates here, 8 alternates. One would probably
Mike Holt's
move
showing
up
up
to that
again,
spot
man.
if indeed he was one of the
Thank
sitting
you
jurors
very
in this
much,
case.
Mike. You're killing it, man.
All right. Now tell us what else. Bring us up to date. What's caught
Penny
your eye today?
Hartford
Because
as well.
a
Thank you
lot of
so much for
testimony
that.
and a very rigorous cross-examination by the defense after the prosecutor really laid out the timeline of all the different videos to say
Much
to
love,
the jury,
Penny. Thank you
this
very
is
much
what
for that
happened, and we
contributions.
think this is homicide.
Guys, seriously, it means a lot.
Yeah, Mark Richards, a facile cross-examiner here. Really, I've been noticing witness by witness how he is
Tune in
able
tomorrow
to
for the joke,
reframe
right?
almost the narrative from direct on cross to go to the themes and theories of the defense
So-
case here, which is self-defense, and that's been happening. Of
let's
course,
look
with
at
this
some-
lead
okay,
detective
so
all afternoon.
I'm gonna
What
turn
really
her down a
though
little
was
bit.
standout of the day actually was the direct of the detective earlier, right after the lunch.
So they had that
break,
detective on cross-exam for a while.
evidence, video after video after
I
video
subbed
of
to
the
you
night
in
in
Portland.
question, August 25th,
Then
2020.
saw you with
And
Andrew in
it was
Kenosha.
important
Oh, that's what's
because
up.
these jurors, yes, they noticed some
Good
of the
looking out.
video and the defense
Thank
opening
you
statement
for being
yesterday.
on game.
This was the
Appreciate
first
you.
time this jury heard
Way to be on that,
Kyle
fam.
Rittenhouse
Appreciate
on
that very,
video
very
from
much.
direct, and the first time they were really
Man.
seeing and
So yeah,
scrutinizing the shooting
tomorrow,
that occurred that night. It first it began with
10 a.m.
Joseph
No, we're at 9 a.m.
And the jurors were glued to the screen.
Are they starting late tomorrow? Anybody know?
walked them
I
through
think they're
the
starting tomorrow at 9 a.m.
some
Central
of
Standard
that
Time.
earlier
Tanisha,
this
I just want to make sure that that's right. Jackie, yeah, it's PayPal is at CJ Halliburton, HALLIBURTON. Let's double check though. It should be starting tomorrow at 9 Central, 7 Pacific Time. That'd be 10 o'clock Eastern Standard. It's 9 a.m. Central. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna take this off. So just to be clear, you guys, tomorrow I'm gonna send an invite out to everybody. Again, letting you know I'm calling it day 3. I know it's kind of day 4, but sorry, I can't do that. But day 1 of jury selection, I'm going 3 days of actual litigation here in the trial. So yeah, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, you guys. Please set up notifications.
This was a moment where none of the jurors moved.
I'm gonna take her off right now. So yeah, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. we're gonna start back up. 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. They'll jump back in, hearing the motions about the juror number 7 and whatever off-put joke was told to the deputy. Also, man, they got this detective. This detective is still on stand, man. He's been up there. Does anybody know how many people are actually on right now on the docket for witnesses? Yeah, that's 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Correct. Patty MD 303. That is correct. Yeah. So, Gino, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. I'm glad. Honestly, I really appreciate everyone tuning in to what we're doing here, because it gives you a chance to kind of not just hear it from my point of view, but I mean these people that they're calling right now, they're all personal friends and contacts. So it's wild to have such a unique group of people that are being called in on this case. I mean the footage in the stream community, like the stream teams, man, we all kind of see each other out there, and we all kind of get each other for the most part. There's definitely the stream soap opera, right? But for the most part, we're set up to kind of help each other out. Anyone out there in the independent media, any media, you know what I mean? You're really hoping to get each other's backs and not let anybody get hurt. So we kind of look out for each other. 125 on list. Someone says there's 125 people on the witness list. That is terrifying, because we spent this entire probably 7 hours with just this detective. So yeah, hey Jacob, thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. That's a good place. It's a good place for people to come and talk. And like I said, we're gonna have a chance to talk to people like Lakota, other people that we've been we got to know pretty well, and who I got a lot of love for, and talking about their personal experiences. We're going to talk to Drew here as well. If not today, we'll do it tomorrow. We've been trying to link it up. It's just more or less a matter. We're both live, and so it's hard to make it work because of technologies and how I am with those. Try to let Drew set it up, but we're getting it. These are long days, though, people. Long days. See, I'm wearing it on my face. Not a lot of sleep here. But notifications seem to be getting out to some people for some reason. I had them set up, but I'm not getting any. Try to do it again. I believe that the way you do that is just !notify. I believe if you type that in right now in your Facebook chat or in the comments, I believe that should set you up with notifications. Anybody in any of our mods that are able to kind of help coach people on that, I'd appreciate it. For how to get notifications on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. If for whatever reason people aren't getting it, I think it's notify or notifications. If you guys could help out with that, I'd really appreciate it, because I'm completely ignorant. So yeah, !notify. I see people are pounding that in right now. That's good. I encourage everyone to do it right now, just in case. And if you're on Twitch, subscribe. If you're not on Twitch, come on over. It's a good spot. It's more interactive. And here's the thing. If you want to be engaged in the chat, and you're finding that it's not really working for you on one platform, swing over to another one. You know, if YouTube is become YouTube, you know, all of them can become a little bit controversial. You know, we work really hard. My mods, you guys are amazing. Work really hard to keep the conversations positive and safe. That being said, if it's not good for you on one Facebook, swing over to YouTube. If YouTube's not working for you, come over to Twitch, Twitter. You know, you guys can watch it wherever. But interact, you know, be a part of it. Throw in some comments, reactions, whatever you feel comfortable with. And I do my best to get to them, especially when you guys ask me questions directly. Jacob, yeah, man, swing on over to Twitch, man. Good looking. That could just be CJ Halliburton, but it's probably CJ TV Media, which is where you can find me on all these other social platforms. Set up yourself to become a supporter. That would be amazing, you guys. I really appreciate that. On Facebook, also a subscriber over on YouTube. All these things help out a lot. And again, the contributions are amazing and they make all the difference. And for people that are trying to get me to come out and cover stories at different places, all of the funding that comes in via contributions or subscriptions all goes straight to that. It goes towards equipment and it goes towards travel. So when I'm not working to make the money that I need to do it, because that it adds up. It adds up. You know, it helps. It all helps. So that being said, Rob, you're correct. I do have some great mods. Much love to you, Rob. Yeah, man. It's going to be a long haul, guys. So stay tuned, strap in. You know, we got this little video over here that we were watching. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up actually, because I was really kind of engaged in what was happening on that, which was the this one right here, this chaos in Kenosha, which was pretty intense. And it's actually almost over, so I think we can spend a couple minutes watching that. It's just got about 4 or 5 minutes. So let me pull that up for the 500 or 600 of us that are left in here. I know that I'm not quite ready to cut out yet. And if you got any questions, man, now's a good time to shoot them in. Throw them in the comments, and I'll do my best to type respond or to verbally respond. If you guys have any questions for me directly, I'll try to make that happen. Boom, here we go, and share that. Add the string. Here we go, and we're gonna go boom like this, and then like that, and
user belonged to or even had any interest in any malicious style organizations.
It is an unfortunate fact that this case has become
Bruce Schroeder, man, this guy's a
surrogate for a lot of emotional reaction that has nothing to do or little to do or nothing to do with the issues in the case. For me to let that in as evidence of a motive that existed 4 months
Carol,
earlier,
we're going to be talking about the Waukegan PD here pretty soon.
In addition to the Pudgy's photos,
Toby
there were
Townsend
two videos
jokes
the
right there.
prosecution wants to introduce at this trial. Now, one of them, Kyle Rittenhouse is sitting in a car with a friend. And apparently, there's a situation at a CVS involving some shoplifters or alleged shoplifters.
Shout out to the Drive Clothing. No, this is just part of my fit.
Bro, I wish I had that. I'd start shooting rounds at them.
In another video, you can
I do
see
feel like
Kyle getting
self-defense
involved in a
is
skirmish involving his sister
is
and
involved
another girl.
in this.
And you can see Kyle. He's wearing the
There's
red
more
bottom
involved than just like the one case. There's multiple people.
Oh, what? Oh, no. He punching a bitch. On the game. Get out the car.
Ooh,
the bottom line
that's
with
rough.
the ruling by Judge Schroeder is that the jury's not going to hear about what Kyle Rittenhouse was saying on
Sherry,
that video,
anything you
taking a
send
look
in
at
is
those
going to be
shoplifters
appreciated.
wanting to get his gun.
Whatever
Not
you
gonna
do
hear
is
about him
it
jumping
all
into a
gets the
fight
same place. Thank you so
against
much.
a girl that his
Thank
sister
you,
was
Jacob.
having. That doesn't come in because, according to the judge, it doesn't help this jury one bit and would prejudice Kyle Rittenhouse.
Both sides agree that Kyle Rittenhouse shot and killed Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber and seriously injured Gage Grosskreutz.
Thank
It
you
will
very much,
likely
William. I will.
be up to Kyle
I'm working
Rittenhouse
on it.
himself
It
to
takes-
convince
I'm
the jury that it was in self-defense.
talking
The
through
defense
it.
is most certainly going to put forth
Thank
a
you.
case, and Kyle Rittenhouse is going to be the star of that defense case. His testimony is going to mean everything.
You're going to see the defense in many instances throughout this trial go back to the issue that he was a 17-year-old
You can go
boy
directly
at
on
the time
YouTube,
of
on
this,
Facebook,
and you cannot judge his
whatever works for you,
actions
really.
after the fact.
For this jury, they have to sit, listen to him. Does his story make sense? Do they believe him? Does that story match what they see in the video?
There's no
I'm
question
reading
at all
Alaska.
that this case is going to be just as much of a powder keg as the George Floyd case.
Nobody should have died that night. Everybody was there exercising their right to protest. We're Americans. We're better than that.
No, I believe Kyle
Anger
came into
thing?
town with his friends,
That
with
been doing this
Dominic
to him,
Black and the
label
rest of his buddies,
as white
and his sister and
supremacist,
whatnot.
a terrorist, Hitler. He's none of that.
Our son didn't get to spend Thanksgiving with us, but Rittenhouse did. He got to spend all kinds of time at the bar, live it up, making videos with his white supremacist friends, singing videos with a shirt that says free as you're not going to be free as justice is going to be served to you.
This is going to be tough. I have never in the history of
believe that
covering
was,
cases here ever thought that the most likely
that was
verdict
Huber's
here
dad.
is a hung jury, because I've seen the way America has reacted to this, and I'm wondering if the 12 jurors in Kenosha will react the same way.
Wow. Well, there you have it, man. There you have it. Yeah, you know, the thought of a hung jury is. What do you guys think about that? Toby, hey, good looking out, man. I appreciate you, man. You're very welcome. And Edward Emerson says hung jury for sure. I don't know. What are your thoughts? Man, that's you know. And they're saying in that it could be just as polarized. I mean, this could be just as much of a powder cake as post George Floyd. Now, granted, that was just after it happened, not post case, because we didn't see any riots after the Derek Chauvin trial, the verdict that came through. Derek Chauvin, remember, he got killed George Floyd, ended up being sentenced to, I believe it was 25 or 27 years in prison. Someone can fact check me on that. Yeah, Jim Michener. I hadn't even really thought about a hung jury either. I keep thinking it's going to be guilty or innocent. But right down the pipe, we're talking about, Kristen. Yes, I'm sure. I don't know how you sent the donation, Kristen, but I'm sure that it came through. But who knows, man? Is he going to get acquitted, or are they going to drop? Is he going to be found innocent? And on what charges? You guys got to look in yourselves or look at the facts here. Dame Luck, there was, from what I saw, yeah. Do I think all of it was? I can't attest to that because I didn't see all of it. I can only see what I saw. And yeah, Tim, he's probably going to rile into that whatever juror that was. And do you retrial if it's a hung jury? Do you have to go through the whole process all over again? Is that what we're looking at? You know what I mean? Possession, guilty. Murder, not guilty, is what Adam Murtha thinks. Okay. Curfew charge. Someone else says the curfew charge is all that he will get, which is a $250 fine. Man. And then some people say that he's just going to go free. But then again, right here, so like Walter Freeman, we all thought the same thing during the Chauvin trial, but it didn't happen, right? So that really went two ways. A lot of people thought he was going to be acquitted. They thought he was going to get ended up getting tagged to 27 years or 25. I'm going to say 25 because I don't want to overshoot it, but I think it was 25 years. Not so. So I think he's going to get a lesser charge, not guilty on the murder. No riots after Chauvin, because he was railroaded. There was a BLM sympathizer on the jury, and another jurist said he voted guilty. So there hopefully wouldn't be riots. And then someone else right here says, where is it right here? Guilty on all charges, Michael. Watch. Reckless with the gun. Okay. Yeah. The some Brandon says that Minneapolis is pretty crooked apparently. And then Matthew Brown says Chauvin was tried by the public. That's an interesting notion, Matthew. Because a lot of what we're seeing, man, if you think about this, guys, the footage, this entire case is being built on one FBI. So far, we've seen one FBI aerial camera shot of the incident, and everything else so far that we've seen, video evidence wise and other and anything else inclusively, has come from people like Lakota, myself, Corey, Andrew, Brendan, Reg, all these people that were out there filming on the street. So it became very public. Everything about that was public, which meant that we're all personally invested. Everyone in the public is personally invested in that now too. So that being said, what you're saying here, the show was tried by the public. It's not off too far off. You know what I mean? It became such a huge case. I mean, can you guys imagine? Think about it. Can you imagine what would happen if Derek Chauvin would have walked? There was a couple thousand people downtown Minneapolis. He was found guilty and sentenced, and they were still like right on the edge. Like they were real close to being like, we're about to get out here. People were crying. They didn't feel like he got enough. People were very upset about it. That being said, it's tough because and the judge keeps saying, don't talk about the case. But it's impossible not to hear about this case. Every single person, you can't mention Rittenhouse and have people not have input. You know what I mean? You couldn't mention George Floyd, same thing. There's not a person on the planet that wouldn't know who George Floyd is. Jacob Blake, you know who Jacob Blake is. You know what I mean? Ahmaud Arbery, you know who these people are. You know what I mean? You know who Breonna Taylor is. So when these cases are happening and these people are saying like, don't talk about it, keep it on the tight lip when it comes to jurors and whatnot. There's not a juror out there. I can't imagine. Like I said, it would be almost impossible for me to be on the jury because of my personal involvement, right? Obviously, I couldn't be on the jury. But even to be called as a witness, because it's such a personal thing to me. If I was just someone across the street watching what happened, but instead of being across the street, I was actually in the street, when these things happened. So yeah, man, it's going to come down to a lot of preconceived ideas of what happened. People are already seeing this from their own standpoint. People are already feeling the same sort of way. And CJ, I worry about everything that you say cover on this coverage. If or when you get called to testify, I'm not concerned about it. I mean, they can't tell me that I'm not allowed to talk about it because I've, because we hit the 8-hour mark. So that's the cutoff point. So for those of you on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook, we're gonna have to. I see we still have a couple hundred folks in here, but I believe that we hit our cutoff for our for our broadcast. So hey, we're gonna wrap up right now. Then it's been a full day for everybody. We've been on for 8 hours and 8 hours plus. That being said, much love for everybody. If you're on with us on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter right now, which are the things that are left up, make sure to set notifications, and we will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time, bright and early. I appreciate everyone tuning in today. Thank you so much for the conversation and for keeping it civil. Come with your game tomorrow. We're going to jump right back in. All right. I love you guys. Be grateful, be humble, love each other, and, love yourself. Right. But, some other words of encouragement, but much love.